Chapter 1049. Naturally, there were quite a few students in the Martial God Academy paying attention to these two big shots. However, it was clear that the two people they paid the most attention to were Morongyu and Lin Xian. This was because they knew what this level of talent signified. It meant that the heavens had given you a key to invincibility. That was divinity. But this guy is quite a troublemaker. I've investigated and found that he has made a lot of enemies. The Martial Arts Academy alone is not a small number. Luo Xiao said. Well, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy thought for a while. And there are many excellent girls in the Martial Arts Academy who are more or less related to him. Ha ha ha, let him be. As long as these kids don't be too blatant, it's fine. Rules and whatnot are just tools to restrict the majority of people, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy said. On the other side, Lin Xian ran into Morongyu after coming out. What are you doing now? Lin Xian asked. Waiting for the results. Go to the backyard. Morongyu said indifferently. I may not be able to go. Lin Xian shrugged and said. That's because you don't want to go. Morongyu said indifferently. Your strength is only SOSO. Pretentious? Lin Xian. Hey, is that a word that should come out of your mouth? Lin Xian had a stunned expression on his face. Morongyu's pretty face suddenly turned red. Why did she say that out of the blue? Then she said, because I really couldn't help it. Lin Xian, am I pretentious? If you want to keep a low profile, then there's nothing I can do. At this time, Lan Xingxing ran out. When she saw Lin Xian and the others, her big eyes suddenly lit up. Then she ran over and stood in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, we finished the exam. Can you help me make lunch? Lan Xingxing asked expectantly. Not waiting for the results? We'll have to wait at least 6 hours for the results, Morongyu said calmly. It was already noon, and they were considered to have finished the test relatively early. When Morongyu recalled the taste of Lin Xian's dishes, she couldn't help but linger in the aftertaste. Firstly, she really wanted to eat them. Secondly, she was very curious. What exactly did Lin Xian add to the dishes to elevate them to such a level? She had studied cooking a little. When she had nothing to do, she basically had two hobbies, reading and cooking. Therefore, she was more concerned about it. She wanted to help Lin Xian and see what extra ingredients he added. Lin Xian said that he didn't add anything and that he only used some common condiments, but she didn't believe him. She also used those conventional condiments and the dosage should be the most standard. How could it make such a big difference in the taste of the dishes? It was said that in order to capture a person's heart, one must first capture her stomach. In fact, this sentence wasn't very useful. Capturing a person's stomach could capture her heart? It was too illogical. Of course, this kind of situation existed, but it was very rare. It couldn't be called a method to pick up girls. It could only be said to be a method to add flowers to brocade. But sometimes it was really useful. For example, this Lan Xingxing was purely a cute foodie. If you used this kind of super delicious food to capture her stomach and her heart, in her eyes, you were amazing. Then you would increase her favorability. For example, if you pursued her, she would think that if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, then she would be able to eat such delicious food every day, 3 meals a day. Wow, just thinking about it made her happy. Another example was Morongyu. She cared. If this kind of girl cared, then it was a success. It didn't matter how effective it was. Of course, there was a prerequisite for her to care. This was different from Lan Xingxing. For a girl like Lan Xingxing, if Su Ziming made such delicious food for her, she would also worship Su Ziming and increase her favorability towards Su Ziming. However, for Morongyu, there had to be a prerequisite. There had to be favorability before there could be follow-up. Without favorability, for example, he wouldn't have invited her to dinner that day. Lan Xingxing was different. She didn't know her, but she didn't hate her. When she saw delicious food, she wanted to eat it. Therefore, Lin Xian had found a way to chase this Lan Xingxing. First, capture her stomach, increase her favorability, and gradually win her over. Thinking about it, it was a bit shameful. Although this Lan Xingxing wasn't a loli, she was only 16 years old. Miao Xiaomiao was 15 years old now. although Lin Xian was only 14 years old when he had thoughts about her. Wow, this was too abnormal. You want to eat too? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Moromu. At the side, Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and looked back and forth between Lin Xian and Moromu. Moromu coughed slightly and said, "Anything is fine. Anything is fine. Do you want to eat?" Lin Xian smiled and asked. "Nope," Moromu said lightly and walked away. "Damn Sundra," Lin Xian muttered behind her. Moromu. She wanted to stab him again. What should she do? Let's go and buy ingredients. Yay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Xingxing jumped 3 feet into the air. On the way, Lin Xian sent a message to Ling Ying and the others. They were taking the exam at the back, so it would probably be a few hours later. Wang Xintong's light class was the same. Those rare attribute classes were taking the exam at the back. There was no other meaning, it was just arranged like this. How are you going to get to my place? After buying ingredients, Moromu asked. Many people who had finished the exam were already strolling around the school. Moromu and Lan Xingxing were the 2 girls who attracted a lot of attention. Lan Xingxing's ranking was probably going to be pushed up, and Xuebinglan might be pushed down by her. Why? Because this girl had big breasts and no brains. She was cute and adorable. This was the dream of many men. As for Xuebinglan, she was beautiful, obedient, and sweet. Compared to Lan Xingxing, she lacked some characteristics. In today's society, if one couldn't tell who was prettier, Lan Xingxing's adorable stupidity would obviously win the hearts of many girls. Because there were many people paying attention to them, Lin Xian couldn't swagger into the girls' dormitory with them. If he was seen, he would definitely be done for. Even if a girl asked you to go to her dormitory, it was still not allowed. I'll use the space attribute to go up, Lin Xian said. You can find it, right? Lin Xian nodded. I've been there before. Of course I can find it. I'll go first. You guys follow me. Then, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Hey, wait. Just as Moromu finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Sister Moromu, what's wrong? Lan Xingxing asked curiously. I'm afraid Wu Yuhan is at home. Moromu shook her head slightly and said, Oh, it can't be? Sister Wu is of the dark attribute. She seems to be in the fire class. That means the exam is already over. She should be at home. If Lin Xian goes up, she might misunderstand. Okay. Then, the 2 girls walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 1050. Wu Yuhan didn't know them. They only got to know each other when they were assigned to the same dormitory. Moromu had a rather deep impression of this woman. Firstly, she was very beautiful, the kind that was a little bewitching. She was the girl ranked 9th on the ranking list. In terms of beauty, all the girls on the ranking list were very beautiful. Even if one were to say that they were ranked 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, there was no way they could be ranked. Each of them had their own merits, and it all depended on the type of girls they liked. As for this woman, she rarely appeared in the public eye, and her reputation wasn't too good. Rumor had it that during the Martial God Academy's enrollment period, she had appeared with several men. No one knew what they were up to, but it was likely that they were there for some plaything. Her private life was especially messy, which was why her ranking was so low. Secondly, this woman's personality was a little strange. Sometimes, she would be extremely cold, even colder than Moromu. She didn't say a word, and her eyes were especially emotionless, like a machine. However, what made Moromu feel strange was that she seemed to have dual personalities. The first personality was cold, while the second personality was especially seductive. It was as if one was frigid, while the other was very lustful. It was a huge contrast. Moromu felt that this was the case. She was sure that Wu Yuhan had a dual personality after interacting with her for a while. She was sure that Wu Yuhan had a dual personality, and it was a very exaggerated dual personality. The contrast was too great. She had never asked about it, and these were all her conjectures. Therefore, she felt that the rumors about her being with a few men and that she had a messy private life despite her beautiful appearance, were the doing of her other personality, which was the unrestrained personality. However, she was not sure which personality was her main personality. Therefore, she felt that this woman was very special. If Lin Xian went up and the two of them met, it would be bad if something bad happened. After all, Murongyu felt that this woman was a little strange. Lin Xian's figure appeared directly in Murongyu's house. He had been to this house once, but it was just at the door. He didn't see anything inside. This time, after entering, Lin Xian's first reaction was to take a look. It was fragrant, and it was the smell that a place where girls lived should have. The attire was very simple, and it was the same as the other dormitories. As for how beautiful the dormitory could be, it was up to them to decorate it themselves. At this moment, a figure with wet hair opened the bathroom door and slowly walked out. This snow-white skin, this long black hair. She was definitely of the highest quality. What caught Lin Xian's attention was the black tattoo on her back. She looked like a bad girl, but this tattoo was a little strange and complicated. At first glance, it gave people the impression that it was a wolf tattoo. A woman with a wolf tattoo? Moreover, the wolf tattoo was very realistic. The pair of eyes looked as if there was a real wolf staring at you. But that wasn't important right now. What was important was Wu Yuhan was bathing, but she forgot to bring her change of clothes into the bathroom. However, it didn't matter. This was the female dormitory, her own home. Even if Morongyu and the others were at home, it didn't matter. After she finished bathing, she walked out just like that. However, the moment she walked out, she suddenly stopped in her tracks because she felt that someone was looking at her from behind. Wu Yuhan turned around abruptly and saw a man staring at her. Whoosh! In an instant, more than 10 daggers appeared behind her and shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped and dodged. When he opened his eyes again, she had disappeared from the spot. What the fuck? What was this? He was here to cook for them. Why was he looking at her white butt? Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Permanently activate the dark attribute and master it. Mission punishment. Permanently lose the right to use the dark attribute. Mission time limit. 3 months. The current mission has been forcefully accepted. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xian was also stunned by the sudden system notification. Wow. How many missions had he triggered in this trip to the Martial Arts Academy? Murongyu's mission, the mission reward location, Lan Xingxing's mission, the mission reward, the destruction of the law, and now Wu Yuhan, the mission reward, the dark attribute. He was convinced. Lin Xian had an impression of Wu Yuhan. She was a girl on the leaderboard. However, that was not important now. What was important was that he had seen her naked the moment he entered. What should he do? Lin Xian's Adonis points increased, but he did not care anymore. Furthermore, Wu Yuhan's mission was to push him down and not confess. In a sense, pushing someone down was easier than confessing. There were many ways to push someone down, such as using force, drugging, or being willing. However, this girl seemed to be quite powerful. She was naked and did not seem to be wearing a spatial ring. Where did these daggers come from? How strange. In the next instant, Wu Yuhan casually put on a piece of clothing and charged towards Lin Xian with 12 daggers. Her expression was naturally furious. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lin Xian did not want to fight with her. His favorability was already low from the start. If he fought, wouldn't it be even lower? However, Wu Yuhan did not care about misunderstandings. She charged forward. In the next instant, Lin Xian released his spatial energy and appeared in another corner. However, Lin Xian appeared in front of her daggers. Lin Xian. This Wu Yuhan also had a spatial ring? Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly. The moment she stabbed him, he disappeared with another spatial energy. Wu Yuhan stabbed nothing. At the same time, the door opened. Lan Xingxing and Morongyu walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw this tense scene. Sister Wu, Lin Xian is here to cook for us. He's not a bad person. Lan Xingxing quickly ran over and stood in front of Lin Xian as she spoke to Wu Yuhan. Needless to say, Lin Xian was quite touched. This girl was actually protecting him. Wait, are you protecting the food or are you protecting me? Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Murongyu glanced at her and saw that her hair was dripping wet and that she was only wearing a long shirt. He guessed that she was probably taking a bath, but he had no idea what had happened between her and Lin Xian. It was probably because Wu Yuhan saw another man when she walked out and subconsciously attacked. She did not know that Lin Xian had seen her naked. Otherwise, she would not be so angry. Murongyu then said, "It's all an accident. Lin Xian is a friend. Don't be rash." Wu Yuhan did not want them to know what had just happened. With a cold snort, she swept a cold glance at Lin Xian before walking into her room. Bang! She slammed the door shut. Chapter 1051. Lin Xian was a little speechless. Why did he have to encounter such a situation? Hey, why didn't you tell me that there was someone at home? Lin Xian looked at Murongyu and Lan Xingxing helplessly. I just wanted to say it. Murongyu shrugged her shoulders. And then you ran away too fast. Lin Xian. What happened? Murongyu asked curiously. Nothing much. I just saw her naked. Lan Xingxing. Murongyu. No wonder Sister Wu wants to kill you. Lan Xingxing mumbled softly. Then I'll make a good meal to apologize to her. Lin Xian said. Murongyu. You saw a girl naked and you want to make a good meal to apologize? This was the first time she heard such words. Then you go and prepare. I'll see if I can help you explain to her. Murongyu said. Thank you so much. Not necessarily. I'll just go and tell her. Then Murongyu walked over. Lan Xingxing pulled Lin Xian into the kitchen. Lin Xian, make something good. Knock, knock, knock. Murongyu knocked on Wu Yuhan's door, then pushed it open and walked in. Wu Yuhan had already changed into a new set of clothes. She turned her head and looked at Murongyu. What are you doing here? I want to explain. Lin Xian didn't do it on purpose. I didn't have time to remind him, and he used the space to come here. I apologize for my problem. Murongyu said softly. Wu Yuhan didn't say anything. Let's eat together later. Lin Xian is here to help cook. The food he cooks is really good. He also wants to apologize to you. Murongyu looked at Wu Yuhan and said. They didn't know each other very well. They only got to know each other when they moved here. They didn't talk much, but they lived under the same roof after all. There were no grudges between them. No need, Wu Yuhan said, and put on her shoes. She used the space power and disappeared from the room. God knows where she went. Murongyu also expressed her understanding. If a woman like her wasn't a wanton person, it would be strange if she didn't go all out after being seen by a man. Eat together? How big was her heart? Murongyu then walked out. How was it? Lin Xian hurried over and asked. She left. It's to be expected. Lin Xian sighed. This was awkward. Wasn't the opening making it more difficult for him to pursue this girl? Forget it. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's cook. Then, Lan Xingxing and Murongyu helped Lin Xian wash the vegetables and prawn lines. Lin Xian personally cooked. Murongyu also paid attention to the whole process. He didn't add any seasonings that she had never seen before. He added whatever seasonings there were. Next, Murongyu looked forward to the taste. The first dish was honey-glazed prawns. When it was brought to the table, Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to pinch one. He didn't even peel the prawn shell before putting it into his mouth. The first step was to suck the juice from the prawn into his mouth. This mouthful was especially satisfying. Then, Lan Xingxing couldn't help but quiver. It was too delicious. It was really sweet and delicious. Most girls especially like to eat prawns. Moreover, girls would definitely peel the shell. It was just that she was too impatient, so she ate it directly. The second bite was to remove the prawn meat. The head was separated from the body. The third bite was to bite off the tail. Then, she ate the prawn meat to her heart's content. After eating one, Lan Xingxing couldn't help but want to continue eating. However, she knew that it wasn't good. Although she couldn't help it, Lin Xian, it's so delicious. Lan Xingxing spat on his finger, then ran to the kitchen and said happily, "You secretly ate it." Lin Xian smiled. Hee hee. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue cutely. "Big sister Morong, you should try it too." It clearly feels like Lin Xian's cooking is the same as other people's, but why is it so delicious? Lan Xingxing tilted her head and muttered, "I'll try it." Morong Yu nodded slightly. Then, she walked over and pinched one. Lin Xian and Lan Xingxing poked their heads out of the kitchen. Morong Yu saw them and walked away.
She didn't want them to see. "You're shy,"
Lin Xian said with a smile. N. Lan Xingxing was Lin Xian's little fangirl. She would do whatever Lin Xian said. Morong Yu walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. Her slender hands peeled the prawn. Then, she put the prawn meat into her mouth and tasted it carefully.
"Why?"
Although peeling the prawn shell would reduce the taste of the juice, she still had some in her hands. She just needed to take a small bite. She felt that it was very strange. When Lin Xian was cooking, she really watched every step. It was exactly the same as what she remembered. The amount of seasoning was also the same. The amount of seasoning was important, but she felt that the amount was about the same. It was impossible for a very small amount to make her feel that it was so delicious. Morong Yu couldn't tell which part of it was delicious. In any case, it was delicious. It was too strange. Then, Morong Yu walked to the kitchen and continued to help Lin Xian. "Do you have any cooking skills?" Morong Yu asked as she washed the vegetables.
She was just like that.
Whatever she wanted to do, she wanted to do it better. For example, when cooking, she would study and ponder. For example, when drawing, she would work hard to do it well. When she met someone who was better than her, especially someone of the same age, she wouldn't admit defeat. However, she would humbly ask for advice. "What's wrong? Is it better than yours?" Morong Yu nodded. The ingredients and seasoning are the same. The difference in seasoning is very small. It can't be that such a small difference and the heat could cause such a big change in the taste of a dish. She had done some research in this area. Yes, the amount of seasoning, the heat, and even the different pots would have some effect on the food. However, the effect was not big. Like this, it was too exaggerated. In Lin Xian's case, she felt that only other seasoning could bring about such a qualitative change. For example, adding salt and not adding salt would make two different tastes. She felt that this was the difference. However, there was no difference. He didn't add any other seasoning. It only needs a little bit of love. Lin Xian said with a smile. Morong Yu. Who would believe that? Then how do you add a little bit of love into the dish? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Lin Xian. Morong Yu. All right, there was actually someone who believed him. You need to slowly figure this out. Lin Xian said with a smile. What is it? I want to learn. Morong Yu asked. It's a secret. I'm not telling you. Lin Xian smiled and scooped out the second dish. Morong Yu was a little unhappy. Wasn't it just cooking? Why wouldn't he tell her? However, thinking about it, it made sense. Some restaurants had a secret recipe for food. How could they leak it? Chapter 1052. After Lin Xian finished eating with them, Lan Xingxing lay down on the sofa in satisfaction. He rubbed his belly with an expression of no desire on his face. After cooking and eating, it would take at least 3 hours. The results should be out by then. Lin Xian, you're 100 times better than those chefs. Lan Xingxing said with admiration. Is that so? But you can't find a girlfriend if you can cook. Lin Xian sighed and said. Of course not. I feel that if you find a boyfriend who can cook 3 meals a day and you don't have to order takeout or buy food, you'll die of happiness. Lan Xingxing burped and said. Then you'll become a pig. Lin Xian laughed. However, Lin Xian received a piece of good news. This girl really wanted to find a boyfriend who could cook. That would be easy. Because Morong Yu was next to him, Lin Xian didn't choose to tease her at this time. The rankings are out. Morongyu took a look at her phone and said, "Is it also on the forum?" Lin Xian asked. "No, it's just that the students took a few photos of the rankings and posted it on the forum. This proves that the school has already announced it. Let's go take a look," Morongyu said. Lin Xian glanced at it. He clearly saw that the first place, which was the name of the most amazing peak, was Morongyu. It was expected.
Oh,
"I don't know how high I'll be." Lan Xingxing stretched and didn't want to move. "Around 50 shouldn't be a problem," Morongyu said to Lan Xingxing. Lin Xian. "No way? This girl is so amazing?" Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian and saw the astonished expression on his face. Morongyu then said, "She's much more powerful than you think." "How could that be?" Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. This girl was so young and cute, but she was actually a little expert. Although Lin Xian didn't know, since Morongyu said so, then Lin Xian was sure. What did it mean to be in the top 50 of the martial arts academy? Aside from a few heaven-defying law realm cultivators, the rest were all domain realm cultivators. Only then could they enter the top 50, or even the top 100. The top several thousand were all domain realm cultivators. This was the Martial Arts Academy, a place that never lacked geniuses. Under such circumstances, if someone in the law realm could squeeze into the top few hundred, or even the top few dozen, it would be really amazing. Lan Xingxing was in the law realm. "Let's go." After Morongyu finished speaking, she put on her coat and went outside. Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived outside the girls' dormitory. He couldn't just walk out of the girls' dormitory like that, or he would be killed. Lin Xian. As soon as he walked out, Wang Xintong's voice came from behind. Then, Wang Xintong caught up with Lin Xian. This scene was seen by many people. Wang Xintong and Lin Xian had a good relationship. When Lin Xian came to the Martial Arts Academy for the entrance examination, many people saw and knew about it. "Are you going to see the results?" Lin Xian smiled and casually ruffled Wang Xintong's hair. Wang Xintong's face instantly turned red, and then she nodded lightly. Everyone was stunned. They knew that Lin Xian and Wang Xintong knew each other, but didn't Lin Xian have such an ambiguous relationship with Xue Bingxin and the others? Why now? No, there must be a reason that they didn't know. Because if you were two-timing, you would have kept a low profile and done it secretly. If you were so high profile, it could only mean one thing. There was an inside story. Only one of them was his girlfriend, and the other one was probably just his sister. That made sense. "How many scores did you get?" Lin Xian asked. "I don't know either, but I worked very hard," Wang Xintong said as she walked with Lin Xian. "How many scores did you get?" Lin Xian asked. 3,100 points in the first round. Lin Xian nodded. Wang Xintong hadn't reached the domain realm yet, and she wasn't a martial artist who focused on strength. It was already very impressive for her to be able to score 3,100 points, which exceeded the standard of her attributes and realm by quite a lot. This was because she knew her own attributes. Water and light didn't have a significant effect on a martial artist's battle prowess in battle. Therefore, she had spent most of her time improving her combat prowess and physical fitness. Her hard work was something that even Lin Xian admired. Therefore, it was reasonable that her score for the first round wouldn't be low. "I got 12 questions correct in the second round," Wang Xintong said. This was also within Lin Xian's expectations. One had to know that back in Tianhua Academy, Wang Xintong was a good girl. Usually, after class, she would just sit in her seat and read. Although it was difficult for her to get 12 questions correct, it was normal for her. "What about the third round?" Lin Xian asked. The third round was indeed quite difficult. "I was attacked twice," Wang Xintong said a little embarrassedly. "That's quite impressive. Normally, you'll be attacked 3 to 5 times," Lin Xian said. "There was nothing to refer to in the fourth round. You should be able to enter the backyard," Lin Xian said. "That can't be. There are so many outstanding people in the Martial Arts Academy, and my performance was so ordinary," Wang Xintong said unconfidently. Lin Xian sighed. "Little Xintong, I told you to be more confident." Although there are many outstanding people in the martial arts academy, you're not bad either. Oh, okay. She nodded her head vigorously. Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing walked out from behind. When they saw that Lin Xian and the other girl had already left, Lan Xingxing pouted. What's wrong? Murong Yu took care of Lan Xingxing like an older sister because she liked Lan Xingxing very much. She was beautiful, cute, and innocent. Women were born with a motherly aura. Why didn't Lin Xian come with us? Lan Xingxing played with her little hands and pouted. Do you want him to come to our house to sleep if he's going back to the dorm? Murong Yu teased, which was rare. No. Lan Xingxing shook her little head quickly. The results were posted on the notice board of the Martial Arts Academy. At the moment, the notice board was surrounded by a sea of people. Of course, most of them did not have the opportunity to enter the backyard, but they would deliberately pay attention to the people with the highest rankings and remember them. They should be the most outstanding people in the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, it was not certain. After all, this was only an assessment. The most outstanding people would be ranked by watching the competition between the students behind. That was the most direct way to determine the best. Of course, there was another group of people that they paid attention to the most, and that was the group of people who ranked around 108 in the backyard. The first place was the most eye-catching, and the 108th place was also the most eye-catching. One had to know that the backyard of the Martial Arts Academy could be suppressed through challenges. Chapter 1053. Therefore, Lin Xian knew this very well. He thought that he couldn't just let Yirenbing have sex with him whenever she wanted to. He had to make her feel that it wasn't an easy thing to do. He had to make her feel that it wasn't an easy thing to do. He had to make her feel like she couldn't get him even if she stretched out her hand. However, the difference was that you pursued girls to have sex with them. Lin Xian didn't want to satisfy Yirenbing's desire to have sex with her. Therefore, this might not be useful. Lin Xian had already reached the end point of others. Logically speaking, Lin Xian had too much experience in pursuing girls. However, he really didn't know what to do in this situation, especially when he was facing a demon god. Sigh, forget it. Let's not think about it. Are you going tonight? Ling Longhua looked at Lin Xian and asked. I'm not going. Damn it. Do I have to go just because she says so? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? What if she finds another man? Ling Longhua said. Lin Xian. Logically speaking, that wasn't impossible. That's not possible. She cares a lot about her chastity. She might just say it, but she won't really do it. Ling Longxue said. Hearing Ling Longshue's words, Lin Xian was relieved. Thinking about it, Yirenbing was a demon god. She was a woman. She had her own pride. How could she let another man play with her body? As for Lin Xian, they had already had sex. Lin Xian was Ling Longshue's man. He was a bit special. Therefore, in Yirenbing's eyes, Lin Xian was also special. Once, there would be a second time. Twice, there would be countless times. If that thing makes her unhappy, what if she beats Lin Xian up? Ling Longhua said. That's very possible. Ling Longxue nodded slightly and pondered. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Longxue with an aggrieved expression. Don't look at me. As long as she doesn't kill you, nothing else matters. Ling Longxue said calmly as she cut the steak. Lin Xian then looked at Bing Lingyue with a wronged expression. I can't beat her. Bing Lingyue said helplessly. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. Does that mean I have to go tonight? I find it strange that Yirenbing is not inferior to my elder sister in any way. Why are you still unwilling when she offers herself to you? Ling Longyu really couldn't understand. I'm willing, but I've already said that I'm afraid of her. Besides, she's really like a wolf or a tiger. Look at your sister. I've been looking for her every day. Sometimes she won't even let me kiss her. Look at her. She's been going for 3 hours without stopping. How can I resist her? Lin Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Work hard on your cultivation. It'll be much better when you reach the domain realm. Ling Longxue could only say this. It was a little strange. They were all here talking about Lin Xian doing it with other girls, Moreover, it seemed very normal. How many people in the world could be like this? Then I'll stay here tonight. If she insists on me going over, you have to protect me. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui expectantly. Let's go after dinner. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian. Wah. He had a mental breakdown. I'll buy you more food to nourish your body, Bing Lingyue said. That was all she could do. Lin Xian never thought that he would be so worried about this. He was truly afraid of Bing. Furthermore, his body really couldn't take it. Logically speaking, girls shouldn't be able to take it either. Bing had even begged for mercy the last time, but she was a Fey immortal after all. How could a Fey immortal with a heavenly Dao realm body be treated with common sense? It would be very difficult for Lin Xian to force her to submit, but it wasn't impossible. This is for you. Linglong Shui extended her hand, and a red leaf appeared in her hand. What's this? Lin Xian received it in puzzlement. A type of spirit medicine. Spirit medicine? What's it for? Lin Xian asked curiously. It's for increasing your, strength. You can consume it now. There's no harm. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian naturally didn't doubt Linglong Shui's words. This was because Lin Xian knew that Linglong Shui definitely wouldn't harm him. Then, Lin Xian ate the red leaf, without any hesitation. I don't feel anything? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui in puzzlement. Logically speaking, Linglong Shui should have given him a super powerful existence. Everything she gave him in the past was the same. However, he didn't feel anything after eating it. It was as though he had eaten a very ordinary leaf. The medicinal effects aren't great. You'll slowly feel it later. Linglong Shui said. All right, how much strength can it increase? Lin Xian asked. How much strength? Linglong Shui pondered for a moment before saying. Not necessarily. It varies from person to person. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. However, he was still a little puzzled. Because Linglong Shui usually doesn't think about anything. If you ask her a question, her answer will be very decisive. But this time, she seemed a little hesitant. Logically speaking, Linglong Shui chose to give him something. She must have thought about the use of this thing. Why did she hesitate? This was a little abnormal in Lin Xian's understanding of Linglong Shui. But forget it, Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he just needed to know that Linglong Shui definitely wouldn't harm him. After the meal, Lin Xian sat on the sofa and played with Dragoni. Dragoni looked a little listless, so Lin Xian carried her to bed to sleep. Not leaving? Linglong Shui saw that it was getting late and said to Lin Xian, Holy shit! Of course I'm not leaving. Are you chasing me away? Linglong Shui shook her head and said, I'm not chasing you away. You still have to leave when she comes. Lin Xian. Are you really not going to protect me? Lin Xian asked aggrievedly. She's not going to kill you. Why should I protect you? Lin Xian really couldn't refute Linglong Shui's words. After some thought, Lin Xian said, But she wants to sleep with your man. Aren't you going to do something about it? Linglong Shui. I'm going to do something, but is it useful? There are other girls without her. Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't refute Linglong Shui's words.
Wah!
He's a beast. I don't believe that she will be able to find me if I hide. Then you're underestimating a heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian. In such a big city, there are countless corners. Unless she has surveillance cameras and spies in the entire city, how can she find me? Lin Xian shrugged and said, Xiao Linglong, I'll take my leave. Bye-bye. After keeping Lin Xian, he walked out. Chapter 1054. Lin Xian then took a closer look at it. It was strange that Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan weren't among the 108 students. However, it was easy to explain. They were sent by Bing. He didn't know what secret they were sent to the martial arts academy. Anyway, the best way was to keep a low profile. They were already popular in the martial arts academy because of their looks. If their grades were good, they would definitely attract more attention. Let's go. Let's go home. Are you guys going back? Lin Xian asked Ling Ying and Han Chuxue.
No.
There's nothing to do if we go back. Why don't we go to the peak and take a look? Ling Ying said. They were different from Lin Xian. Lin Xian came back to Linden City with Linya, his friends, and even some girls. However, if they went back, they were just friends.
There was no need for them to go back.
Okay, then I'll go first, Lin Xian said. Aren't you going to take a look at your peak? Ling Ying asked.
No.
Why would I go there? It's boring. What good things are there on the 108th peak? It's not annoying enough. Lin Xian said unhappily. No matter what, it's still the backyard. There must be good things. Forget it. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian then looked at them with a smirk. Who's coming to my peak tonight? If someone comes, I won't go back. Then, Lin Xian received a roll of the eyes from the crowd. They all walked away because they also wanted to go to their peaks to see if there was anything arranged. Of course, Lin Xian had to return to Linden City. He hadn't seen Linya for a few days, and he missed her a lot. He also had to see Bai Xianxian, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and the others, and Xian, Miao Xiaomao, and so on. His sisters were all in Linden City, so he couldn't forget about them. The number on the badge on Lin Xian's chest had already changed to 108. Everyone's badges had changed along with their rankings. Some of the students ranked at the bottom didn't even want to go out. It was too fucking embarrassing. However, they had to wear their badges. In the martial arts academy, if they didn't wear their badges, they would be warned once and expelled twice. This was the academy deliberately trying to embarrass them so that they would have no choice but to work hard to improve themselves. Lin Xian, I'll go to the 95th peak first. Wang Xintong said gently. All right, go ahead. I'm leaving too. After that, everyone walked away one after another, and Lin Xian was the center of attention. Trash. You barely entered the backyard. Xiaoyan stared at Lin Xian from not far away. He didn't know the reason behind it. He only knew that he was ranked 12th, and Lin Xian was ranked 108. Of course, Su Jiming also had the same thought. They all looked down on Lin Xian, but they didn't understand why they couldn't beat him at that time. But at the same time, everyone was very unhappy. Even Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and Qin Ming. Why were they unhappy? Because after coming to the Martial Arts Academy and going through this ranking, they realized one thing. There were many people ranked ahead of them. Perhaps in their cities or even their empires, they were the best and most outstanding. However, after coming to the Martial Arts Academy, they suddenly realized that there were more than 10 or 20 people lined up above them. This made it very difficult for them to accept. It was very difficult for everyone to accept. How amazing was it to be ranked in the top 10? Among such a group of geniuses, being ranked in the top 10 or even hundreds, one thing was certain. They must be the best in the place they came from. They thought that they were the best, but the Martial Arts Academy suddenly ranked in the top 10 or even hundreds. Do you think these geniuses would be convinced? They definitely wouldn't be convinced. Therefore, when the time came, their competition would be very fierce. Lin Xian followed the instructions and walked to the backyard under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Isn't this young Master Lin? A voice suddenly sounded, and Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice. Young Master Sheng, congratulations. Lin Xian revealed a harmless smile. Sheng Shatian walked towards Lin Xian. Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and the others who were walking to the backyard were also attracted to this side. There's nothing to congratulate. He's only ranked 31st. There are still 30 people ahead of him to surpass. Why is young Master Lin only ranked 108? Sheng Shatian laughed and said. He didn't know much about Lin Xian, but this Lin Xian seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Xue before. It gave people the feeling that he should be very powerful.
Why?
Because if a woman was very beautiful and outstanding, then only a more outstanding man could get close to her and win her favor. This was a normal phenomenon. Whether or not they were boyfriend and girlfriend, it was undeniable that Lin Xian seemed to have a good relationship with her. And not only with Xue, he also noticed that Lin Xian seemed to have a relationship with Wang Xintong, Morongyu, Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, Xiao Xinyue, and the other school beauties. It couldn't be said that their relationship was very good, but at least they saw him chat with them. At least they knew each other. But he didn't even know them. No, it wasn't that he didn't know them. It was just that after eating, he didn't get their WeChat. The pictures of Lin Xian, always with these beautiful girls, were also very popular on the forum. So Lin Xian was already famous in the martial arts academy. For women, it was enough to be famous in the academy if you were very beautiful. For men, there were two ways. One was to be very powerful, and the second was to be very close to beautiful girls. Obviously, Lin Xian was the latter. Lin Xian smiled and said, "My strength doesn't allow me to rank higher. What can I do?" Young Master Lin is very calm, but it doesn't matter. The Martial Arts Academy is a time to improve yourself. I believe that young Master Lin will rank higher. Sheng Shatian smiled and said. Then he thought and asked, "What is the relationship between young Master Lin and Ling Ying?" That's right, he came over for two things. First, he wanted to ridicule Lin Xian a little. Second, he wanted to ask about the relationship between Lin Xian and Ling Ying. I say, young Master Sheng, you are really interesting. Why do you always ask about my relationship with others? Lin Xian looked at him and said with interest. Sheng Shatian smiled and said, "Everyone loves beauty. They are so beautiful, so I naturally want to pursue them. Since young Master Lin has contact with them, I want to ask young Master Lin." "Oh, then you don't have a chance. They won't like you." "Why do you say that?" Sheng Shatian frowned and said, "They're all mine, thank you." Lin Xian said, and walked away. Haha, Sheng Shatian laughed coldly behind him. How could he believe Lin Xian's words and say that they were all his? What a joke. Chapter 1055. On the other side, Lin Xian arrived at the backyard. There was an old man guarding the place. In Lin Xian's eyes, this old man was like a hidden boss in novels or TV dramas. "Show me your badges." The old man stood there and swept the fallen leaves. There was only one door here. Only through this door could one enter the area of the 108 peaks. The few people in front showed their badges and walked in. "Lin Xian, I'll go in first," Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. "Okay, go ahead." Ling Ying and the others were not far away, but they did not look for Lin Xian. Everyone here was a big shot. They did not want to cause trouble for Lin Xian. "Morongyu, do you have time to spar?" A man in a white trench coat smiled as he walked towards Morongyu. This man was so handsome that he was the kind of existence that would make you feel ashamed in front of him. Any girl who saw him would definitely have a good impression of him, because he was too handsome. Moreover, it was not the kind of handsomeness that could be described in words. It was the kind of handsomeness that made men envious and jealous when they saw him. Duan Ling Xiao, the son of the master of the trial union. His status was as high as Morongyu's. He was one of the most outstanding youths in this continent. His strength was similar to Morongyu's, at least on the surface. He was second in this assessment. He was only slightly better than Morongyu. Moreover, he was also a popular figure in the martial arts academy.
He was the most popular man.
Lin Xian might be famous, but his fame came from those beautiful girls. Duan Ling Zhao's fame came from himself. Okay. Morongyu nodded. "Are you free tomorrow?" Duan Ling Xiao asked.
Yes.
"Then I'll go to your first peak to spar with you." Okay. Duan Ling Xiao smiled and walked away. Lin Xian glanced over and saw the person as well, but he didn't know who he was. Lin Xian naturally didn't know. However, in Lin Xian's opinion, this Morongyu shouldn't have a favorable impression of any man, right? On the other hand, that person was truly handsome. As a man, he was envious. Lin Xian then walked towards the old man. The old man glanced at Lin Xian's badge and said, "Go in." "Thank you, senior." Then, Lin Xian walked in. After entering, they were greeted by a towering heavenly barrier. There were 108 teleportation arrays there. Each teleportation array had a corresponding number of peaks written in front of it. One by one, they stepped into the teleportation array of their respective peaks. Lin Xian also entered one of the 8 peaks. Schwa. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from where he was standing and appeared on top of the 108 peaks. I'll go. As soon as he arrived at the 108 peaks, Lin Xian already had an impulse to not go down.
Why?
It was too beautiful. At a glance, it was obvious that the Martial Arts Academy had spent a lot of effort on the 108 peaks. Ponds, gardens, and even small waterfalls, rockery, peach blossom spring. Further away, Lin Xian saw a large courtyard. Then, Lin Xian walked over. What did it look like? It was somewhat similar to a mansion of a big family in ancient times. It was very beautiful. There were probably dozens of houses inside, big and small. Not far away, Lin Xian also saw a scripture pavilion. This was roughly the overall appearance of the 108 peaks. The entire 108 peaks were very large, about the size of 2 normal residential areas. The scenery was beautiful. As a martial artist, he had a clear perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Lin Xian could sense that the spiritual power of heaven and earth here was several times stronger than that of the outside world. For a martial artist, this was definitely a good place. If the 108 peaks are already like this, then what would the first peak be like? Lin Xian could not help but exclaim. Then he walked around the courtyard. There were some small butterflies on the 108 peaks. Lin Xian even saw a small squirrel. It was like a paradise on earth. Every room was very clean. There was a lobby, an alchemy room, many bedrooms, a kitchen, and even a living room, an esports room. Fuck, there was even a KTV room, a private cinema. What the fuck? Lin Xian walked into a room. How exaggerated was this room? It was simply a small bar. The interior was beautifully decorated, there were many wine cabinets, and all kinds of drinks were free to drink. If those people knew that there were such things in the 108 peaks, they would probably risk their lives to enter the backyard. Compared to the front yard, this was simply heaven. In the words of the Martial Arts Academy, this was what an outstanding martial artist deserved. This is... Lin Xian pushed open a door and turned on the light. He was stunned. What the fuck? It was a pink room with a huge round waterbed, red gauze curtains, a beautiful sofa, and flower petals all over the floor. Was this a fucking sex room? What the fuck? This martial arts academy was awesome. Lin Xian could not help but roar in his heart. Too awesome. This really made people try their best to squeeze into the backyard. Those who had already arrived at the backyard were trying their best not to be squeezed out by others. The Martial Arts Academy knew that the students were all young and vigorous. They were in the prime of their youth. Naturally, it was obvious what they liked and what they wanted. Therefore, unlike other academies, they did not abandon these things. Instead, they used these things to attract martial artists and make them fight for it. If the 108 peaks are like this, then the other peaks... Really, Lin Xian originally thought that it was fine if he did not enter the backyard. But now, he inexplicably wanted to rush forward. He wanted to see what the 10th peak and the first peak were like. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion should be the most precious place in each peak. Lin Xian then walked over. He pushed open the door and walked in. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was very small. There was only one floor. Lin Xian took a quick glance. They were all ancient books from ancient times. If he finished reading here, he would definitely gain a lot of knowledge. Martial Skills Pavilion. There was a small room in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion with the words, Martial Skills Pavilion, written on it. There was also a Spiritual Weapon Pavilion beside it. Lin Xian walked in and took a look. In the Martial Skills Pavilion, there were all Earth-ranked martial skills. In the Spiritual Weapon Pavilion, there were all Mystic-ranked spiritual weapons. There were only 2 Earth-ranked spiritual weapons. These were all available to the owners of each peak. Of course, it was limited to their own use. It's a pity that there are too few martial skills. But as one of the 108 peaks, there are more than 10 Earth-ranked martial skills. This martial arts academy really put in a lot of effort. Lin Xian sighed. Most of the martial skills were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth martial skills. They weren't of much use to Lin Xian. Only a fire attribute martial skill seemed to be pretty good. Lin Xian decisively picked it up and took a look. Grade: Earth-ranked 3-star Fire Attribute, Martial Skill. The Fire Attribute was originally a very strong attribute. The Fire God Pillar will bring this destructive power to the extreme. Once the opponent is hit, it is hard to predict whether they will live or die. Chapter 1056. Lin Xian sat there and flipped through it. This kind of martial skill requires you to slowly learn and not learn it in an instant. This requires a martial artist's comprehension ability. But for Lin Xian, who is in the domain realm, comprehending a 3-star Earth stage martial skill is not too difficult. Lin Xian condensed flames in his hand and cultivated according to the method of the Fire God Pillar. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to go home earlier, but he was attracted by this martial skill. An hour later, Lin Xian stood up and threw the martial skill into the scripture depository. He went to a cliff outside. Swish! Lin Xian's body was burning with flames, especially the flames on his right hand. Pa! In the next moment, Lin Xian slammed his burning palm onto the ground. At the same time, a 5-meter-thick pillar of flames shot up into the sky about a dozen meters in front of him. The flames disappeared, and the ground was burned clean.
Damn.
This martial skill is amazing. Lin Xian could not help but praise. Perhaps this martial skill is not as amazing as the 5 Thunder Constellation, but you must remember that a martial skill is not a martial skill. The 5 Thunder Constellation has a huge range. With the user as the center, it spreads out and explodes. The destructive power is also strong because it is also of the lightning attribute, and the grade is also high. But that is only because it is an Earth Stage 8-star martial skill with the lightning attribute. The advantage is its destructive power and range. But in terms of damage, this Fire God Pillar is not inferior to the 5 Thunder Constellation.
Why?
The 5 Thunder Constellation is powerful because of its large range, but the Fire God Pillar's range is not large. If the range is not large, then there is another outstanding point. That's right. The destructive power is strong. Abandoning the range, it has a stronger attack power. Just the visual impact alone shows that this martial skill is powerful. This power is targeted at martial artists. You have to know, if there is a person standing in the pillar of flames, how miserable would he be? Once it hit, it should cause more damage than the 5 lightning constellations. But although it is strong, this martial skill has a very fatal flaw. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. Obviously, this martial skill was not weak, but the casting time was a bit slow. Facing a slightly stronger and more vigilant martial artist, the moment this flame pillar rose, the opponent would be able to escape the short 5 meters range in an instant. 5 meters was as simple as a leap for a slightly more powerful person. Therefore, this martial technique might need to be predicted. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. However, he was in a good mood because he had obtained a martial skill that was more suitable for him, and he was quite fond of it.
Wow.
What amazing things does Morong's first peak have? The Martial Arts Academy said that there are divine-level martial arts techniques. As the first peak, she must have them. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel envious. However, where there are gains, there are losses, and where there are losses, there are gains. Therefore, he chose to keep a low profile. In the end, there was nothing he could do about the 108 mountain peaks. Let's go home. There was no teleportation array between the peaks. If you wanted to go to other peaks, you would probably have to go through the teleportation array below. There was a teleportation array in front. Lin Xian stepped in, and then his figure appeared beside the 108 teleportation arrays behind the old man in the backyard. This was much more awesome than the so-called elevator. An hour later, Lin Xian drove back to Linden City. The first place he went was the company. When he arrived at Linya's office, Linya and Morongqing were sitting in the office and chatting about something. "Little fairy, I'm here." Lin Xian pushed open the door and made a pose. Then, Morongqing looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking at an idiot. Linya was pleasantly surprised, but she also smiled and shook her head. "You're here too." Lin Xian coughed and then looked at Morongqing. "Why can't I be here? I'm working for Big Boss Lin here. Isn't it normal to be here?" Morong Qing joked. Go away. Your assets are not less than mine.
You're still working for me.
Stop fooling around. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and then sat on the sofa. Linya poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. My assets are more than yours? You must be kidding. Lin Xian said. It seems that someone still doesn't know how much assets he has now. Morong Qing laughed. Probably a little. But your assets are not small. It's only a few hundred billion. Plus the fixed assets, it's only a few hundred billion. Even a few hundred billion is not something I can compare to, Lin Xian said. Although the Art Xian Group was making money, it couldn't have a few hundred billion in such a short time, right? Have you forgotten about the bubble gun? The three major forces have already transferred the money. Now the Art Xian Group has a few hundred billion. Morong Qing said. Linya also nodded at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Wow. How do I spend it? Lin Xian was about to cry. The two girls. Fuck. Morong Qing wanted to beat him to death. Is this human language? How do I spend it?
Fuck.
It's still easy to spend it. Don't you want to create your own force? According to the scale you want to establish, these tens of billions are enough for the time being. Morong Qing said. Actually, I already have my own force. Morong Qing and Linya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Now the Azura Palace is mine. Nonsense. Morong Qing rolled her eyes. Linya was in Linden City, so she knew a little about the Azura Palace. The overall level of the Azura Palace exceeded the 8 major families. It's true. The boss of the Azura Palace saw that I was better than her, so she gave the Azura Palace to me. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Keep dreaming. Anyway, the more you earn, the more I earn. Oh right, there's one more thing. Teacher Zhang Zhehan's drug has been successfully developed. It can now be mass-produced. We're just waiting for your decision. Morong Qing said, Do you think it will be unstable if we develop too fast? Lin Xian asked. It won't. You have your sister and me. You don't have to worry about these guarantees. You only have to worry about one thing, and that is the jealousy of others. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. There are many people out there who are jealous of the Art Xian Group. It's inevitable that they will do something. So, the force you mentioned is necessary. Morong Qing said, Then what should we do? Lin Xian asked. Are you ambitious? Morong Qing asked. Lin Xian scratched his head. Linden City is just a small city. But if you're ambitious, you can make Linden City our place. If the whole city is yours, then you don't have to worry about not being able to develop your own force. Morong Qing laughed.
Damn.
You're that ambitious? Lin Xian looked at her in surprise. No, I'm just saying. But it can be done. What do you mean? It's simple. The Art Xian Group will open up their subsidiary companies and buy out all the enterprises in Lind and City. Lin Xian. Wasn't this too crazy? Chapter 1057. Morong Qing then said, There are only a few leading companies in Linden City. With Yixian Group's capital, they can easily take over those leading companies. The rest will be even easier to handle. You don't even have to care about them. Simply put, Yixian Group will become the local tyrant of Lin and City. The 3 major forces won't care? Why would the 3 major forces care? It's not like you're oppressing the people or starting a war. Of course, they won't care. Have you ever seen the 3 major forces care about the development of a force? No matter how it develops, it won't be a threat to the 3 major forces, Morong Qing said. Won't this cause dissatisfaction? As long as the method is used correctly, there won't be any dissatisfaction. Of course, the first step is to take control of Linden City. You don't have to care about the counties below. We'll talk about it later. When Yixian Group has developed to a certain extent, those places can be used by our company to build factories, shopping malls, residential areas, etc., Morong Qing said. At that time, Yixian Group will be developing real estate. More than that, the development of a city can be done in all aspects. As I said, if you start subsidiary companies, these companies will be managed by the original company's people. You'll be the leader, Morong Qing said. Linya pondered for a moment. She had never thought that there would be a day where she would have tens of billions. No, tens of trillions. It can't be done, right? It seems like a lot of money, but it's not like it's overnight. The daily income is unimaginable. Plus, if teacher Zhang Jahan's project succeeds, it'll be even more exaggerated. Lin Xian was not that ambitious, but reality told him that there was nothing wrong with being ambitious. If he became the leader of a city in Lind City, then with the Azura Palace, he might even be able to turn Lind City into the heavenly capital of China in the future. He would be the local tyrant of this city. Then, this force would be big enough. A force of this level could crush the 8 great families and the Azura Palace, becoming a true T2 force. Murongqing then said, the truly powerful forces under the 3 major forces, such as Foam Country's Zhuge family, are T2 forces. Their power situation is like what I told you, 80% of the entire city's industries belong to them. Even the rent for a small stall is paid by the Zhuge family's real estate company. In that case, it's almost as if the entire city belongs to their family. Any decision they make, whether it's demolition or reclamation, they can make their own decisions. Of course, they must win the hearts of the people. Simply put, you can treat the city as a small empire, and you are the emperor. Are you interested? Isn't it too difficult? Lin Xian. Well, the Zhuge family took more than 1,000 years to realize it, but Lingan City is relatively simpler. If it were to be realized, the estimated cost would be more than a few trillion. However, the Art Xian Group has shown me the potential. We can do it bit by bit. Murongqing said.
Of course I am.
Lin Xian seemed to have discovered a new continent. What do you need? Lin Xian asked. Money. Unimaginable money. Murongqing said. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, if you want to be faster, you can think about whether the Art Xian Group has other monopolized industries. Lin Xian nodded. I'll leave it to you. You trust me that much? Murongqing asked. Of course, you and Little Fairy can do it. But as you said, don't mistreat anyone. Don't let anyone be dissatisfied. Lin Xian said. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, have you really thought it through? Lin Xian nodded. There's nothing wrong with having your own force in this era. However, Lind City is not the most stable place, because once Lind City is overrun by the demon beasts, all our efforts will be for naught. I'm just using Lind City as an example. My suggestion is for the other third-tier cities to be developed. Only the third-tier cities that are relatively safe can be developed in a relatively short time and with relatively little money. Murongqing said. No, Lingan City it is. Lin Xian said. About the demon beasts, don't worry, there's no problem. Lingan City is definitely the safest because everyone knows that Lind City is now the easiest city to be captured by the demon beasts. Those companies can't wait for someone to buy out their companies in Lind City and then go to other cities because they all know that once it's captured, everything will be gone. Now, they can still sell it for some money. Isn't it just an opportunity for us? Those shopping malls, residential areas, office buildings, we can buy everything under our name. You're right, but what if the demon beasts capture Lin cities? Murongqing didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Don't worry, since I dare to say it, I definitely have confidence. You're not a demon god. What confidence do you have? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. After Murongqing finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xian in shock. You can't be. Sure. Everything is understood, without words. Lin Xian grinned. Damn. Murongqing couldn't help but curse. This Lin Xian knew the demon god of the demon race. And since he dared to say such words, it proved that he had confidence that the demon god wouldn't attack the human race. This motherfucker, Linya also showed a shocked expression. Anyway, don't talk nonsense. Just focus on developing. If that's the case, Lin City is definitely the best choice. Murongqing said excitedly. Let's go, let's have a meal together and talk about this problem. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then, the 3 of them left the art pavilion building and went to the hotel to discuss this matter. Lin Xian was also very excited. His ambition was indeed huge, but it was worth it, and he had the capital to do so. As for the demon god, although Lin Xian wasn't sure if she would attack the human race, if Lind and City became a city, Lin Xian was sure that she wouldn't attack. Even if she did, she would attack other cities and Lind and City would be safe and sound. After all, Yiren Bing was his woman, and her favorability towards him was gradually increasing. She might not listen to him, but she would at least think about him, right? Therefore, Lin Xian was quite relieved. Then, the next step would be for the Art Pavilion Group to truly rule over Lind and City. It might take a few years, and if he had enough money, it would be even faster. Lin Xian thought about the future. The entire Lind and City would be under his control. Every building, every district, plaza, shopping mall, KTV, bar, restaurant, and hospital would be under his name. What kind of extent would that be? Chapter 1058. Lin Xian chatted with them for a long time. This kind of thing required long-term planning, but since he had decided, he had to give it a try. If he didn't do this, Lin Xian really couldn't think of any other way to increase his strength in the shortest time possible. Apart from using some special items to attract experts, he couldn't think of anything that could stimulate him like this. Ambition? It was true. In the beginning, Lin Xian really didn't have much ambition. It was really comfortable to live a stable life, but reality was always the opposite. More and more things, more and more enemies, he had to do this. By the way, what's your situation at the martial arts academy? Murong Qing asked curiously. Linya also looked at Lin Xian with concern. What else can it be? I entered the backyard, and I'm ranked 108. Lin Xian shrugged and said, Nonsense. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Perhaps Linya didn't understand Lin Xian's strength because she didn't know about these things. She quietly helped Lin Xian take care of the Art Xian group. However, Murong Qing knew Lin Xian's strength quite well. Even if the martial arts academy was full of geniuses, he shouldn't be ranked in the top 100. Just in this space alone, he had the dual attributes of thunder and lightning and maybe other things. It was enough to prove that he surpassed most of the people in the martial arts academy. Could it be that the geniuses in the martial arts academy were all so powerful now? What? Am I so powerful in your eyes? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Come on, what's Murong Yu's rank? Murong Qing asked. First, it's reasonable. Murong Qing nodded. Who is this Murong Yu? Linya asked doubtfully. She's my niece. Who knows, she might be of great help to the development of the Art Xian group in Lind and City in the future. Murong Qing thought. I heard that all the students in the martial arts academy are geniuses from the mainland. She's ranked first among them. She's really powerful. Linya said in surprise. Murong Qing nodded. It is very powerful. I have to admit that. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, a man's ranking was pulled down by a woman by more than 100 places. How embarrassing. Lin Xian. I don't want to talk to you anymore. After the meal, they continued on their way to the Art Xian group. Now that they had decided on this matter, it was time to do something. Murong Qing and Linya began to focus on this aspect of the plan, and Lin Xian should also take action. First of all, they had to win over Xiao Xinhua. The Art Xian group's ability to earn money was exaggerated, but compared to their plan, it was still far from tens of millions. As for Lu Yufan and Yi Yi recently, no, they had been working hard for a long time. They were now immersed in the beast domain almost all day because they also wanted to become stronger. When they saw Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and the others going to the martial arts academy, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious. Perhaps in terms of talent and attributes, they were relatively mediocre, but they were working hard to become stronger. Lin Xian originally wanted to play with them, but he found out that they were in the beast domain together. Now that Yi Yi and Lu Yufan had also successfully reached the law realm, they were really not weak anymore. They were lagging behind ordinary warriors by so many realms before, and it took them a few months to rush up. They were still young and had just reached adulthood. It was already enough for them to reach the law realm at this age, but they still wanted to become stronger, because they knew that other people had attributes like ice, space, and shadow, while they only had the ordinary wood and water attributes. The gap was huge, so they could only continue to work hard. In fact, in this regard, Lin Xian had also given them a lot of motivation. Be careful. Lin Xian sent them a message on WeChat. Don't worry, Yi and I have the space bracelets you gave us. If we encounter a particularly dangerous situation, we can run away. Lu Yufan replied. Yes, Lin Xian also knew this, so he was slightly relieved. Originally, I wanted to bring you guys to play when I returned to Linden City today. Hehe. Thank you, but next time. Right now, E and I want to improve our strength and not let ourselves become flower vases. When the time comes, you won't be able to beat this young lady. Lu Yufan said proudly. E. Slap her to wake her up. Yi showed a helpless smile. Okay, then I'll go find other girls to play with, bye-bye. Lu Yufan put down her phone and pouted. Damn hooligan. This young lady must become stronger and then beat him into a pig's head. After saying that, she waved her pink fist. E, when the time comes, you have to help me. Yi nodded. Let's go. The beast forest is up ahead. I must improve to 2 stars of the Law Realm today. Lin Xian sighed. Even Yi and Lu Yufan were working so hard. What about him? He spent all day soaking in the land of women. Many of his realms did not increase by killing monsters, but by relying on some spiritual items. However, that blue sky rainbow flower was really amazing. Every day when Lin Xian woke up, he felt that he had improved significantly in all aspects. After thinking about it, Lin Xian went to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Sister Enchanting, what are you doing? Miao Xiaomao was very obedient beside an Enchanting because an Enchanting was her idol. I'm looking at the rankings. An Enchanting looked at the rankings and said, Sister Chiyue is really amazing. The current situation on the rankings was that Zi Chiyue's song, Dignity, had been released. With her appeal and fan influence that surpassed an Enchanting's, this song, coupled with a strong sense of imagery and the quality of the song itself, directly suppressed all the heroes and became the top of the rankings. And Enchanting songs were also very good, especially The Devil's Angel, that was released later. It was well received, but it was still a little inferior to Zi Chiyue's. However, below it were all an Enchanting songs. Zi Chiyue's song dominated the rankings, but an Enchanting song dominated the rankings. Below it were Wu Hongfeng songs. His new song, My Favorite, also had good reviews. Coupled with his popularity, it was only suppressed by an Enchanting and Zi Chiyue. This song was written by Lin Xian. It was the song that he wanted to sell to Liang Yu that day. Later, they had a falling out, but Liang Yu remembered half of the tune and changed all the lyrics. Then it became this song. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to sue her if she wanted to. If he didn't, he would be unhappy. Yeah, Sister Chiyue is super amazing, but Lin Xian is also amazing. His songs are also very good. I don't know when Lin Xian will come back. And Xian held her chin. She really missed him for some reason. She didn't want him to come over and help her write songs. She really missed him. It was quite strange. It's said that the martial arts academy can't be easily let out. Only the people in the backyard can. Logically speaking, Lin Xian should be able to enter the backyard. Miao Xiaomao said. Chapter 1059. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. In Miao Xiaomao's eyes, Lin Xian was definitely powerful. Of course, Lin Xian had defeated her before, and Lin Xian was constantly improving. Miao Xiaomao knew that Lin Xian must be even more powerful, so she felt that he should have no problem entering the backyard. Sister Enchanting, have you never thought of cultivating? Miao Xiaomao asked.
I have.
I've cultivated before. I'm at the arcane body realm. And Enchanting smiled. Why don't you become more powerful? Miao Xiaomao asked. Because in this era, increasing one's strength was the trend. Some people wanted to live a peaceful life, but they didn't have the ability and didn't dare to improve. And Enchanting was different. Me, I've liked being a celebrity since I was young. I've watched those people act on TV. One person can act in many different lives. I like this kind of feeling. Things like cultivation, I think it's fine to improve after I quit this industry one day. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Oh, maybe it's okay if you don't care about being called a genius. That's why I like my current life. And Xian smiled and said. Wang Qianqian walked over and said, everyone has the right to choose their own life. I used to want to be a star too. I like that feeling, but I'm not cut out for it. Actually, the threshold is very low. Luck is part of it. And Xian said, hello, I'm back. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Then, the girls looked at him. Their eyes were filled with surprise, but they didn't show it on their faces. Humph, who wants you to come? Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. Lin Xian came over and sat beside them. I heard an Xian say that you miss me so much. Lin Xian smiled. An Xian.
I didn't say that.
Shameless. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. How are things at the Martial Arts Academy? Wang Qianqian asked. It's all right. I just finished the test. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do next. I'll just muddle along for now and work hard to raise my cultivation level. Lin Xian then glanced at the rankings on an Xian's computer. Oh wow, that song is ranked first. And Xian nodded. Sister Chiyue is very powerful. She has a lot of fans. It's normal for her to get first place. Come, I'll make you number one tomorrow. Lin Xian then picked up a pen and paper. Actually, the quality of these songs were about the same, each with their own merits. You couldn't say which song was better, but as a celebrity who had just released a new song and the quality of the new song was very good, it was indeed easy for it to rush to the top of the charts. But how long you could stay at the top was purely dependent on the quality of the song. And Xian was also very famous. She had a chance to surpass Zichiyue in her new song. Of course, it might be more difficult for her to surpass Zichiyue. Then an Xian and Miao Xiaomiao watched as Lin Xian wrote the song. Is this what you've been thinking recently? An Xian asked doubtfully. That's right. Even though I'm outside, I've been thinking about you. An Xian's pretty face turned slightly red. Humph, Miao Xiaomiao snorted softly. I've been thinking about you too. Lin Xian glanced at Miao Xiaomiao and smiled. Who wants you to think about me? Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes, but she was still quite happy. Maybe all girls were like this. The name of the song was That Girl Said to Me. This song seemed to be in a boy's tone, but it sounded better when sung by a girl. Under normal circumstances, this kind of song would definitely not be circulated for a long time, including songs like Decency. It just wouldn't last long. But as long as this kind of song was sung well, it would dominate the charts in a short time and become a phenomenal song. Weren't many awards judging based on the phenomenal song? In Lin Xian's eyes, this song was very good. If an Xian sang it, it should be able to become a phenomenal song. It wouldn't be a problem for her to become number one on the charts. As for how long it could last, it would depend on how long it could remain at number one. But it definitely wouldn't stay at number one forever. It might even be overtaken by Zichiyue's Decency in the future. But as long as it became a phenomenal song, it would be enough. An Xian looked at the lyrics and music written by Lin Xian. She sang in a low voice as she wrote. Then she realized that this song was very good soon. The song was finished. Take a look. Lin Xian handed it to an Xian. I like this kind of song. An Xian said happily. Of course. Don't you know who wrote it? Lin Xian smiled. You're amazing. An Xian smiled and said. Then her phone rang. She glanced at it and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. I told you before that my family arranged a marriage for me. He's also in the martial arts academy now. He asked me to go out for dinner. An Xian said helplessly. Lin Xian knew about this, but it didn't mean that he couldn't pursue an Xian. Moreover, an Xian didn't like him, so Lin Xian didn't think it was a big deal. Then you can go, Lin Xian said. I don't want to go. It's so annoying. An Xian grabbed her hair and said distressfully. Then I won't go. Okay, I won't go. An Xian nodded and sent a message saying that she was writing a song and didn't have time now. She would ask him out later. Lin Xian glanced at it. Morongyan? Lin Xian saw the name an Xian sent him and frowned. He seemed to have seen this name before. Yes, do you know him? An Xian asked. I think so. I remember that he's ranked 4th in the martial arts academy. His name is Morongyan. It seems that he's really powerful, but I don't know how powerful he is because I don't know much about cultivation, an Xian said. Look at him, ranked 4th. What about you? Ranked 108. Miao Xiao Miao retorted. Humph, what about you?
Can you beat me? Who said I can't?
It's not certain who will win. Miao Xiao Miao said proudly. Okay, I'll beat you until you cry. No, when have I ever been beaten to tears by you? Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Then he looked at an Xian and said, What's the identity of this Morongyan? He might be his future love rival. He had to know more about him. He's from the Morong family in Tiandu. The Morong family in Tiandu? Lin Xian only knew that there was a Morong family in Tiandu, which was the family of Morong Yu and Morong Qing. Could this Morong Yan be the Morong family in the sanctuary? Lin Xian asked. Yes.
Damn.
Then your family. An Xian stuck out her pink tongue and said, It's one of the 8 great families in Tiandu. I'm the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Lin Xian. Damn. He really didn't know that she had such an identity.
Wow.
Sister and Xian is from the Yin family. Miao Xiao Miao asked in surprise. Chapter 1060. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiao Miao in confusion. Aren't you an Xian's #1 fan? Don't you know? An Xian then said, I've never told anyone about these things, so the fans don't know. This made Lin Xian admire her. She had such a superior family background, but she relied purely on her own ability to achieve what she had today. Then what's Morong Yan's relationship with the Morong family? I know that the current head of the Morong family only has 1 daughter, but I've never heard of him having a son. An Xian said, The Morong family is such a big family, there are several direct bloodlines. The current head of the family only has 1 daughter, but there are other direct bloodlines, but they're not the head of the family. Morong Yan's father is the brother of the current head of the Morong family. Lin Xian was speechless.
Fuck.
Morong Qing's nephew?
Fuck.
What the fuck? Morong Yu's father was estimated to be around 45 years old, and Morong Qing was only 27 years old, only 5 or 6 years older than Morong Yu. Morong Qing's father was also Morong Yu's grandfather, Morong Yu's father's father. He was already so old, and yet, no wonder Morong Qing didn't like to go home. If it were him, he would feel awkward. But there seemed to be other reasons why she didn't go home for the new year. But this was a little tricky. Morong Qing's nephew was his love rival, and Morong Qing might be taken by him in the future. This fucking rich circle was so messy. But in terms of status, this Morong Yan might not be much lower than Morong Yu. The only difference was that Morong Yu was the daughter of the head of the family, but Morong Yan's father was the brother of Morong Yu's father. There wasn't much difference, right? The two of them should enjoy the same treatment in the Morong family, and their status should be the same. Could the head of the family be more powerful than the others? Maybe not, because the head of the family was more likely a spokesperson pushed by the family on the surface, but this was only Lin Xian's guess. Then can you break off this arranged marriage? Lin Xian asked. Logically speaking, it's possible. As long as my parents want to withdraw, they can withdraw. However, my parents like him very much. I think it's going to be difficult. An Xian sighed helplessly. But if I don't want to marry, they can't make the decision. An Xian said. That's true. An Xian glanced at Lin Xian. Why did he ask? Could it be, forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. During this period of time, you can release this song first. When the time comes, I'll write it for you. There's no rush. These songs are all very exquisite. It's best to release them slowly and let everyone listen to them slowly. An Xian said with a smile. Yes, that's fine too. Suddenly, an Xian thought of something and said, "Right, Sister Chiyu is on her way to Lin in city." Lin Xian. What is she doing here?
Oh,
She's very grateful to you for writing her a song, Lin Xian, so Sister Chiyu came to visit you. Maybe there's something else, I don't know. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. It was true. He didn't want to interact with some people, but he had to interact with them for no reason. Don't meet her? Was it really okay? That would be impolite, right? She was so busy that she flew over. It would be impolite if he didn't meet her. Sister Chiyu said that she'll meet you when you're free. She's here to write songs with me. And Xian said,
wow.
She's coming here? Meow Xiao Miao asked excitedly. Yes, can I? Of course, of course. Meow Xiao Miao's big eyes sparkled. And Xian looked at Lin Xian expectantly. I'll probably be at the martial arts academy. Let me know when you're here. I'll come over when I'm free. Okay. And Xian also nodded happily. Let's go out and play together? And Xian shook her head helplessly. No, if I go out and play, I won't be able to walk. You guys go out and play. I won't go. And Xian was too famous. If she went out to play, she really wouldn't be able to walk. Come on, Sister and Xian. You've been in Linden City for so long, but you haven't gone out to play yet. Meow Xiao Miao said expectantly. Wear a cap and sunglasses. I don't believe that many people can recognize you. Then okay. In the afternoon, they went out and played for the whole afternoon. Then Lin Xian was stunned. Wait, are all these fans so amazing? And Xian was wearing a cap, a mask, and sunglasses, yet they could recognize her? Once one person recognized her, a group of people immediately surrounded her and asked for her autograph. She couldn't refuse, so she could only smile and sign her autograph. Then more and more people came. Are you Lin Xian? And Xian was surrounded by people. Lin Xian and Meow Xiaomiao each held a cup of milk tea and stood not far away. At this time, a few pretty girls ran up to Lin Xian and asked in anticipation. It had to be said that an Xian songs made her popularity rise to another level. At the same time, the name Lin Xian also became popular. No one knew who Lin Xian was. Most of them only had blurry photos of the concert. However, they all knew the name. And Xian's singing was good, but it was mostly because of the songs. There was a saying that said that in the age of the internet, any talented person would not be buried. Lin Xian probably had a lot of fans. It was said that someone created a Weibo for Lin Xian. Of course, it was done in the name of a fan. The number of fans was already more than 3 million. The Weibo owner also earned a lot of money, but he didn't seem to have a lot of fans. However, if they could find such an organization and join, they could be considered true fans. Of course, there were also a lot of fans of an Xian. However, they were purely fans who were attracted by her talent and didn't care about her appearance. The Weibo was D daily. It was mostly about an Xian status, the lyrics of each song, and the analysis of the melody. Anyway, it was a group of people talking about how good the songs were. Lin Xian didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't look at it.
No.
Lin Xian shook his head. Then why are you beside an Xian? Isn't an Xian writing songs with Lin Xian in Linden City? Are you really not Lin Xian? That pretty big sister asked somewhat dejectedly. I'm one of Miss and Xian's assistants. I help her carry some things. And Xian finally found some time today, so I came out to have some fun. I can be her bodyguard and protect her. Lin Xian said. Meow Xiaomiao nodded. I'm an assistant too. What a pity. I don't know when I'll be able to see Lin Xian. The young lady sighed. You're Lin Xian's fan? Lin Xian asked curiously. That's right. He's really too talented, but he's too mysterious. He doesn't care about fame or fortune at all. Even us fans can't catch a glimpse of him. Oh right, since you're Miss and Xian's assistant, you must have seen Lin Xian before, right?
How is he?
The girl suddenly asked excitedly. Chapter 1061. Lin Xian scratched his head. Was he that famous now? I heard that the female leads in the MV were all found by Lin Xian. The young lady said. So that Lin Xian must know them too. They're all so pretty. The young lady looked like a love-struck fool. You like girls too? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Of course. Why else would I like an Xian? They're all so pretty. Have you seen them before? She asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I've never seen them before. That's true. I guess that Lin Xian has seen them before. I won't disturb you anymore. Someone is fans too. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. If there weren't people here, I'd definitely press you down on the table, lift up your skirt, and spank you. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao and said fiercely. Miao Xiaomiao subconsciously covered her, and took a step back. How dare you? It was obvious that Miao Xiaomiao was a little afraid of Lin Xian. She wasn't afraid, but she felt that he really dared. Lin Xian smiled. I'll let you go this time. Humph. Miao Xiaomiao's cute little nose wrinkled. So annoying. Such a pretty girl always wanted to do something, but it was too guilty. An Xian squeezed out of the crowd with great difficulty. Let's go, let's go. Then the three of them ran out. She hung out with them for the whole afternoon and had dinner outside at night. Half of the afternoon, she was surrounded by fans. An Xian couldn't do anything. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to look for Bai Xian to talk about their relationship. However, he did not know that she had already gone to Tianlin City. Lin Xian also told her about the conversation with Murong Qing today. Bai Xian said that she could understand, but you have to have the ability to do so. In the end, of course, she would help Lin Xian. After all, the entire Azura Palace belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, she would gather all the Azura Palace's headquarters in Linden City. As for the base, it was possible to build a building similar to the Bounty Hunter Guild when the time came. Then, the plan would officially start. The only thing left was the problem of funding. If you wanted to achieve this kind of plan in a short period of time, you would need an unimaginable amount of funds. At least the current Yixian Group was still far from it, but Yixian Group definitely had the capital to do it. Little Meow Meow, do you have any other patents? In the studio, an Xian was recording a song. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao sat on the sofa. Then, Lin Xian asked a question that he was especially concerned about. This was one of Miao Xiaomiao's patents. That bubble gun had brought Yixian Group $1 trillion in profits. If they were to manufacture it directly for the three great forces, there was no need to talk about the quantity. When the time came, they could also mass-produce it and sell it to the people of the mainland. It was another large sum of money. However, compared to the total assets of a city, it was still a far cry. However, Yixian Group's personal assets were definitely among the top. Perhaps even the 8 great families that did not have a master in business might not be comparable to Yixian Group. What do you want? Didn't the bubble gun make a lot of money? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian in confusion. In her eyes, Lin Xian seemed like a stingy person who was greedy for money. However, she knew that Lin Xian was not the kind of person who loved money. He was really indifferent to fame and fortune. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao admired him. However, when Lin Xian asked about this matter, she was a little confused. Lin Xian also told Miao Xiaomiao his current thoughts. Are you that ambitious? Miao Xiaomiao's cute brows furrowed as she looked at Lin Xian and asked. It's not that I'm ambitious. It's just that I'm a troublemaker. There are many enemies out there. The young masters of the great families and the evil fiend temple. I have to establish my own force and make it stronger. Since I have a huge capital chain like Yixian Group, why don't I try? Lin Xian said. That's true. You're too troublemaker. If it weren't for the few powerful sisters around you, you would have been killed long ago. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. She might not know who Linglong Shui was, but she knew that she was very powerful. She also knew that the Ice Empress Bing Lingyue was very powerful. She also knew that Lin Xian must have had a lot of trouble settled by them. This was indeed the truth. That's why you're a small treasury. Maybe if you take out a few good things, my funds will double. Lin Xian grinned. His trump card was the attribute increasing potion, which was made with the 9-colored spiritual lotus. Although it couldn't be mass-produced, this kind of thing would definitely be fought over by countless rich people, even if it could only increase attribute purity by 1%. I don't have anything suitable for mass production. There are many things that are very useful, but they can't be mass-produced. Miao Xiaomiao thought for a while and said, "Then I have to think about where else the Xian Group can develop a side business, and a very profitable one at that." Lin Xian rubbed his chin.
Oh, right.
There's something that should be very useful. It might not sell for much to the public, but the 3 forces might buy it. Miao Xiaomiao suddenly thought of something. What is it? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Miao Xiaomiao then took out a round egg that was not even the size of a ping-pong ball. This is it. A wireless signal transmitter. What does that mean? Miao Xiaomiao said, after you're about 100 kilometers away from the human area, any device related to the network won't be able to receive the network. You won't even be able to chat or make phone calls, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. The network covers the human area from the major companies, but how can it cover the demonic beast area that has been conquered? That's why there's no signal there. But this wireless signal transmitter is very useful. Even if you leave the human world and go to the demonic beast area, as long as you carry this wireless signal transmitter with you, you can maintain the network within 10 meters of you. Is this useful? Lin Xian took it and then asked, there are also many wireless signal transmitter-like devices. These devices can only be received within the coverage of the major companies. Only then can mobile phones connect. Yours doesn't need to be within this coverage range? Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Of course, that's why it's so powerful. There's a smart storage and replication chip in it, as well as a complete system that collects and replicates the signal source in advance. Simply put, telecommunications and mobile signals were created by a few big companies. My transmitter replicates everything from them and resets it in this small system. It no longer belongs to them. Every small signal receiver is a small signal source. Lin Xian was quite surprised. Chapter 1062. Then, Lin Xian asked a very important question. Then, can this thing support the signal of some large equipment? For example, a large number of missiles. As long as there are enough and the signal is strong enough, then it can be done. If that's the case, the 3 major forces will definitely need it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The future trend was for humans to launch an all-out attack on the Demon Clan. Humans were of course martial artists, but what did humans have more than the Demon Clan? Intelligence, technology. Only martial artists and technology could bring out the highest level of humans. Therefore, when the time came, missiles, vital signs monitors, walkie-talkies, and other electronic devices would have to be equipped. Many of them required a signal to be used and controlled. For example, missiles. If you didn't have a signal, you could press a button and the missile wouldn't move at all, let alone bombard it. If such a day really came, the major companies would definitely secretly install signal sources in the Demon Beast territory under the protection of the 3 major forces, so that their company's network could be transmitted over. Simply put, if you were far away from the human world, your phone would have a 4G network, not no signal. Now, if you were a certain distance away, you would have no signal. The place might be vast and the signal was good, but the company's signal couldn't reach here, so there was nothing they could do. With this little egg, they wouldn't have to take the risk of installing signal sources. There were many benefits. For example, if you installed a signal source, what if it was rejected by the Demon Clan? At that time, everything related to the network would be ineffective. As for this little egg, you only needed to bring one with you. Then wherever there were people, there would be signal. Why not? Simple, convenient, flexible, and safe. Anyway, if Lin Xian was one of the 3 major forces, he would definitely choose this. No one knew when the humans would counterattack, but since the martial arts academy existed, it wouldn't be far away. Therefore, the 3 major forces would definitely consider it. Can it be mass-produced? Lin Xian asked. Yes, but it will require a large number of scientific talents. Because this little chip looks small, but the system inside is written by me. If it is to be mass-produced, there will need to be many scientific and technical personnel writing programs in each chip at the same time. This is a small matter. What about the cost? Ignoring the cost of labor, the cost of materials alone will probably be around a few dozen yuan. The most valuable part is the programs I wrote inside. Miao Xiao Miao said. Lin Xian sighed to himself. This Miao Xiao Miao was truly a genius. The level of coding was enough to copy and paste other people's signal networks, allowing an ordinary little egg to become its own signal source and no longer belong to the same source of other people's networks. Most likely, even if it was sold to ordinary people, they would still buy it. If they bought this and put it at home, they wouldn't have to pay broadband fees every year. What about charging? Where there is air, there is electricity. Lin Xian. Will the big companies sue us then? Lin Xian said helplessly. After all, this was equivalent to stealing someone else's network source and creating a new network for himself. Therefore, he still had to rely on someone else's network source. If we don't sell it to the citizens, they won't sue us, Miao Xiao Miao said rationally. Yes, if they sold it to the commoners, there would be no one to pay for broadband. Wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? However, the three major forces were different. Their equipment had other purposes. I got it. I'll go talk to someone.
Thank you, little Meow Meow.
Then, Lin Xian ran out impatiently. If they didn't earn money from the commoners, wouldn't it be great to earn money from the three major forces? The assets of the three major forces were unimaginable. If they could casually take out tens of millions for a bubble gun, then wouldn't it be normal for them to casually take out tens of millions to buy this launcher? Fortunately, Lin Xian had Morong Qing with him. Morong Qing had dinner at Linya's place. Then Lin Xian called her and told her about this thing. Morong Qing absolutely approved of it. What she meant was that if it was true, the three major forces would definitely buy it because this thing would come in handy sooner or later. That Miao Xiao Miao is really a genius. You must not let her expose herself. Otherwise, the three major forces would probably secretly make a move on her. No one would want to let go of such a talent. Morong Qing reminded Lin Xian. I know. Then I'll have to ask you to help me talk about this matter again. It's a small matter. But before that, I need to talk to Miao Xiao Miao about the specifics. At the same time, I need to confirm it myself, including whether it can be mass-produced. I will look at it from the perspective of the three major forces. Morong Qing said, Okay. Oh, right. Tell little fairy that I won't be going back today. I'll go to the martial arts academy tomorrow. I'm now a member of the backyard. I can enter and leave the martial arts academy as I wish. I'll come back when I'm free. Morong Qing nodded. Morong Qing was supposed to be with Linya tonight. So Lin Xian didn't go back. He couldn't take advantage of her even if he went back. He might as well take advantage of the Ice Empress Bing Lingyue. He hadn't really taken advantage of the goddess-like Ice Empress since he got her. He couldn't let her go. Thinking about her temperament, appearance, and figure, fuck. I can't take it anymore. Then, Lin Xian went to Ling Longshue's place. Brother, when Dragoni saw Lin Xian come in, she flew directly to Lin Xian's shoulder and hugged Lin Xian's neck. She kissed and bit Lin Xian. You little girl, you got saliva all over my face. Lin Xian gently pinched her pink cheeks. Dragoni missed brother. Dragoni rubbed her face against Lin Xian. Otherwise, I would have brought you along, but it's very inconvenient to bring you along. It's easy for others to discover you, and I won't stay in a room all the time. I can't leave you alone in the house, right? So you can stay here. The sisters will take care of you and play with you. Lin Xian said. Okay. Dragoni nodded her little head. Then, Lin Xian hugged Dragoni and sat down next to Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue, Ling Longshui, and Bing Lingyue were playing games together on their laptops. I heard Lin Xian's voice. A voice came from Ling Longshue's computer that made Lin Xian feel helpless. Yiren Bing. Ling Longshue looked at Lin Xian and said, Okay. Hey, get your ass over here for me. Yiren Bing then shouted. Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his forehead. Big sister, can't you play games? You're not coming? Fine. Wait for me to finish this game. Runbing coldly snorted. Lin Xian quickly turned off the voice on Linglong Shue's computer. You're not afraid of her revenge? Linglong Shue looked at Lin Xian and asked. She can't kill me, can she? But this Runbing also fell into the pit of the game. Chapter 1063. It wasn't that they liked playing games. Firstly, they could kill time. Secondly, they could chat with each other and improve their relationship. Linglong Shui was also trying to distract Runbing so that she wouldn't attack the humans. Linglong Shui was always playing solo or in groups. They were competing to see who could kill more people. They were all strong girls, especially Runbing. How could she allow herself to lose to Linglong Shui? Linglong Shui was always trying to provoke her. It was really useful. Linglong Shui really didn't have any plans to attack the humans. Little Bing Bing, did you miss me? Lin Xian grinned at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue blushed. Pervert. Ling Longlei grumbled in displeasure. Lin Xian felt good. He was taking advantage of Linglong Shui in front of her. Anyone who had tried it would know how it felt. Go play your game. Lin Xian glared at Linglong Shui. Then, he moved closer to Linglong Shui and touched her belly. How's the babies? Lin Xian asked with concern. Pretty good. Linglong Shui let go of the mouse. The game ended. To be honest, Lin Xian was both nervous and excited about the baby. He didn't expect to be a father. How was he going to tell others? It was hard to say. Lin might be okay, but what about Ling Ying and Han Chuxue? Sai, you should go to Runbing. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian.
Why? I don't want to go. I want to accompany you.
Lin Xian shook his head. She's a demon god. If you really make her unhappy, you know the consequences. Linglong Shui said. She won't be so heartless, right? You said yourself that you're afraid of her. Do you think she will? Runbing's personality is rather unpredictable, and she has a great hatred for the human race. What you can do is increase her dependence and affection towards you. Only when her dependence and affection towards you reaches a certain level will she listen to your words, Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. She had seen through the situation very clearly. That's true. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and nodded. No matter what, Runbing was still a woman. It was normal for a woman to rely on a man. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that she liked you enough. Only when she liked you would she rely on you. But I want to do you. Lin Xian then, he rubbed himself against Linglong Shui. The three. Shameless. Linglong Yu saw her sister being taken advantage of by Lin Xian and was furious. Linglong Shui was also helpless. This Lin Xian was sometimes like a child. Moreover, he spoke without thinking.
No.
Linglong Shui decisively refused.
Why?
The doctor said we can't do that kind of thing. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian. Whoa, for the next 7 months, he couldn't touch Linglong Shui.
Wah.
Just thinking about it made him unhappy. However, this child was necessary. If not for this child, Lin Xian probably wouldn't have been able to get Linglong Shui. Linglong Yu was very unhappy with Lin Xian. She was so angry that she was trembling. Her sister was tainted by him. Now even Sister Bing, she was going crazy. She really wanted to beat him up. Brother is so pitiful. Dragoni didn't know whether she understood or not, but she just mumbled at the side. He's not pitiful. Linglong Yu said unhappily. Ugh, luckily, there's still little Bing Bing. Then, Lin Xian held Bing Lingyue's hand. Bing Lingyue's face turned even redder. You should go find Runbing. Bing Lingyue then pulled her hand out and said softly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Are you really that heartless? It's for your own good and for the human race. After all, she's a demon god. If we can really make a demon god stop attacking the human race, then it'll be a blessing for the entire human race. Bing Lingyue said. Lin Xian thought about it. Indeed, Runbing was indeed very beautiful. But there was a kind of unhappiness there. It was a strange feeling. It felt like he wanted to fuck a girl, but she didn't want him to fuck her. That kind of feeling didn't exist. No, my stubbornness, and I won't allow it, Lin Xian said. Shua. In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Sister. Where did you send him? Linglong Yu asked. Yirenbing's place. Linglong Shui said lightly. Lin Xian landed and then looked at the somewhat familiar heavenly island with a dumbfounded expression.
Damn.
Xiao Linglong, you're too cruel. Lin Xian didn't even need to think to know that Linglong Shui directly brought him here. Mr. Lin Xian. A few beautiful girls on the heavenly island saw Lin Xian and then bowed respectfully. Where's your boss? Lin Xian asked. Helplessly, he wanted to be a man who couldn't be easily won over by girls, but now it seemed like he couldn't. His own women all pushed him to Yirenbing. Please follow me. The girl then led Lin Xian to a beautiful back garden. Lin Xian had never been to this back garden. In the entire heavenly island, the place Lin Xian stayed the longest in was Yirenbing's room. He really hadn't been to other places. After arriving here, Lin Xian saw Yirenbing sitting on a chair with her legs crossed. She was eating a small fruit on the table and looking ahead. Lin Xian took a look and was stunned. Xuebingxin and Xuebinglan were tied to two pillars. They all saw Lin Xian coming. Yo, isn't this that arrogant person? Yirenbing saw Lin Xian standing there and said with a slight smile. Lin Xian ran in front of Yirenbing and pointed to the front. I say, big sister, what are you doing? Why did he see Xuebingxin and Xuebinglan tied to pillars? The two of them didn't do a good job, so I'm punishing them. Is there a problem? Xuebingxin looked up at Lin Xian and then lowered her head again. What do you mean they didn't do a good job? Lin Xian liked these two girls very much. After all, they were his women. How could Lin Xian not feel bad for them? Although they were simply tied up here, and it was nothing to them, who knew what Yirenbing wanted to do? Yirenbing sat with her legs crossed and ate a red fruit. She said calmly, I asked them to bring you here 2 days ago, but they didn't do it. Tell me, isn't that considered incompetence? That's because I didn't want to come. It has nothing to do with them. I don't care. It's their fault for not bringing you here. It's fine if they didn't bring you here, but they even cheated. That's my request. I don't care either. Then, a whip appeared in Yirenbing's hand. Lin Xian. Chapter 1064. Lin Xian looked at Yirenbing in confusion. What are you doing? Lin Xian asked in bewilderment. Yirenbing said calmly, you have to be punished for not doing your job well. Then, the whip appeared beside Xuebingxin. Smack. The whip was lashed at Xuebingxin's body, and the crisp sound was particularly ear-piercing. Xuebingxin bit her lip, trying not to make a sound. Her clothes were torn where the whip hit, and there were bloodstains. One had to know that Xuebingxin was a domain realm expert. Normal people wouldn't be able to hurt her even if they tried to stab her with a knife. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a domain realm expert. However, this whip had split open her flesh. It was clear that Yirenbing had used a lot of strength. Hey, she's still one of your people, and this is my fault. How can you be so heartless?
Why?
Are you feeling sorry for her? Yirenbing smiled. Smack. The whip lashed at Xuebinglan's body again. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears. However, they didn't make a sound. They knew that they were indeed incompetent and deserved to be punished.
Fuck.
Lin Xian scratched his head. What the fuck? Each person still has 99 lashes. Don't worry, take your time. Yirenbing chuckled. Don't hit them. Lin Xian really couldn't bear it. Betrayal was a big deal, but what was this? If one whip was already like this, wouldn't they be seriously injured if each person received 100 lashes? Then you do it. Then, the whip flew into Lin Xian's hand. Don't hit them. Rules are rules. If I don't follow the rules, how can I be a demon god? Yirenbing took a sip of tea and said calmly, It's my fault. Please punish me, master. Xuebingxin said softly.
Look.
Yirenbing smiled. I'm not hitting them. Then, Lin Xian threw out the whip. Then I'll do it myself. Then, the whip flew over again.
Wait.
Lin Xian immediately stopped him. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lin Xian then walked over. Every lash of Yirenbing's whip would tear their flesh open, but at the very least, they should be able to control themselves, right? Yirenbing looked at them with interest. Actually, I'm being nice to you, Lin Xian said to Xue. Xue didn't say anything. Then Lin Xian flicked her lightly. Xue didn't feel any pain. Yirenbing looked on mockingly from behind and didn't say anything. Today, she only wanted to make Lin Xian remember one thing. In the future, she would ask Xue and Xue to find Lin Xian. If he didn't come, then the two sisters would suffer physical pain. Lin Xian obviously knew Yirenbing's intention. People's hearts were sinister. Cunning villains. I actually fucking lost to a woman. Fuck a DJ. In a symbolic sense, Lin Xian was done with the whip and tossed it aside. Yirenbing supported her chin with one hand and casually flicked her index finger. The two girls fell to the ground. Thank you for your mercy, master. They called out respectfully. Go and rest. Yes. Then, the two girls walked away. I say, big sister, if you want to threaten me, there are many ways. Why do you have to use this method? Lin Xian looked at Yirenbing helplessly. Because I think this is the most effective method. It seems to be the case. Yirenbing said indifferently as she peeled an orange. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as 100 lashes. If they can't complete the mission I gave them again and again, then what's the point of existing? What do you think? Lin Xian. He was shaking with anger. The feeling of being threatened was so fucking unpleasant. Fine. I'll make you cry tonight. I heard that you're only ranked 108 in the martial arts academy? Yirenbing crossed her legs and glanced at Lin Xian as she asked calmly, What are you doing? Yes, what's wrong? What a piece of trash. How can my male pet be this useless? Lin Xian. That's because I didn't reveal my true strength. You can get first place if you revealed your true strength? That's not necessarily. If you can't even get first place, then aren't you useless? Lin Xian. In your opinion, only the first place isn't a piece of trash. Lin Xian asked dumbfoundedly. Yes. You're amazing. I can't compete with you. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up. He had a lot of resentment towards Yirenbing in his heart. As the man who made Linglong Xue pregnant, why can't you be first? Lin Xian. Big sister, strength is one thing. Secondly, I have to keep a low profile. There are many enemies who are coveting me. Useless. Yirenbing said resentfully. Lin Xian. Wait, how am I useless? Lin Xian asked in confusion. With Linglong Xue and this sovereign backing you up, what are you afraid of? Although you're nothing, my male pet isn't someone who can be easily bullied. Lin Xian slowly paced back and forth. That seemed to make sense, huh? No, I'm not a man who relies on women. Ha! Yirenbing laughed disdainfully. Lin Xian. All right, that was a bit of a slap in the face. Not relying on women? Logically speaking, it really did seem like he relied on women. What I mean is that I want to solve it myself. I don't want others to help me. Although you're powerful, you're a demon and a demon god. There are many things that you can't interfere with in the human race. Once you interfere, the situation will change. Lin Xian said with a heavy heart. Useless, Lin Xian. Then I want you to test my strength. To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't dare to take advantage of her, except when they were officially doing that. For example, right now, Lin Xian didn't even dare to put his hand on her leg. Yirenbing's lips curled up slightly. Oh, who is the one who begged me for mercy? A few times. Lin Xian grinned. A demon god begging a human for mercy. TSK, TSK, TSK. He. Yirenbing then put her hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the movements under the blanket. Then he sensed it. Oh my. After a while, Irenbing came out and licked her lips. You begged for mercy again last night, Lin Xian said. How come I don't remember? Irenbing stretched her body without any hesitation and then lay down again. Hey, I have something to tell you.
Speak.
Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, No, I have to make you submit first. With that, Lin Xian pressed down on her again. Irenbing. Chapter 1065. Not long after, Irenbing leaned into Lin Xian's embrace, panting heavily. She didn't want to move at all. Damn it. Why did women have to have such needs? Irenbing thought unhappily. She was a demon god, but this Lin Xian had done that to her time and time again. I want to develop my own power, Lin Xian said to Irenbing. Don't expect me to help you.
I don't want you to help me.
I want to turn the entire Lin and city into my power. So, can you stop attacking? Irenbing yawned, then glanced at Lin Xian. In the end, you just want me to stop attacking you humans. Do you think that's possible? Irenbing said disdainfully. Lin Xian knew that Irenbing was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Linglong Shui said the same thing. However, Lin Xian also knew that she was a demon god. There were some things that she had to do. So, he wasn't sure if Irenbing's words were true or not. I think it's quite possible. You're a demon god now, but that doesn't mean you'll be one in the future, right? You think you can make me change my stance? Irenbing glanced at Lin Xian again. Not really. I don't think I have that much power. Then that's enough. Scram. Irenbing then lazily turned over. Lin Xian glanced at her, then pressed down on her again. He aimed at his target and suddenly shot. What are you doing? Irenbing gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. I want you to agree. Lin Xian went all out. Damn it. At most, I won't touch women for the next week, okay? Then 10 minutes later, do you agree? Lin Xian moved quickly. Scram. Irenbing clutched Lin Xian's back tightly. Another 10 minutes later, do you agree or not?
Get out.
Another 10 minutes passed, do you agree or not? Bastard. Do you agree or not? Irenbing felt weak all over. IV agreed. Get out quickly. Irenbing couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xian let out a long sigh and then lay down.
Fuck.
So tired. Then I'll go to the martial arts academy. Lin Xian then hurriedly went to take a shower. I only promised you that I wouldn't do anything to Lin and City. Everything else was impossible. Also, when the time comes for me to attack the human race, I'll make them pay with their blood. Irenbing glared at Lin Xian's back, her face still red. Lin Xian shrugged. Since Irenbing was willing to compromise, then she could compromise even more in the future. Lin Xian was confident. He didn't have to put in so much effort for nothing. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and then went to take a shower.
Bastard.
Irenbing never thought that she would be threatened by a man, especially a man of the human race. However, this situation was very special. Although she was unhappy, she was quite happy. After taking a shower, Lin Xian changed into a new set of clothes. Send me back, Lin Xian said to Irenbing. Irenbing opened her beautiful eyes. Her slender fingers moved slightly, and a dozen beads flew in front of Lin Xian. In the future, I'll have Xuebingxin and Xuebingxin bring you news. Just one of these beads will bring you here directly. Lin Xian. Big sister, let's not meet for a week. Weren't you quite brave just now? Irenbing smiled disdainfully. This. Lin Xian scratched his head. Whoosh, Irenbing waved her hand, and a teleportation array appeared in front of Lin Xian. Get in. Let's go. Then Lin Xian stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a forest not far from the martial arts academy. It was only 2 kilometers. Lin Xian could get there in no time. This Irenbing deliberately set up a teleportation array around the martial arts academy to send me off? No. Lin Xian frowned and walked forward. He felt that something was wrong. She couldn't be thinking of attacking the martial arts academy, right? It was only 2 kilometers. If she, a supernatural being, personally attacked with a group of mighty ones, the martial arts academy would be caught off guard. It could be very dangerous. Moreover, it was so close. If the students of the martial arts academy went out, what if she sent people to kill them? This was Yi Renbing. It was not impossible for her to do such a thing. When he arrived at the martial arts academy, Lin Xian went back to the military class first. Classes in the martial arts academy officially started today. They did not know what activities there would be later. It was quite comfortable to attend classes first. After leaving the academy for so long, Lin Xian really missed the days of classes. More importantly, there was a beautiful teacher, Xiao Runing, and a beautiful girl, Murong Yu, who sat next to him. Hey, what's so good about your first peek? Xiao Runing was teaching in front. Lin Xian elbowed Murong Yu, who was listening attentively. To be honest, there were not many people in the military class who were listening attentively.
What are you talking about?
Murong Yu's eyes did not leave the content of Murong Yu's lecture. Martial arts techniques, spiritual weapons, and so on. Yes, there are more than a dozen divine martial arts techniques and heaven martial arts techniques. There are also heaven spiritual weapons and some powerful and rare herbs.
Murong Yu said calmly.
Can I learn them? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could learn them, he would not have to work so hard to climb up the ranks. No, you can only go there as a guest. The martial arts techniques in there cannot be learned by people from other peaks. This is a strict rule. Murong Yu said calmly.
Ah.
What are the attributes of the heaven martial arts techniques? What about the divine martial arts? The divine martial arts have a thunder attribute, a dark attribute, and a fire attribute. There are basically all the heaven martial arts techniques. Lin Xian.
Fuck.
The divine martial arts techniques of the thunder attribute, dark attribute, and fire attribute. Although the dark attribute could not be used now because Lin Xian had not truly pursued Yi Renbing, the dark attribute had not arrived yet. But after having sex with her so many times, it should be possible, right? Even if he couldn't use it for the time being, Lin Xian still wanted this divine level thunder attribute martial skill very much. Since the martial arts academy took it out, it must not be a divine martial arts technique. But it was still a divine martial arts technique. Lin Xian had never seen a divine martial arts technique before. Have you learned it? I can only learn the thunder attribute for the divine martial arts technique. I tried for an entire night, but it was very difficult. I can't comprehend it in a short period of time. The heaven martial arts technique is still alright. I don't have any desire to learn it. Lin Xian. Fuck. Is this big sister so arrogant? Heaven martial arts technique. Don't have any desire to learn it? Are you kidding me? Lin Xian only had 2 rank 3 martial arts techniques. One was a movement technique. Don't tell me you have heaven martial arts techniques all over your body? Lin Xian asked in shock. More or less. They're the most suitable for me. Lin Xian. Fuck this, sure enough. The world was unfair. People could work their entire lives for an earth martial arts technique. But this guy was born well. He started with earth martial arts techniques, and heaven martial arts techniques were as common as dogs. Chapter 1066. Lin Xian secretly gave her a thumbs up. Amazing, I admire you. You're really from a rich family. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing then glared at Lin Xian and said, Do you want to do the talking or should I? Lin Xian shrank his head. Miss Xiao, you do the talking. I see that you really want to talk. Come up and talk about this troop arrangement. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed and said, Miss Xiao, I'm here to learn. I don't know how to do it. I think you know how to do it. Come up. Xiao Runing secretly glared at Lin Xian. He dared to chat in her class. Really? Okay. Lin Xian then braced himself and walked up. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was considered a famous figure in their military class. After all, only 3 people in the entire military class entered the backyard. Lin Xian, Su Ziming, and Murong Yu. Of course, Lin Xian did not attract attention because he entered the backyard, but because he seemed to have some relationship with several girls in the martial arts academy. This was where Lin Xian was the most controversial. Everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful, but what could they do? The only thing they could do was to challenge him. Wasn't he the 108th person in the backyard? He was the easiest one to challenge. Therefore, many people were coveting Lin Xian. They were waiting for the class to end before challenging him. Of course, the challenge could only start the day after tomorrow. In front of them was a virtual simulation of the deployment of troops. Xiao Runing was explaining to everyone that the human race's city was being attacked by the monster race army, and how the human race's deployment of troops could be used to defeat the other side with the least number of casualties.
Come, tell everyone.
Right now, the south of Lind City is being attacked by a monster clan army of 1 million, while the human clan only has 500,000 defenders. In a balanced situation, you will arrange the troop arrangement. The system will practice it. As long as you can arrange it well, you won't be punished. Xiao Runing said, Miss Xiao, I think this is an impossible situation, so I don't think it's necessary. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Why is it impossible? Xiao Runing asked.
Think about it.
This is our human territory, especially the border cities. Under normal circumstances, we humans have more defenders than the monster clan. It's impossible to fight with fewer people. Lin Xian said, You said it's under normal circumstances. Besides, the monster clan is a group of suicide squads. They are much more ferocious than us humans. Even if they are evenly matched in numbers, the normal monster clan's combat power is stronger than the human clan's. And no matter what, we have to think of the worst. If the monster clan suddenly attacks, even if the human clan has a large number of defenders, they can't defend in time. It's inevitable to fight with fewer people. We have to jump out of our comfort zone. Xiao Runing explained. She then looked at everyone and said, All of you have the potential to become strategists who wield great power in the future. General, all of you must have extraordinary ability in terms of strategy. Therefore, fighting with fewer people is the most basic way to test your ability in strategy. She then looked at Lin Xian and said, Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can't do 300 pull-ups. Lin Xian. Damn. It seemed that he didn't teach her enough that night. However, Lin Xian also knew that Xiao Runing was a very responsible teacher. He did disrupt the discipline just now. Lin Xian then carefully looked at Xiao Runing's formation. Xiao Runing laughed in her heart. This kind of situation was very difficult for those who did not understand. Her existence was to teach them these things, but in actual combat, it was important to be flexible and adaptable. Although what she was learning now was just theory, it would be good if they could remember more of it in their minds. Although she had several methods in her mind that could be used to defeat the demon race, Lin Xian had not learned any of them, so Xiao Runing felt that he could only blindly arrange. Then, if I can make the humans in this trap win, will Teacher Xiao reward me with something? Okay. I'll reward you by not doing homework for 3 days. Lin Xian. Okay, this was also a reward. Their homework was nothing more than writing some opinions. Anyway, it wasn't homework in the traditional sense. Su Jiming sneered. How could he arrange it? He, Su Jiming, had never studied anything like this before, so he was completely unable to understand any of the possibilities. Of course, he knew that Xiao Runing definitely had a way, but Lin Xian, could he have possibly studied this? He felt that Lin Xian came to this military class because of Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing would open the back door for him. That was all. Murong Yu knew this, and she also knew some methods. Lin Xian then quickly arranged the positions of the humans on his side. At the same time, he entered the next formation change. In just 2 minutes, the humans were in position. Xiao Runing was slightly surprised. Lin Xian knew how to change formations? She didn't know what kind of formation it would be later, but now, after seeing Lin Xian's arrangement, the students couldn't help but laugh. What the hell was this? All the soldiers were lined up in a straight line? Wasn't this fucking giving the demon army a chance to break through? In a balanced situation, this was a pretty good and simple formation. However, wasn't the straight line snake formation courting death? Murong Yu also secretly shook her head. She thought that there might be some kind of miracle. Xiao Runing also didn't have any expectations. Straight line snake formation? Are you sure?
Xiao Runing asked.
Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, let the demonstration begin. Then, the big screen began to show the battle according to the formations of both sides. Just when everyone thought that the single serpent formation was about to be broken apart, the second formation came. This was the single serpent formation. The army suddenly split into two groups according to the formation that Lin Xian had inputted earlier and spread out in all directions. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they saw this. They thought that this would be a one-sided battle, but they realized that the demon army's 1,000,000 soldiers and the human army's 500,000 soldiers were losing at almost the same rate. Xiao Runing and Muromyu's beautiful eyes lit up. But it's useless. Even if the losses are equal, the humans will be the first to die. Xiao Runing muttered in her heart. However, what followed next made everyone even more confused. The two groups quickly changed, 3, 4, 5, and finally, 8 groups. This is, when Xiao Runing saw the battlefield clearly, she couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The human race's army surrounded the demon race's army like 8 walls. Under such circumstances, the demon army's losses would definitely be greater. As expected, the demon army's losses began to increase greatly. In the next scene, the 8 groups became 9 groups, finally, 10 groups. Ambush from all sides. Chapter 1067. After a few seconds, the system calculated that the humans had defeated all the demonic beasts by a large margin. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How did such a dramatic scene happen? Muromyu and Xiao Runing both revealed shocked expressions. What kind of formation was this? They had never seen such a thing before. Most importantly, it actually achieved the effect of defeating 1,000,000 demonic beasts with 500,000 soldiers. This really shocked her. The most shocking thing was that the changes were too fast and too flexible. In a short time, 9 different formations were realized. This was beyond her understanding. It was even less costly than her own method. An army of hundreds of thousands was able to change so flexibly. In Xiao Runing's eyes, this was extremely exaggerated. Very good. It's completely beyond my imagination. Have you learned anything about this before? Xiao Runing once again asked Lin Xian in a puzzled manner. She remembered asking him before. He said no, but without experience in this field, it was impossible to do it. She swore that even a so-called genius could not do it. No, I'm a genius. Lin Xian laughed. He. Xiao Runing laughed unhappily. Genius? Nonsense. Even Su Jiming felt that Xiao Runing had purposely told Lin Xian the method last night, and then let Lin Xian solve it in front of everyone today. That way, he would be able to prove his excellence in front of everyone and receive some rewards from the academy. There was really such a possibility. Damn it. Then tell me your opinion. Xiao Runing said, It's very simple. The straight snake formation is indeed a self-destructive action in a situation where we are outnumbered. However, what I want is not the straight snake formation to fight against the demonic beasts. What I want is the flexibility of the straight snake formation. The enemy will definitely charge. At this time, the straight snake formation will quickly change to attack. The head or tail of the straight snake formation will turn around, forming the 2 dragons emerging from the water formation. Moving forward in the middle, it forms the heaven, earth, and 3 talents formation. Retreating from the 2 ends, it forms the 4 gates formation. Interweaving with each other, it forms the 5 tigers and sheep formation. Lin Xian paused for a moment, then continued, then follow the Lu Ding Lu Jia formation, which is the Lu Ding Lu Jia formation. Afterwards, half of the formation will be pulled into a line, while the other half will be like the 4 gates formation, which is the Big Dipper 7 stars formation. Encircling the formation will be arranged according to the 8 trigrams formation, leaving 8 exits, which is the 8 gates golden lock formation. In the end, it became a 10-sided ambush array. The 10 formations have endless transformations and are hard to defend against. Lin Xian explained. What the hell did he know? These were all things he learned when he was on Earth. The evolution of the ancient 10 great ultimate formations was studied by the ancestors through real battles. Naturally, it was amazing, but it definitely didn't exist here. The long snake formation was the simplest, and they even knew how many formations there were here. However, the fact that there were 10 formations that could be constantly changed was the most terrifying. Impossible to guard against. Xiao Runing seriously pondered over Lin Xian's words. She felt that the most terrifying thing about these formations was their constant transformations. Perhaps 1 or 2 formations wouldn't have much of an effect, but if they were constantly changing, the enemy really wouldn't have the ability to resist. Lin Xian gave her another surprise. Come to my office after class. Let's go back to our seats. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. She didn't continue discussing this with Lin Xian in class because she knew that this was something that couldn't be understood in a short period of time. She needed to understand these things from Lin Xian first. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, then he returned to his seat. You are the one who researched the evolution of these formations? Murongyu looked at Lin Xian with great interest. Just based on the evolution of this set of formations, those who didn't know their stuff might not be able to see anything, but she knew that if these formations could be used in a real battle, then it would be a milestone for the human race. In history, and now, too many strategists had researched these large-scale battle formations. Yes, they had researched a lot, and some of them could be used, but more or less some of them had minor flaws. And this set of formations was too perfect, so perfect that she even felt that it had been used countless times in a real battle. It was very mature. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded. This was just like writing songs or poems. The things he wrote on Earth here were all written by him, he. Very impressive. At least until now, I've researched all the formations, including the transformations of formations, but I've never seen such a perfect and flexible formation. 10 formations can achieve flexible transformations. If it can be used in a real battle, then the effects will definitely be significant. Murongyu couldn't help but praise. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Lin Xian smiled and said. After class, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to her office. Hurry up and tell me about that formation. Xiao Runing poured a glass of water for Lin Xian and asked impatiently. As someone who had some achievements in this field, Xiao Runing clearly knew how terrifying the transformations of that set of formations were. Lin Xian researched it himself? She didn't believe it. Really, did he really come into contact with these things? If he could research these things, then she had no right to teach him. Nothing much. I just researched it out of boredom. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile, then put his hand on her leg. Xiao Runing removed Lin Xian's hand. I'm asking you, very seriously. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I'm usually very bored, okay? I'm bad at playing games, so I usually research things like composing songs, lyrics, and poems. I've also researched formations. It's just that you guys don't know about it. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment. Yes, Lin Xian's poetry was amazing. She had seen it with her own eyes. Before this, she didn't dare to believe it. After that, she also saw it with her own eyes when he wrote songs. It was true. In the past, she wouldn't have believed it even if she died. It was very strange. There were many mysterious things that happened to him. Really? Xiao Runing asked. Lin Xian nodded. Really? Then, did you research anything else? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I just wanted to research a formation that could continuously transform on a whim. I haven't even tested these formations before. Today was the first time I tested it. I didn't expect it to be effective. Xiao Runing, in my opinion, this formation is very complete and very powerful. Can you give it to me? I'll research it. If it's really feasible, this flexible formation can bring unparalleled benefits to the human race. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, but will there be patent fees? If there are patent fees, it depends on how much the 3 major forces value it. If it can reduce the human race's casualties by millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, it's very normal to get patent fees of billions. Chapter 1068. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Runing's words. Billions. He was in dire need of money right now. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian's glowing eyes and secretly shook her head. Big brother, your Yixian group brings you so much profit in a day. Billions could be the Yixian group's profit in a week. Why are you still so excited?
Damn.
Who doesn't like money? Lin Xian said. Hurry up and teach me. Xiao Runing then said to Lin Xian. Then give me a kiss. Lin Xian grinned. Scram. This is the office. Anyway, there's no one else here. Hurry up, if you don't kiss, I won't teach you. Lin Xian moved his face closer. Xiao Runing helplessly rolled her eyes, then moved over and kissed Lin Xian with a red face. Hee, sit on my lap, I'll teach you. Xiao Runing. I want to kill him with a knife. 2 days later in the morning, Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of his room on the 108 peaks. Good morning, Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi greeted Lin Xian. Morning. That's right. Lin Xian brought Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang to the 108 peaks. The boss of each peak had this right, but they couldn't learn martial arts or use the spirit tools here. Once discovered, they would be expelled. Therefore, they only came to a place filled with birds and flowers. There was nothing else. After all, it was only 108 peaks. Brother Xian, there are a lot of people outside who are ready to challenge you. You can challenge them today. You have to be careful. Lu Jingyi said. Lin Xian twisted his neck and said, Then let's do it. The best thing about this peak was that there was a takeout service. If you order takeout, the Martial Arts Academy's supermarket or hotel would deliver it to you. Of course, you had to pay for it. Lin Xian sat on a stone bench, drinking tea and eating peaches. He was very satisfied. For the past 2 days, Lin Xian had been earnestly learning about formations and military matters from Xiao Runing. Lin Xian knew that now was the time for him to work hard and improve himself. However, the Martial God Academy had not made any announcements or made any moves yet. For the time being, the students were still learning. Lin Xian. Open the door. At this moment, a voice from outside. Fuck, it's only 6 o'clock? Lin Xian took a bite of the peach, then walked out and opened the door. What the fuck? The peach in Lin Xian's hand fell to the ground when he saw the mass of people in front of him. Behind him, Wang Zhuang and Lu Jingyi's jaws dropped when they saw this. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Lin Xian scanned the crowd. There were at least 1,000 people, right? There were both men and women, and it was only 6 o'clock. I say, are you guys crazy? You can't challenge me like this. Lin Xian asked in confusion. Cut the crap, Lin Xian. Accept this young master's challenge. A young man pointed at Lin Xian and said loudly, Fight with me. Fight with me. Fight with me. Lin Xian, fight with me if you're a man. The group of people was like a group of people queuing up in a supermarket to snatch something. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Wasn't this too fucking exaggerated? The reason was simple. Firstly, Lin Xian had 108 peaks. In everyone's eyes, it was the threshold to enter the backyard. Although people from the outer courtyard could challenge 108 peaks, a normal person would choose to start from the weakest peak. They were all geniuses, proud sons and daughters of the heavens. Of course, they wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't enter the backyard. They were all thinking, what was the point of taking this test? If they had the guts, they would fight. If they fought, it was hard to say who would enter the backyard. The crowd was unconvinced. They were confident in their own strength and felt that Lin Xian didn't have much ability. Then the 108 peaks should be easy. There was another important reason why there were so many challengers for Lin Xian's peak. That was Lin Xian's reputation. Lin Xian had more or less interacted with all the campus beauties in the Martial Arts Academy. Weren't these guys jealous? Naturally. They were jealous to death. How many of them came with the idea of beating up Lin Xian to vent their anger? On the other hand, how many challengers were there at this time for the other 8 peaks? In an instant, Lin Xian's 108 peaks attracted the attention of countless people. Some people were still in bed when their WeChat beeped. They saw a short video sent by someone. It was a video of the situation of the 108 peaks. They jumped out of bed immediately. They didn't even bother to wash up. They put on their clothes and ran over. Fuck your mother. If they didn't defeat Lin Xian today, someone else would. Then what would happen? Then, the person who succeeded wouldn't be able to challenge him for 2 days. It was a matter of pride for all of them. If they were late today, the 100 to 108 peaks would have to change owners. They, the people from the outer courtyard, wouldn't be able to challenge for 2 days. Who would be able to withstand that? As long as they had the slightest bit of confidence in themselves, they were all eager to become a member of the backyard. The challenge began at 6:00 in the morning. The girls who followed Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian was bound to be challenged by many people. Therefore, even Ling Ying, who usually lazed around in bed, woke up early today to check out the situation. Then, he saw the pictures and short videos on the forum. It was a sea of people, and Lin Xian was trembling. Uff, ta-ha-ha. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Xiao Xinyue walked out of her room in her pajamas. Lin Xian is going to be miserable this time, Ling Ying said in a relaxed manner. Xiao Xinyue sat beside him and glanced at the forum. Why are there so many people? Xiao Xinyue couldn't help but laugh when she saw the situation on the forum. However, she still asked curiously. This is normal. The 108 peaks are the easiest to defeat in everyone's eyes. So, of course, there are many challengers. Moreover, Lin Xian is hated by many people. Many people want to take this opportunity to beat him up. Ling Ying said. She knew Lin Xian too well. I see. Then he's going to have a hard time today. Han Chuxue walked out of the bathroom after washing up and said, not necessarily. Each person can only be challenged 5 times a day. Although it seems that there are thousands of people, only 5 people can challenge Lin Xian. So, it's not that troublesome. Of course, if he wants to fight more people, it's fine. Let's go and watch the show. Ling Ying put on his jacket happily. On the other side, the 108 peaks where Lin Xian was at were overcrowded. Hey, which one of you wants to challenge me? There are only 5 chances today. Maybe the first person will succeed. How am I supposed to choose if all of you come at me at the same time? Lin Xian took a bite of a peach and said. Chapter 1069. Although the reason why everyone came to challenge Lin Xian was to beat him up, the main reason was that they wanted to enter the backyard. If he didn't want to, he could only accept challenges from 5 people. Everyone was confident in themselves and felt that they could defeat him. If someone else beat them to it, they wouldn't have a chance. Accept my challenge. I'm here first. Brother, that's not right, is it? A few hundred of us came here together. How can you be here first? That's right. Lin Xian, accept my challenge. I'm at the front. The group of people said one after another. Brother Xian, what should we do? Lu Jingyi and Wang Zhuang stood beside Lin Xian, feeling helpless. Lin Xian picked his ears, then went back to sit on the stone bench. You guys come in, Lin Xian said, and then 1,000 to 2,000 people rushed in. When they came in and saw this beautiful courtyard that was like a paradise on earth, they decided that they must become the students of the backyard. In the backyard, to be able to enter the martial arts academy at will, to be able to fall in love, and to be able to bring girls back to have sex, was enough. It was mainly a promotion of status. In the martial arts academy, there were a total of 20,000 people. As long as you entered the backyard, you would be in the top 100 of the 20,000 people. When you walked out, wearing a badge on your chest, you would be in the top 10. Lin Xian sat on the stone bench and peeled an orange, then casually glanced at those people. It gave people a strange feeling. This group of people was not here to challenge Lin Xian. Instead, Lin Xian was the boss, and they were here to beg. You guys, if you want me to pick 5 out of 1 or 2,000 people to challenge, it would be very difficult for me, right? Lin Xian took a bite of the orange and said, Then why don't you just accept all the challenges? One person said, I'm not fucking doing anything else, right? Lin Xian said, and we'll see if you can withstand 5 people without being taken down. Another person said disdainfully. That's right. I'm so weak. I feel like it was purely a matter of luck that I was able to enter the 108 peaks. Perhaps I wouldn't even be able to withstand the first person who challenged me. Lin Xian said. Accept my challenge. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone became impatient again. You guys are really making things difficult for me. Who will you choose to challenge me? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Pick me, pick me. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Pick me. Lin Xian, accept my challenge. Lin Xian, I challenge you directly. You can't refuse my challenge. Let's fight.
Why?
We came here together. What right do you have to challenge me directly? Get lost. At this time, Lin Xian stood up and looked at everyone. Then he said, how about this? If you don't want to challenge me, then leave. It's easier to choose if there are fewer people. It's really hard for me to choose between 1 or 2,000 people. Unfortunately, no one was willing to leave. They all thought that Lin Xian was a pushover. All right, since you guys don't want to leave, then there's a way to solve this problem. How about this? You guys pay. I'll accept the challenge of whoever pays more.
How about that?
Otherwise, if this continues, it'll be difficult for me and the 2,000 of you. What do you think? Lin Xian asked. Everyone was speechless. Do I have to pay to challenge you? However, they somehow felt that Lin Xian's words were reasonable. Now that there were thousands of people here, any one of them could defeat him at any time and enter the backyard, become a backyard student, and enjoy privileges. I think it makes sense. Our side is too special. Instead of arguing pointlessly, why don't we do as Lin Xian said? We pay, and whoever pays more will challenge him. This way, we'll have an easy time. If we don't do this, we might even fight among ourselves.
Someone said.
At this moment, a man walked out and said, Brothers and sisters, how about this? I'll pay and challenge Lin Xian to test the waters.
How about that?
Uffed, brother, don't you think we're too stupid? You're testing the waters for us? Then why don't I test the waters? What if you defeat him? That's right. That's right. Everyone, quiet down. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and said, I have an idea. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. How about this? Everyone who wants to challenge me, I'll get someone to make a copy of my QR code. Get ready and enter your name when you transfer the money. We'll make a silent collection and record each of your information and the amount you pay. The person who pays the most will be the person who challenges me. The advantage of this is that you won't have to bid like an auction. This way, the money spent will be less and no one will know. So, it's very fair. How about it? Hearing Lin Xian's words, they all thought about it. Justice, help me make 2,000 copies of the QR code. Okay, Brother Xian. 15 minutes later, Lu Justice ran over with 2,000 copies of the QR code. Come, come, come. Everyone who wants to challenge me, come and get a QR code. Then you can pay. In 5 minutes, I'll reveal the name of the challenger. Of course, if you think that what I'm doing is wrong, then you don't have to challenge me at all. The other peaks will wait for you. Don't waste your time here. If anyone feels unhappy, then challenge me and beat me up. Then, if we don't pay the most money, will you give it to us? No. Why should I give it back? If you feel bad, then don't challenge me. Anyway, there are 2,000 people here. There are a lot of people who want to challenge me. It doesn't matter if you're there or not. Lin Xian grinned. These people were all rich young masters. They definitely didn't lack money. If they could spend some money to exchange for a spot in the backyard, then it would definitely be a profit. Although they were unhappy that they had to pay the challenger, but when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed so. This was because his 108 peaks were indeed special. There were too many people who came to challenge him. If he randomly chose and couldn't pick himself, then he would be unhappy. Moreover, he had clearly said that if they didn't want to challenge him, then they didn't have to pay. After all, they all saw that there were so many people around them. Basically, no one left. As for the amount of money transferred, no one was less than 10,000 yuan. They were all rich young masters. 10,000 yuan was a small amount because they felt that a few thousand yuan was definitely not enough to get a spot with the most transfer. Therefore, it had to be 5 digits. As for the transfer of tens of thousands, it was up to them. Lin Xian roughly glanced at it, then looked at the transfer information on his phone.
Fuck.
Lu Justice and Wang Zhuang's mouths were wide open. Could it be like this? Were these people all idiots? One by one, they transferred tens of thousands. Chapter 1070. To these rich playboys and young ladies, 10 to 20,000 yuan was just a small amount of money. None of them cared about it. All of them wanted to challenge Lin Xian and obtain the rights to use the 108 rooms so that they could become one of the top 100 students. So to them, that little bit of money wasn't important at all. One person might not seem to have much money, but there were 1,000 or 2,000 people here. They all wanted to challenge Lin Xian and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Then Lin Xian made a fortune. Behind him, new students came to challenge Lin Xian one after another. When they saw the situation of these people, they were confused and asked. In the end, most of them also joined in this money transfer meeting. Ling Ying, Han Xuxue, and Xiao Xingyue also came to watch the show. When they arrived, they caused a huge commotion. Many people who didn't want to transfer money saw the arrival of the 3 goddesses and transferred money. Some people even added money because they wanted to defeat Lin Xian in front of them. This was a rare opportunity. Hey bro, what's going on? Aren't you here to challenge him? I'm here to watch the battle. Why are you all holding your phones? Ling Ying poked a young man in front of him and asked in confusion. The young man turned around and saw the 3 goddess-level campus bells. He was stunned. Oh, yes. The young man sorted out his thoughts and said, the owner of this mountain is Lin Xian. Because there are too many people who want to challenge him, and he only chooses 5 people to challenge. Those of us who want to challenge him secretly transfer money to him. Every round, he will challenge the person who transfers the most money. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Han Xuxue and Xiao Xingyue also couldn't help but laugh. As expected of Lin Xian. Only he could do such a thing. No, you should challenge him. Why do you transfer money to him? Ling Ying was puzzled. There are too many people. Everyone wants to challenge him. Although we spent money, it's all for the sake of challenging him. I think it's pretty good. Otherwise, we might have to fight ourselves. If this person had used these wicked ideas on cultivation, he would have been even more powerful. Ling Ying said helplessly, and then asked, how much did you turn? 25,000. Ling Ying. If each of them were to transfer 10 to 20,000 yuan, then 1 to 2,000 people would be able to transfer over 10 million yuan per round. This bastard. How shameless. All right, time's up. Now let me see which brother or sister has transferred the most money. Lin Xian then took a closer look at the amount. 28,137,000. He was completely dumbfounded. How could it be so easy to earn money? Zhao Hailuo?
Who's Zhao Hailuo?
Lin Xian took a look and saw that Zhao Hailuo had transferred 220,000 yuan. Everyone else had an average of around 20,000 yuan. At this moment, a handsome man walked out from the crowd. It's me. Zhao Hailuo smirked and looked at Lin Xian. Originally, he had already transferred 50,000 yuan. He thought that 50,000 yuan would be the most he could get. Then, he found out that Ling Ying, Han Xuxue, and Xiao Xingyue were here. Then, in order to be sure that he would be able to challenge Lin Xian, he directly added 100,000 yuan. Although most of them were rich young masters, no one was willing to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan for a challenge. However, because of the arrival of Han Xuxue and the others, a few of them did pay hundreds of thousands of yuan. But they didn't expect that there was a bitch who was even more ruthless and directly transferred more than 200,000 yuan. Who could resist this? You transferred the most money. As for how much you transferred, I won't reveal it. Anyone who has questions can come to me. I will show you the amount he transferred. Now, I will accept your challenge. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Zhao Hailuo. Come on. This young master has been waiting for a long time. Get ready to give up your seat. Zhao Hailuo said confidently. He had the strength of a domain realm expert and was ranked 180th. In the martial arts academy, he could be considered the top. However, there were too many experts in the martial arts academy. Even a domain realm expert could only be ranked in the top 100. In any case, the top few hundred in the martial arts academy were all domain realm experts. It was just a matter of who was stronger. Today was definitely not a loss for him. 200,000 yuan was just the cost of a meal. However, it was not a loss at all to be able to show off in front of the goddesses. Brother, you just took the ticket to challenge me. How can you ask me to give up my seat? Lin Xian said with a smile. In this young master's opinion, it's about right. Zhao Hailuo said with a smile. Then, come on. Lin Xian then walked up to the battle stage at the side. That's right, every peak had a battle stage. It was specially designed for martial artists to fight. Zhao Hailuo also walked up to it. More than 1,000 people gathered around them. This challenge is made into a concert. No one else can do this. Ling Ying said helplessly. He's quite talented. He can even make money from a martial artist challenge. Xiao Xinyue was also helpless. This is called shameless. What's there to be proud of? These martial artists all thought that Lin Xian was in the law realm. It had to be known that Lin Xian's strength in the first round of the assessment was at the law realm. Moreover, he was a 7-star law realm expert. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Xian could enter the 108 peaks purely because of luck or because he performed well. After all, the assessment was not a martial arts competition. However, they were all confident that they could beat Lin Xian. If they knew that Lin Xian was in the domain realm, more than half of these 2,000 people would probably not have come. This was because most of them were in the law realm. Although they felt that the 108 peaks were the easiest to fight, there was still a huge gap between the law realm and the domain realm. Lin Xian also did not expect that the law realm strength that he deliberately hid back then would actually make him money. Let's use the normal rules of a martial arts competition. Admit defeat, or get off the stage. Zhao Hailuo said to Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Do we use weapons? Zhao Hailuo asked. Up to you. Then there's no need. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Then, a wind attribute power erupted from Zhao Hailuo's body. It was very common for martial artists who could come here to have dual attributes, or they were very good at using a single attribute. In any case, Lin Xian could not lose. However, in order to let the people behind him continue to have the confidence to challenge him and for more money, Lin Xian had to deliberately make it harder for him to win. Oh, right. Although I'm in the law realm, I have to tell you that I have the strength to fight across realms. Lin Xian said with a smile. Who doesn't? Zhao Hailuo said disdainfully. Let's fight. Sizzle, lightning flashed on Lin Xian's body. Whoosh, then, Zhao Hailuo confidently rushed in front of Lin Xian and threw a punch at Lin Xian. Chapter 1071. In fact, not many people knew that Lin Xian was at the domain realm. Even Ling Ying and the others didn't know because Lin Xian didn't tell them. Boom. The two fists collided, and Lin Xian's figure was directly sent flying. He landed on the ground and staggered a few steps back. That's it. Zhao Hailuo sneered. Everyone looked at the scene with disdain and nervousness. The reason for their disdain was that he could enter the 108 peaks with such strength. Wasn't he too weak? However, it was normal. After all, Zhao Hailuo was at the domain realm. The reason for their nervousness was that if Lin Xian was defeated by Zhao Hailuo, then Zhao Hailuo would be the new master of the 108 peaks. The master of the domain realm was still a little difficult to fight, and he would only be able to challenge him 2 days later. Naturally, they didn't want Zhao Hailuo to defeat Lin Xian. Ling Ying found it strange. That's not right. Even if Lin Xian is at the law realm, he has lightning attribute power. Logically speaking, he shouldn't lose to Zhao Hailuo by so much, right? Ling Ying was puzzled. She knew Lin Xian's combat power too well. He wasn't at the domain realm, but was stronger than the domain realm. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't let himself be in such a sorry state. He's doing it on purpose,
Han Chushua said.
Allah. Han Chushua then looked at Lin Xian and said to Linging, he wants to win with difficulty so that people will continue to challenge him in large numbers. Then he can earn more money. Linging, Xiao Xinhua. How sinister, Xiao Xinhua said while holding back her laughter. Lin Xian shook his hand and said, the power of the domain realm is indeed strong. Then, are you going to admit defeat? If you don't, you might be injured. Zhao Hailuo said with a smile. I won't admit defeat.
Boom.
In the next instant, terrifying lightning erupted from Lin Xian's body and rushed toward Zhao Hailuo. 5 Thunder Phenomenon. Zhao Hailuo also showed a fearful expression when he felt the terrifying lightning rushing towards him. Even though it was only the strength of a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator, the lightning attribute was still the lightning attribute. It was the most violent attribute of all. Furthermore, he could sense that the grade of this battle technique was definitely not low. However, it was only the Law Realm after all. Furthermore, he was of the Wind attribute. In a sense, wind was the bane of lightning. Zhao Hailuo sneered in his heart and sped off into the distance. The moment he moved, Lin Xian made a prediction. As long as he knew the direction he was moving in, it was enough. As for his position, the martial arts stage wasn't that big, so how far could he go? The moment Zhao Hailuo landed, he wanted to attack Lin Xian directly, but his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw Lin Xian's flaming palm strike the ground. He didn't know what would happen, but he had a bad feeling about it. He couldn't react in time because Lin Xian had predicted it and was ahead of him.
Boom.
A fire god pillar erupted from beneath him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air.
Plop.
Zhao Hailuo was sent flying and landed on the ground. He clutched his chest and stood up unwillingly. His entire body was burned black, but he didn't lose anything. He was just in a very sorry state. There were many injuries on his face and skin. After all, he was of the Grand Dominion Realm. After all, the grade of the Fire God Pillar wasn't too high. After all, Lin Xian only used the power of the Law Realm. However, it was still an Earth-grade battle technique. If he was hit by it, he couldn't underestimate it. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Fortunately, this Lin Xian was sinister and cunning. Otherwise, he would definitely be defeated by Zhao Hailuo. Sorry, I'm of 2 attributes. Lin Xian laughed. When Ling Ying and the others saw the scene, as expected, this bastard did it on purpose. He gave people the impression that he wasn't strong and that it was easy to win, relying on tricks or luck to make others mistakenly think that he was weak, and then give them money one after another. This young master was careless. Zhao Hailuo gritted his teeth and said, it was really infuriating. He was really careless. He should have thought that even if he didn't like the people from the martial arts academy, they weren't trash. How could they be the same as that group of trash? He should have noticed it long ago. He felt that Lin Xian was no match for him at all, but he was really careless and didn't even use his battle technique. Then there's nothing I can do. A loss is a loss. I'll challenge again, Zhao Hailuo said unwillingly. That won't do. You can continue to challenge me if you lose, but I want to give others a chance, so you have to go through the normal process. Lin Xian then glanced at everyone and said, all right, let's continue. You guys transfer the money. As usual, whoever transfers the most money can fight me. Then, those people couldn't wait to start the second round of transfer. After the first battle, they basically had a rough idea of Lin Xian's strength. He wasn't strong at all, so whoever went up would be able to defeat him. Although Lin Xian had a rough idea of Lin Xian's strength, everyone clearly realized how lucky he was to win. This Zhao Hailuo was too careless. Otherwise, he would have just used a single battle technique and Lin Xian would have to kneel down. As they felt that they had a good grasp of Lin Xian's strength, they were no longer trying to test the waters by transferring money. Everyone who wanted to challenge Lin Xian had transferred the highest amount they believed to be possible. Most of them were at least 6 digits. Hundreds of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Lin Xian looked at the transfer record, and his eyes lit up.
Fuck.
It was so easy to earn money from these rich young masters. 5 fucking matches in a day. He was willing to fight for a whole day. Cunning villain. Is there something wrong with these people's brains? When Linging saw that they couldn't wait to be the first to transfer the money, she was really helpless. Those who came to the martial arts academy, other than those from ordinary families, are mostly from rich families. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are just a small amount. In their eyes, Lin Xian is very weak. Everyone has a chance of defeating him. If they don't go up, others will defeat him. No wonder Lin Xian chose this method. Han Chuxue was quite impressed with Lin Xian. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Although Lin Xian's method had some elements of deception, she inexplicably felt that Lin Xian was handsome and smart. Lin Xian then took a look.
Fuck.
Are these people crazy? The highest transfer was 600,000. He took a look. It was still that Zhao Hailuo. Alright, the second round is over. I'm sorry to inform everyone that the person who challenged me this round is still Zhao Hailuo. Lin Xian said.
What?
I transferred 400,000 to you, and you're telling me it's still him? A man pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily.
Humph.
This young master earned 600,000. Is there anyone who transferred more money than this young master? Zhao Hailuo snorted coldly. I'm a very fair person. The rules are like this. Although this is the second time this brother has challenged me, there's no other way. He indeed transferred the most money.
Come on.
Chapter 1072. Those people were really uncomfortable. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars were wasted. It was like gambling, but at least if they lost money in gambling, they would still have the gaming experience. However, none of them were willing to leave. It was like a gamble in their hearts. They had already invested hundreds of thousands of yuan. They had to wait for the next round. They couldn't let their previous efforts go to waste. They had to defeat him successfully. However, what could they do now? They could only pray that Lin Xian defeated Zhao Hailuo. Otherwise, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Li Jingyi and Wang Zhuang were at the back. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a god. He really is a god. Originally, they thought that with thousands of people challenging him, wouldn't they be worried to death? However, he was able to turn this into a business opportunity. No one else could do it. Everyone, don't be discouraged. I may not lose. After all, I defeated this brother once. Lin Xian said with a smile. That was because this young master was careless. Zhao Hailuo said coldly. It was a little embarrassing, especially in front of a goddess. He didn't expect to lose. Therefore, he had to get rid of Lin Xian in a straightforward manner in this battle. Only then would he be able to wash away his shame and let others know that he had been careless. Of course, I know that many of you are unhappy after paying, but the rules are like this.
You can choose not to challenge.
If you don't challenge, you don't have to pay. Or you can wait. When there are fewer people, you don't have to pay. Lin Xian reminded again, dispelling many people's unhappy thoughts. That's right, they were willing to pay the money. Lin Xian had never forced them to pay. However, they were gradually brainwashed by Lin Xian.
Why?
One must know that there was no need to pay for a challenge. It was just that there were too many people who wanted to challenge Lin Xian. Stop talking, quickly play chess with this young master. Zhao Hailuo couldn't wait to defeat Lin Xian. Good, good, good. I'm coming. Then, Lin Xian jumped onto the stage again. Sigh, it's over now. Previously, this person lost because he was too careless and was tricked by Lin Xian's dual attributes. Now, his domain realm strength can absolutely crush Lin Xian's law realm strength. Yeah, it's a waste of money. He really couldn't accept it. Let me have a fight with him. Motherfucker, I gave 300,000 for the second round. If I knew this would happen, I would have directly given 1 million. If I had known this would happen, I would have been willing to pay 2 million. These people are too crazy, but this place in the backyard is too important. This support slot might not bring them anything substantial, but for many people, those with status, face was much more important than money. For example, there were some occasions where you had to drive to attend. If your car was rubbish, you would have to rent a luxury car and hire a driver to put on an act. That's right, this was about face. The Martial Arts Academy was a descendant of a prestigious family. Reputation was very important. Moreover, to be honest, there were many martial arts techniques that could only be learned in the backyard. Sometimes, if you learned a few powerful martial arts techniques, it would be useful for the rest of your life. This was much more valuable than hundreds of thousands or millions. Let's fight. Zhao Heiluo's body directly erupted with his power. A wind attribute gale rushed toward Lin Xian. Whoosh! However, in the next instant, Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot.
What?
What happened? Stealth? No. It's space. Space. He actually has the space attribute. Zhao Heiluo was also stunned. 3 attributes? He also has the space attribute? But, so what if you have space? This young master's realm is higher than yours. The effect of your space energy on this young master is next to nothing. Zhao Heiluo muttered to himself. However, in the next moment, he was unable to react at all. His figure disappeared from where he stood and appeared outside the battle arena. Lin Xian also appeared at his original position. Brother Zhao, you lost again. Lin Xian grinned at Zhao Heiluo. Everyone was dumbfounded. Space was indeed very powerful, but it wasn't invincible. How could you send Zhao Heiluo to the bottom of the arena with a difference of a realm? Zhao Heiluo was also puzzled.
Why?
Why didn't he react? He even felt the power of space acting on his body, and then he was sent down before he could react and use his strength to break free. The reason was simple.
Time.
Lin Xian had already activated the time attribute, and Lin Xian didn't need to hide his space attribute. This was because, except for the people in the Martial Arts Academy who didn't know him, everyone else knew that he had the space attribute. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. The release of time was too difficult to be discovered. Lin Xian just used the time attribute to accelerate the flow of time. Because of this, he couldn't react and was sent down. Everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's move. He actually had the space attribute. Then it made sense why his results were not good, and his realm was not high, but he was able to enter the backyard. It must be because the last round of potential assessment points increased too much. 3 attributes were simply too rare, so it must have increased by a lot. Lin Xian, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Heiluo didn't want to think about anything else. He was furious. He pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian scratched his head and looked confused. You directly used the space attribute to send me out of the arena, and that's considered a win. Young Master Zhao, you said it yourself before that according to the normal rules of the competition, then may I ask if the normal rules of the competition prohibit using this method to win?
No.
Space is also a type of attribute, so why can't I use this method? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Heiluo pointed at him and trembled in anger. Yes, that's right. The others simply wanted to laugh to death. They originally thought that Zhao Heiluo was going to defeat Lin Xian, but they didn't expect him to use the space attribute. Then he didn't have any other trump cards now, right? Humph. But do you think this is fair? Zhao Heiluo suppressed his anger and said. He couldn't be angry because Lin Xian was indeed not wrong. What he said was right, and there were 3 goddesses here, so he couldn't lose his demeanor. That's true, but no one said it before. Then let's do it this way. From the next round, I can use the space attribute because it is my attribute, but I won't use the space attribute to send you out of the arena. How about it?
Lin Xian said.
When many of them knew that Lin Xian had the space attribute, they already had the idea of retreating because space was indeed powerful, and directly sending people out of the arena was really shameless. However, Lin Xian said that he wouldn't use this method, so many of them wanted to continue fighting. Chapter 1073. It was very strange. Perhaps this was the normal mentality of a person. They clearly saw that others couldn't beat Lin Xian, and the other domain realm cultivators were sent away, but they always felt that they could beat Lin Xian. This was a normal mentality. They were all geniuses, so why couldn't they beat others? After all, Lin Xian was only at the law realm. Although he had space, under normal circumstances, the space attribute's effect was not particularly great in a battle of the same level. The most powerful thing about space was that it was terrifying. As for why Lin Xian was able to send Zhao Hailuo out of the arena directly, no one understood. Logically speaking, Zhao Hailuo was much stronger than Lin Xian, so Lin Xian's space attribute should be more effective against himself. The effect would be instantly broken against the enemy. Everyone guessed that Zhao Hailuo didn't think of it and didn't react in time. Zhao Hailuo himself didn't know. He clearly felt that he had reacted, but he didn't have time to do it. He couldn't understand it, so he could only think of it as his carelessness.
Good.
Let's do it again. Zhao Hailuo stared at Lin Xian. It's fine to do it again, but we'll have to start again. Lin Xian grinned and said, Let's start again then. Zhao Hailuo gritted his teeth and said. He was trembling with anger. Come, next round. Lin Xian said with a smile. How shameless. I'm convinced. Linging said helplessly from behind. It's a little shameless. Han Chushua nodded. It's very shameless. Xiao Xinue added. However, she inexplicably felt that she liked his shamelessness. What kind of logic was this? This time there were much fewer people who transferred money, so few that only a few dozen people transferred money.
Why?
Because everyone could see that Zhao Hailuo was very angry. He would definitely take out a very high amount of money to fight Lin Xian to the death. Even if they wanted to compete, what if it was too little? If it was too little, they would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, although many people wanted to fight Lin Xian, they felt that they didn't want to fight with Zhao Hailuo. Although they were all rich, they couldn't afford it, right? Lin Xian glanced at it. He had earned more than 50 million in 3 rounds. He felt as if he was about to fly. However, Lin Xian felt that he could still earn a few rounds. Lin Xian couldn't keep hiding it, but at least he could earn a lot today. Therefore, to win against Zhao Hailuo. This round of transfers. Oh, young Master Zhao, why do you have to do this? Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Hailuo Xian and said, Zhao Hailuo, this young master has already spent so much money. If I don't win today, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss? Zhao Hailuo said unwillingly. He was trembling with anger. Lin Xian really wanted to laugh to death. This Zhao Hailuo was really stubborn. He directly used 1 million this time. Sigh, the life of the rich is really good. Then come. Lin Xian twisted his neck and walked up the stage again. Behind him, Morongyu also walked into Lin Xian's courtyard. She had already guessed that Lin Xian's place would be very lively. Sure enough, when she woke up in the morning, she saw the news on the forum. She didn't want to come to watch the fun, but she was too bored. She agreed to spar with Lin Xian today, but she naturally wouldn't do it this morning. Suddenly, she saw the news that Lin Xian's side was paying for a duel. She was puzzled and just happened to be bored, so she came to take a look. Another piece of news exploded. The top 4 campus beauties of the academy were all attracted to this place. Therefore, in order to see these 4 campus beauties, countless people came to challenge them. In just a short period of time, the number of people in the 108 peaks was simply too many. It directly exceeded 5,000 people. You're here too. Linging looked at Morongyu, who was walking over, and greeted him. They weren't very familiar with each other, and they weren't even friends. Even if they knew each other, they admired each other. Even in Morongyu's eyes, Ling Ying and Han Chushua were still outstanding. Morongyu nodded and said, I saw on the forum that it was quite lively here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect there to be so many people in such a short time. Morongyu also felt that it was quite exaggerated. There were too many people here. How is it now? Morongyu asked. This guy is scamming money. Ling Ying said helplessly. I heard that you have to pay to challenge here? That's quite surprising.
Morongyu said.
Then, Linging gave her a brief explanation. Morongyu. She was really impressed. He was the first person in history to play so casually. Zhao Hailuo took a look and was shocked to find that Morongyu was also here. Who was this Lin Xian? How did he attract all these beauties? It was no secret that Lin Xian had some kind of relationship with them. As for what kind of relationship it was something that no one knew. What's going on? Morongyu is also here? What's the relationship between Lin Xian and these people? It's said that Lin Xian and Linging were classmates, so it's normal for them to know each other. I heard that Xiao Xinyue and Lin Xian were in the same school, so it's normal for them to know each other. Morongyu and Lin Xian were in the military class of this martial arts academy, so they were also classmates.
Damn.
Lin Xian's luck with women is too good. What's the use? They're just classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Xian, I hope that this time you can have a fair fight with me. Zhao Hailuo said to Lin Xian in a righteous manner when he saw that Morongyu was here. Sure, young Master Zhao has spent so much money. It's not right if I don't have a fair fight with you. Lin Xian smiled.
Come on.
Zhao Hailuo released his wind attribute again. In the next moment, he rushed toward Lin Xian without hesitation. You want to compete in speed? You think you can be faster than me, with the wind attribute? Unfettered under the heavens. Lin Xian smirked and disappeared in an instant. Grade, Heaven rank 10 stars, type. Movement skill requirements. None, a rare movement skill in the world. With each step, you'll be able to travel 1,000 meters with each step. Freedom under the heavens has 3 levels. The first level is Phantom Transformation. The second level is 1,000 meters with each step. The third level is so close, yet so far. Once mastered, you can travel the world in just a moment. Effect: when Freedom under the heavens is activated, your movement speed will increase by up to 10 times. Consumes 20 to 200 spiritual energy value per second. When released with the wind attribute, the effect will be doubled. Current level: Phantom Transformation. This was a very, very heaven-defying skill. One had to know that this was a heaven rank 10 stars. Although it wasn't an offensive skill, it could increase one's movement speed by 10 times. How could the wind attribute compare to it? At first, everyone thought that Lin Xian was using the space attribute again, but they were shocked to find that it wasn't the case. Chapter 1074. Everyone looked at the two figures in shock. They crossed each other countless times every second, and their speed was incomparably fast. However, Lin Xian was definitely faster than him. Zhao Hailuo had a certain level of attainment in the wind attribute, but he found that Lin Xian's speed was fucking faster than his own. 4 attributes? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No, it's not 4 attributes. There's no wind attribute power. At this moment, a figure walked over and said calmly, Qin Ming. Qin Ming walked to Xiao Xinyue's side and said to that person, it's a martial skill, not a wind attribute martial skill. It should be a movement skill, and a high-grade one at that. Everyone looked at him. Everyone recognized him. After all, he was ranked 20th in the inner courtyard. It was impossible for him not to be famous. Qin Ming mainly saw Xiao Xinyue here, so he came. He didn't have much time to interact with Xiao Xinyue, and he was pursuing her. Then, he looked at Xiao Xinyue and said with a smile, Xinyue, we haven't exchanged pointers in a long time. Now that we're in the martial arts academy, why don't we find a chance to exchange pointers? Exchanging pointers was an excuse, but if he could exchange pointers with Xiao Xinyue alone, they could cultivate their relationship. In his memory, there was no chance for them to be alone. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. Anything is fine. Okay, then I'll go to your peak to exchange pointers? Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. She didn't want to exchange pointers, but she couldn't refuse him with this excuse. She would just treat it as practice. After all, she wanted to be able to exchange pointers with others in the martial arts academy to improve herself. This movement skill is at least of the heaven rank. I've only seen 2 heaven rank movement skills, and this is the 3rd one. It's really shocking. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian and muttered to herself. Yeah, there are many heaven rank martial skills, but movement skills are very rare, let alone a heaven rank martial skill. Ling Ning nodded. To be able to surpass the power of the wind attribute with just a movement technique, how powerful was that? At this moment, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Zhao Hailuo. What was this situation? How could this person be so fast? In the past, Lin Xian's spiritual energy value was very low, so he couldn't maintain the Heaven's Shadow Step for long. However, it was different now. I'd like to see how long your martial skill can last. Zhao Hailuo coldly snorted. Using martial skills to forcefully increase his speed would definitely consume more spiritual energy than using elemental power to increase his speed. Lin Xian wasn't a fool. He couldn't show off too much. After wandering around for a while, Lin Xian stopped and stood in front of Zhao Hailuo. You're out of spiritual energy. Zhao Hailuo sneered. Now you can just wait to lose. Fierce wind rolling waves. Zhao Hailuo roared and released a powerful martial skill. In an instant, the entire small stage was shrouded in a fierce wind. Each wind carried a drop of water, and at this time, each drop of water was as terrifying as a bullet. Break for this young master. Zhao Hailuo angrily shouted, and like a torrential storm of pear blossom needles, a strong wind swept towards Lin Xian. The whole martial skill covered the whole martial arts stage, and Lin Xian simply had nowhere to hide. It's over, it's over. This Zhao Hailuo is going to win.
Fuck.
If I knew this would happen, I would have fucking fought with this Lin Xian, even if I had 2 million.
Sigh.
Previously, Lin Xian seemed to be at ease, but in fact, Zhao Hailuo didn't use any martial skills. Now that he's using a martial skill, with his realm, Lin Xian can't avoid it. You think it's over? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth rose slightly. Spatial lock. Following that, Lin Xian retreated to the edge of the stage and sealed almost the entire stage. Boom! A terrifying force bombarded Lin Xian, but it was all blocked by the sealed space. It's useless. You can't block the spatial lock of the Law Realm. Zhao Hailuo roared again and leaped towards Lin Xian. The terrifying force wanted to directly shatter the barrier of the spatial lock. But I never thought of using spatial lock to seal you. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth rose slightly. What? Zhao Hailuo, who was rushing over, was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Spatial shift. In an instant, all the martial skills he released disappeared in front of him and appeared behind Zhao Hailuo. Humph, you want to perish together? Then this young master will win. Zhao Hailuo said angrily. In his position and in the air, it was impossible for him to dodge with just the wind attribute, but Lin Xian couldn't avoid the dense bombardment of martial skills at the same time. They could only fall together.
Is that so?
Lin Xian laughed. Zhao Hailuo punched Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was hit by him, but he blocked it with his arm. The two figures flew out of the stage together, and Zhao Hailuo definitely didn't want to be hit by his own martial skills, so he had no intention of retreating at all. Just as they were about to land, Lin Xian's figure disappeared in the air, and Zhao Hailuo fell down.
Fuck.
Damn spatial attribute. Zhao Hailuo cursed angrily. If it wasn't for the spatial attribute, they would have fallen together and Lin Xian would have fallen down first. However, this spatial attribute was too difficult to deal with. Its functionality was too strong. But you will definitely be seriously injured. Zhao Hailuo thought to himself. The range of his martial skills was huge. Even if he used spatial shift to behind him, it could still cover the entire stage, and he would still be seriously injured by the martial skills on the stage. This couldn't be blamed on him. He clearly didn't have to go up, but who could he blame if he went up? However, he looked back. Where was Lin Xian? Then he suddenly raised his head.
Fuck.
Isn't this spatial attribute too strong? This Zhao Hailuo is furious. Although the martial skill is still in the entire stage, Lin Xian forcefully used the spatial attribute to send himself to the sky above the stage. Although the range of this martial skill is huge, it can't reach the sky at all. I really envy the spatial attribute. That's right. Why did Lin Xian stay on the stage? Can't he do it in the air? Who said that the spatial attribute could only be used to jump horizontally? Who said that it couldn't be used in the sky? Lin Xian landed on the stage from the sky, and then stood up. You lost again. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Hailuo and said with a smirk. Really, everyone wanted to fight with Lin Xian, but his spatial attribute was too OP. If they wanted to fight against the spatial attribute, they had to make it so that it couldn't react in time, or even use space to fight against the spatial attribute, or use time to suppress the spatial attribute. However, Zhao Haitong's realm suppressed Lin Xian, so how could he still lose? It was because his attribute was too trashy. Although the wind attribute was a rare attribute, it couldn't do anything against the spatial attribute. Chapter 1075. These so-called geniuses all felt that they could defeat Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had indeed defeated Zhao Hailuo, so they were actually starting to doubt their own abilities. However, regardless of whether it was enough or not, Lin Xian had earned so much money from this challenge. Lin Xian was already super satisfied, okay? Zhao Hailuo was the one who felt the most uncomfortable. He felt extremely uncomfortable. What exactly went wrong? He, a domain realm cultivator, was defeated by Lin Xian time and time again.
Why?
Was he convinced? Of course, he was still not convinced. He still had countless martial arts techniques and laws that he had not used. Why did he lose? Powerlessness. There was a deep sense of powerlessness. Most importantly, he had lost in front of the goddesses. This was even more uncomfortable. However, he had indeed lost. He. Zhao Hailuo laughed and then said, the spatial attribute is indeed powerful. The wind attribute is indeed a little weak in front of the spatial attribute. Although I still have many martial arts techniques and laws that I have not used, I have indeed been defeated by you. I have indeed lost. He hoped that saying this would be able to salvage his image in the eyes of the goddesses. He could not fight with this Lin Xian anymore. If he continued to fight, others would think that he was a sore loser. This was the only way. Damn it. He had to get back at him. But why did he lose? He really could not understand. Although the spatial attribute was powerful, why was it so difficult for him to shatter the spatial energy barrier? It was not that he had not fought against spatial attribute martial artists before. He felt that even if he fought against spatial attribute martial artists of the same realm, it would not be as difficult to deal with as Lin Xian. Perhaps it was because he had not used his full strength. Of course, he knew where his strength was. Then, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Lin Xian glanced at everyone. No one said anything. How about I don't use the spatial attribute? Lin Xian then said. Hua. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was in an uproar again. Wasn't he fucking looking down on them too much? However, it had to be said that the spatial attribute did have a greater psychological pressure on martial artists. Even if these people were in the domain realm and were quite outstanding, they still felt that way. If they had a very terrifying attribute such as the spatial attribute, they would naturally be among the 108 peaks. This bastard is just thinking of ways to cheat money. Ling Ying shook his head helplessly. This art Xian group was really making a lot of money every day. What a money grubber. However, she knew that Lin Xian was not a money grubber.
Fuck.
Zhao Hailuo clenched his fists. You are not using the spatial attribute? He was trembling with anger. Lin Xian, are you sure you don't want to use the spatial attribute? Someone asked. Of course, if I don't use the spatial attribute. That is, I'm not using the spatial energy, not using the. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, deliberately showing weakness. Then Lin Xian continued, but I feel that since I can stand on the 108 peaks, I should be stronger than you. How can I be easily defeated by you? So, I've decided not to use it. Okay, I'll challenge you. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Are there still many people who want to challenge me? Lin Xian then glanced at the crowd. Of course. We all want to challenge you. In their eyes, Lin Xian was powerful because of the spatial attribute. The spatial attribute was indeed strong, but what if he didn't have it? What were they afraid of? Okay, pay up. Everyone. Yes, there were too many people challenging him. In addition, Lin Xian was still showing weakness and even said that he wouldn't use the spatial attribute. How many people would want to challenge him then? The morning passed just like that. How much money did Lin Xian earn? Close to 100 million. The more they fought, the more they felt that something was amiss. How could a domain realm cultivator like Lin Xian defeat them all? Even if he didn't use the spatial attribute, it was still the same. But every time he won, they felt that it was a narrow victory, and yet they felt that they could win. Okay, after fighting for the entire morning, I'm dead tired. I won't accept any more challenges today. Lin Xian waved his hands and said to the crowd, Fight with me again. I'll definitely win this round. Win my ass. Yours truly didn't even use my space attribute. I'm not going to fight anymore. The rules say that each person can only accept 5 challenges a day before they have the right to reject. I've already gone over 5 times today. I'm tired. Lin Xian waved his hands and walked down the stage. If this continued, he would probably be exposed. Then we'll challenge again tomorrow.
Again?
Sure, I can't reject the rules of the academy anyway. But remember to bring fewer people. Otherwise, you'll have to pay up. Even I feel sorry for you, understand? Linging, Han Qishue, Xiao Xinue, Morongyu. Let's go eat lunch. Lin Xian waved his hands. Then, everyone left the 108 mountains in a bad mood. Ling Ying and the others also left. They didn't have too much contact with Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Although he said not to bring too many people tomorrow because he felt sorry for the money, the more he said that, the more people came tomorrow. Logically speaking, he was a bit reluctant to leave the 108 mountains. Perhaps the spirit tools and martial skills in the 108 mountains were the worst, but this was a treasure trove. However, Lin Xian also knew that this matter would at most earn him money for 2 or 3 days. After that, there would naturally be people who would react. So, after earning these 2 or 3 days of money, he prepared to charge up. Big Brother Xian, how much did you earn this morning? Lu Jingyi was really shocked the whole morning. About 100 million, maybe less. It's just that the first 2 batches of people transferred more money. Later on, there might be people who noticed something, so they didn't transfer much. Let's go, I'll treat you guys to a meal. Lin Xian smiled. Today's military class was in the afternoon. Basically, every class would have classes in the morning or the afternoon. Xiao Runing liked to have classes in the afternoon because she knew that a certain someone often slept in. However, she also liked to have classes in the afternoon because she also slept in. As for the length of time, it was the same. There were 3 classes, 2 hours. The rest of the time was up to the students. And now, to Lin Xian, the mission was even more important. In the martial arts academy, Lin Xian did learn a lot of things. He also worked hard to learn a lot of things. For example, when he learned from Xiao Runing in the military class, Lin Xian really worked hard to learn. As for the other things like the use of attributes, Lin Xian felt that he didn't have to deliberately learn because he had the system. Because of the completion of the mission, the purity and proficiency would be maxed out. Chapter 1076. To Lin Xian, Xiao Xinue's mission was very important. Then came another mission that interested Lin Xian. It was Lan Xing's mission, break the law. Then came Morongyu's mission, unknown reward, and one more, Wu Yuhan. What a headache! Wu Yuhan's opening was already hell difficulty. However, the reward left Lin Xian scratching his head. What did Dark Disguise Battle mean? The reward for this mission was to activate the Dark Disguise Battle form. It felt like something that could increase one's combat power. Anyway, this reward was not too useless. This was the easiest mission for Lin Xian to come into contact with at the moment. Of course, there was also Morom Qing's and Ling Longyue's missions. These two missions were already replenishing Lin Xian's Adonis points every day. However, these two missions were not easy to obtain in a short period of time. There was also an Xian. Lin Xian wanted to complete her mission a little later. There was no rush. Lin Xian now had the time attribute, but his proficiency was very low. As long as he completed an Xian's mission, his proficiency would be full. However, an Xian's mission would have a fiancé. They were betrothed when they were young. This person was also very powerful and was also in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian was of course not afraid. He was just afraid of the trouble. Oh, right. There was also Yi Renbing's mission. How should he describe this mission? In Lin Xian's eyes, this mission was already completed in a certain sense. However, it was also very difficult to complete in a certain sense. It was very strange. The main thing was that this woman was very strange. Lin Xian, Lu Jingyi, and the others went to eat a big meal. In the afternoon, he studied seriously in Xiao Runing's military class. The sky was slightly dark. Lin Xian originally planned to return to Lind and City to accompany Linya. However, just as he walked out of the military class area, Lin Xian saw Lan Xingxing, who was wearing pink clothes outside. What a beautiful and sweet girl. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian walk out, Lan Xingxing happily ran over and stood in front of Lin Xian. This scene was still in the eyes of many people. They were puzzled. The Martial Arts Academy's list of the top 10 beauties, but they did not seem to have seen Lin Xian interact with Wu Yuhan at all. The others seemed to have communicated with him more or less. What the hell was this? Lan Xingxing even took the initiative to find Lin Xian? Because of these reasons, Lin Xian was really known by everyone in the Martial Arts Academy. Especially in the morning, when he challenged Lin Xian and was surrounded by several beauties, Lin Xian was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. Now, there were too many people who hated Lin Xian. However, there were still many people who did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. Those people were naturally more outstanding geniuses. Princess Xingxing, my Princess Xingxing, why?
Fuck.
It's this Lin Xian again.
What's so special about him?
Why are those girls always around him? He knows Ling Ying and the others because they are classmates. He knows Morom Yu because they're also classmates. But what about Lan Xingxing? How did they know each other? Oh, right. Fuck, Lan Xingxing and Morom Yu are roommates. Maybe they met through Morom Yu.
Fuck.
Knowing one of the girls on the leaderboard is equivalent to knowing several of them. Those people muttered unhappily. Lan Xingxing's appearance was sweet and her style was also sweet and cute. Therefore, it was easy for people to arouse a desire to protect her. They also wanted to press her head into their chest and rub it. Therefore, everyone gave her the nickname of Star Princess, which gave off the feeling of a little princess. What are you doing here? Lin Xian looked at Lan Xingxing in confusion. I have already bought a lot of ingredients. Lan Xingxing cutely stuck out her pink tongue at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Wow. You're too sensible.
No.
Lan Xingxing said with a smile. You think I am praising you? Oh. Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes.
Is it not?
She secretly thought in her heart. But, I want to eat your cooking. I'll pay for it. Lan Xingxing looked expectantly at Lin Xian and said, Forget it. You don't have to pay. Lin Xian shook his head. In any case, he didn't have anything to do tonight. Moreover, if he went to the dorm, Lan Xingxing, Morom Yu, and Wu Yuhan would be the 3 girls for the mission. This was a good opportunity for him to increase his favorability. That is your big sister Wu Yuhan here? Lin Xian asked. Oh, when I sent the ingredients up, big sister Wu was also here. Lan Xingxing thought for a while and said, Lin Xian, if you feel awkward, we can go next door and eat with big sister Ling and the others. Originally, they did not know each other. However, because they were invited to eat together last time, they naturally knew each other. Lan Xingxing was a cute girl. At the same time, she was very familiar with people. As long as she felt that someone was good, she would make people feel as if they had known each other for a long time. She was completely unguarded and liked to make friends. Last time, after eating together, she added Ling Ying and the others on WeChat. Then she chatted with them all day long. They talked about all kinds of topics. It was like a guy hitting on a girl after getting her WeChat. "Let's go to your place," Lin Xian said. The misunderstanding or conflict between him and Wu Yuhan had to be resolved because this woman had a mission. He could not avoid it just because she was there. Instead, the more she was there, the more Lin Xian wanted to go.
Ah.
Lan Xingxing scratched her hair suspiciously. Why did Big Sister want to go to Lin Xian when she was there? She did not understand. Okay, then let's go. I bought a lot. Lin Xian nodded. Hi, Big Sister Morong. Lan Xingxing suddenly greeted Morongyu, who was walking over from behind. Morongyu walked over. What's wrong? Big Sister Morong, Lin Xian promised to cook for us, Lan Xingxing said happily. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful light blue eyes. Then, she asked Lan Xingxing, is Wu Yuhan home? Big Sister Wu is home. However, Lin Xian still wants to go. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian in surprise. We have to clear up the misunderstanding, right? Lin Xian said. This can't be considered a misunderstanding. Morongyu said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. Then I have to apologize. Okay. Then, the three of them walked toward the female dormitory. This caused a huge commotion. There were many people who saw this scene behind them. They also secretly followed them. Then they realized that they had walked into the female dormitory together. The male students could swagger into the female dormitory. However, they could not do so inside the building.
Damn.
There are so many people following behind us. How am I supposed to go in? Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 1077. These people seemed to be enjoying the scenery and chatting with them, but they were actually waiting to see what they were up to. A man followed two campus belles to the female dormitory. What was he up to?
Fuck.
Why don't you go out and find a place with no one around and use your space attribute to go over? Morongyu said. Big Sister, you have a space attribute too. You should know how hard it is to locate. That's true. Morongyu muttered to herself. From a position where you could see the place, you could teleport into the room. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had been there before. Otherwise, it would be really difficult. Why don't I just go up? Lin Xian shrugged and said.
Huh.
Morongyu looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Since I'm in the backyard now, I have this privilege. As for keeping a low profile, fuck. He couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Everyone knew about him. How could he keep a low profile? However, it was fine as long as he didn't expose his strength completely. As for the girls, he really couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Now, it was rumored that Lin Xian had some relationship with all the girls except for Wu Yuhan. The others didn't care what relationship he had, but he couldn't have any relationship with them. So what was Lin Xian afraid of? Didn't you say you didn't want to be noticed by those people? Morongyu asked. But now they have noticed. The fact that you guys came to my 108 Peaks this morning to watch the show has already explained it. That's because we've been classmates for a long time. What's wrong with watching classmates fight? Morongyu said indifferently. Let me tell you, it's different in the hearts of these idiots. Don't talk about watching me fight. You can't even talk to me. Morongyu. Men are really strange creatures. It's not strange. The main thing is that girls are too beautiful. For a creature with a lower body, they want to possess them. Lin Xian laughed. Then Big Sister Morong is so beautiful. Lin Xian, are you also going to pursue Big Sister Morong? Lan Xingxing blinked his big eyes and said to Lin Xian. Morongyu. Everyone wants to pursue a beautiful girl, but the class leader isn't someone ordinary people can pursue. Lin Xian joked. However, this was also a fact. It was really not easy to chase after Morongyu. But Lin Xian, you're not ordinary either. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian and said. She felt that Lin Xian was glowing, especially when she saw him cooking in the kitchen. He was simply too dazzling. The happiest thing was when he was cooking, and then she would secretly take a few bites. Wow, the feeling of sneaking around was simply too great. Lin Xian really liked this Lan Xingxing. He was helping him pursue Morongyu, haha. Is there anything unusual about it? Lin Xian asked. Oh, your cooking is delicious. Lan Xingxing smiled foolishly. What else? Also, Lan Xingxing tilted his little head and thought for a while. He's very nice. Lin Xian. Class leader, what do you think?
He's okay.
Morongyu said faintly. I think that's a pretty good evaluation from your mouth, right? Think what you want. In her heart, Lin Xian was a little special. In her opinion, he should be the only friend she felt that she got along with quite well. Although he seemed to be a little shameless with his words, she definitely felt that he was a good person. Morongyu finished speaking and walked into the dormitory building. Lin Xian chatted with them as he walked in as well.
Fuck.
What's going on? Lin Xian walked into the dormitory building with them. Don't tell me they're going to their dormitory?
Fuck.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Why?
Don't panic. If there's really something going on between them, why would they walk in so openly? This news tells us that there's definitely nothing going on between them. That's why they walked in together so openly. I understand the logic, but I just don't like it. This news suddenly exploded again. However, it was similar to what they were discussing. Jealousy and envy. Everyone knew that because they walked in together without any hesitation, it meant that there was nothing going on between them. They were only jealous and envious of Lin Xian and Morongyu. Why did they have such a good relationship? Class leader, did you spar with that Duan Ling Xiao? In the elevator, Lin Xian asked curiously. Lin Xian was very concerned about this Duan Ling Xiao. He was infinitely close to Morongyu's ability. No, he said that we'll spar at night. I rejected him. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Spar at night, sigh, who knows what will happen at night? Lin Xian said with a smile. Sister Morong, does he like you? Morongyu said, he came to my house to ask for my hand in marriage. Lin Xian. And then I said that he could beat me, so I agreed. I beat him away. Morongyu said calmly. Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. So your goal is to find a boyfriend who can beat you? Then I want to try. Morongyu. I knew it. Lin Xian definitely wants to pursue Sister Morong. Lan Xingxing pouted her lips. She was a little unhappy. Why was she unhappy? She didn't know. No, it's just that his identity is special and there are many seniors around. It's not good if I don't give a reason, so I said that. Morongyu said. She didn't answer Lin Xian's last sentence. The reason is simple. He doesn't like her. I said it, but it's still a marriage proposal. What can I do? Morongyu shrugged. Then they walked out of the elevator. Lin Xian, delicious, delicious. Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to shout. She was very happy again. Little ancestor, lower your voice. Lan Xingxing was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. I don't want the people next door to hear. One had to know that Ling Ying and the other two were next door. Lin Xian came here to pick up girls. If the three of them knew, it would be bad. You can invite them to eat together. Lan Xingxing said innocently. No, I want to cook less. Do you think cooking isn't tiring? Lin Xian explained. Actually, it wasn't. How could they pick up girls if they came? Oh. Lan Xingxing covered her mouth. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian. Because of this? Why didn't she believe it? Moreover, cooking was quite enjoyable. Something was fishy. Don't tell them that I'm cooking for you without inviting them. When the time comes, they'll have to ask me to cook for them. I'm a big man, a big martial artist. If I have to cook for you guys every day, I'll be a joke if this gets out. Lin Xian made up another excuse. Got it. Then they opened the door and walked in. Wu Yuhan was sitting on the sofa. She turned her head and looked at them. Chapter 1078. Wu Yuhan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and looked at them with her phone in her hand. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong the moment he saw her. Something was very, very wrong. The first time he saw Wu Yuhan, she was an extremely cold woman. This kind of coldness was different from the coldness of Han Chuxue, Linglong Shui, and Murongyu. Her coldness was so cold that it made people panic. It was similar to the coldness of Linglong Shui when she was angry. She was so cold that people did not dare to get close to her. She was like a cold killer.
But now?
She had a devilish smile on her face. It was a seductive feeling. It was completely different from before. It was super, super strange. Murongyu and Lan Xingxing were calmer when they saw her. They were used to it. Then, the two of them walked in with Lin Xian following behind. Sister Wu, Lin Xian is here to cook for us. You should eat some too. The food he cooks is super delicious. Lan Xingxing gave Wu Yuhan a silly smile. Sure, I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm going out to eat. I'm happy to have someone cook for me. Wu Yuhan smiled and said. Lin Xian was confused.
Damn.
What the hell? Did I open it the wrong way? That beauty Wu Yuhan, I was in the wrong last time. I was reckless. I didn't have time to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Lin Xian scratched his head and said to Wu Yuhan. It's okay. Just take responsibility. Wu Yuhan chuckled.
Ah.
Lin Xian scratched his head in confusion again. Wu Yuhan stood up and walked in front of Lin Xian. Her slender hand slowly stroked Lin Xian's cheek. As she stroked, she said in a charming, seductive, and aggrieved voice, You saw me naked. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Lin Xian was confused. The next moment, she frowned slightly. Then, she laughed and took 2 steps back. What the hell? Lin Xian roared in his heart. Lin Xian had heard that Wu Yuhan had a bad reputation. She seemed to be in a relationship with a few people from the martial arts academy. Regardless, Lin Xian did not believe it. How could Wu Yuhan look like that kind of woman when he last saw her? Moreover, the system had triggered a mission for her. Lin Xian knew that once the system triggered a mission for a girl, she would definitely be very good. At least, she was definitely not that kind of woman. This was what he had learned from all the girls who had triggered the mission. However, the current Wu Yuhan made Lin Xian feel that she might really be the same as the rumors. How strange. No, it really felt like they were not the same person. I'm sorry, my sister doesn't seem to like me touching you. Wu Yuhan smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Your sister? Could it be that the one I saw last time was your twin sister? This was also the first time Murongyu and Lan Xingxing heard Wu Yuhan admit this. Previously, they had guessed that she had dual personality, but they had never asked her. Now, it seemed like it was the case.
No, my sister is me.
I'm your sister. The one you saw naked last time was also me. Wu Yuhan laughed. Lin Xian. Dual personality. Lin Xian opened his mouth wide.
Damn.
You can say that.
Why?
Did you meet a monster? Wu Yuhan smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. No, although this kind of thing isn't common, I've heard of it before. In a sense, dual personality was actually a mental illness or schizophrenia. There were mild and severe cases of dual personality. When such a person recalled daily events, there would be repeated gaps in their memories. These repeated gaps were different from normal forgetfulness. For example, for a normal dual personality, Lin Xian had seen her naked, but this Wu Yuhan would not have the memories of the other Wu Yuhan. In other words, she would not remember anything that happened to the other Wu Yuhan. They were 2 different people. This was a more severe case. In a less severe case, she would have these memories. They would be intermittent and incomplete, but there was one thing that was very exaggerated. The 2 personalities of Wu Yuhan were so different that it was frightening. Even for dual personality, there would still be similarities in personality. However, this type of dual personality was really strange. Moreover, the most strange thing was that she could remember things about both personalities. Most importantly, she actually knew that she had dual personality and claimed that the other personality was her sister. This was absolutely impossible. This was definitely not a case of dissociative identity disorder. This was not a mental illness. Then what was it? After all, Lin Xian had everything about the imperial physician's sacred technique in his mind. He was carefully recalling it. This was dual personality, a special type of dual personality. Other than having different personalities, she would not have any other abnormalities and would not do anything out of line. Just now, Lin Xian had also seen Wu Yuhan caressing her cheeks. However, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was the other personality, reminding her not to do so. Even if she wanted to do so, she would still be stopped by the other personality in the end. Of course, this mainly depended on which personality was more important. It was very unlikely that one personality would devour the other. This girl had a very difficult part. For example, if the current personality liked Lin Xian, the other personality would not like Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian could be intimate with this personality, but the other personality could not.
Wow.
What the fuck? However, there was also a piece of good news. Lin Xian only needed to conquer one of the personalities to be able to conquer the girl. After all, they were only one person. This personality of the girl was obviously more open-minded. Compared to the extremely cold Wu Yuhan, it would definitely be much easier. There were many reasons for dual personality, and it might even be related to genetics. However, something major must have happened to her.
Wow.
He actually met such a girl. No one else could do it. This feeling of being in love with one person was like being in love with two people. It really felt like being in love with twins. Think about it. For example, this current Wu Yuhan liked Lin Xian, but the other personality did not. However, her identity was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Even if the other personality was in love with him, could she reject him? Of course, she could. However, she might not be able to do so in the future. Thinking about it made him a little excited. He inexplicably wanted to conquer this Wu Yuhan and then have sex with the other Wu Yuhan. Wow. He was invincible. So, you can remember everything about the two personalities? Lin Xian asked. Uh-huh. Then can your other personality give you some orders? Of course. For example, she didn't let me touch you just now. Wasn't that an order? What if you insist on touching her? Lin Xian asked. If I insist on touching her, there is a high possibility that the younger sister will take over the body. Wu Yuhan laughed. Chapter 1079. This was a very normal phenomenon. At the very least, it proved that the ratio of her two personalities should be about the same. In fact, the cold personality might even be higher. That could be the original Wu Yuhan. However, what exactly happened to make her become like this? When faced with such a situation, one should never ask directly. Asking would be equivalent to igniting the fuse of explosives. No one could imagine what a dual personality would do. Then, can you feel the other personality's opinion of me? She has a lot of opinions. However, you seem to be much better after you apologized just now. Wu Yuhan smiled. I still like the current you. The other personality is too cold. If you continue talking, I'll come out if I don't like it. Wu Yuhan stretched her body.
Don't.
I'm afraid she'll beat me up if I come out. You rest first. I'll go make something delicious for you guys. If it's your other personality, she definitely won't eat. Lin Xian walked into the kitchen after he finished speaking. Wu Yuhan's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Lin Xian's back. Remember to keep it a secret, Wu Yuhan reminded them. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. However, if you don't want anyone to know, why did you still come to the martial arts academy? You have to attend classes every day and show your face in public. I don't understand, Lin Xian said as he organized the ingredients that Lan Xingxing bought. This is a secret. Wu Yuhan chuckled. Then, when can you tell me the secret? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You want to know? You'll know when you get me in bed one day. Lin Xian was speechless. Sister Wu, you're more reserved. I'm more used to it. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue and said, Ha ha ha, Wu Yuhan smiled. Yu was somewhat interested in her matters. However, she was the type of person who didn't like to talk too much. She wouldn't purposely get involved in matters that didn't concern her. She walked into the kitchen and followed behind Lin Xian to help him. Naturally, Lan Xingxing also ran into the kitchen to help Lin Xian. With someone cutting the vegetables and someone washing the vegetables, Lin Xian only needed to cook. In fact, it wasn't tiring at all. However, Lan Xingxing was always stealing food. She even stole the ingredients: cucumbers, tomatoes, and so on. If she cut them into 3 pieces, she could eat 1. I feel bad eating your food for free. Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Yuhan walked in and said with a smile. This personality of Wu Yuhan liked to smile a lot. It wasn't a sweet smile, but a charming smile that could steal souls. When men saw it, they would want to press her down and fuck her crazily. There's nothing I can help with. This kitchen isn't big to begin with. You can go out and rest. I'll cook something nice for you to eat as an apology. Lin Xian said. Okay. Wu Yuhan then leaned on the side and looked at them. Yu was more concerned about how Lin Xian could cook such delicious food. This time, she looked at Lin Xian's every step very seriously. Lin Xian was washing the vegetables and cutting them herself. Lin Xian only needed to stir-fry the vegetables, control the heat, and add the seasonings. She didn't believe that there wasn't any other way to make the food taste so good. The first dish was stir-fried shredded pork with garlic and wood ear. This should be a very, very classic home-cooked dish. Sometimes, when you were used to eating delicacies or eating takeout every day, you would feel that home-cooked dishes were the most delicious thing when you occasionally ate them. Yu swore that Lin Xian didn't do anything behind the scenes. She had been watching. So fragrant, the absolute foodie Lan Xingxing almost drooled when she saw this home-cooked dish. Fragrant was just the smell of a normal dish. However, when she thought about the taste of Lin Xian's food, she almost drooled. Serve the dishes. Lin Xian said. Let me. Lan Xingxing excitedly took the plate from Lin Xian's hands and ran out. The first thing she did was to pinch a piece of wood ear and stuff it into her mouth. In the next moment, her big eyes were twinkling with little stars. This is the taste. Ah! Lan Xingxing really wanted to eat it. Is it really that good? Wu Yuhan crossed her arms and walked to Lan Xingxing's side doubtfully. Lan Xingxing pinched a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Wu Yuhan didn't have any reservations and tasted it. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. As a person who had lived until now, who hadn't eaten good food, they had all eaten good food. They might not have eaten delicacies, but as long as they were alive, they would have eaten home-cooked dishes. Wu Yuhan savored the taste carefully. How should she put it? It was delicious, really delicious. It tasted the same as in her memory, but it was also different. It was better. She didn't know what was better, and she couldn't put her finger on it. It was just better. She felt like she had eaten something good after being hungry for a long time. She just felt that it was exceptionally delicious. Wu Yuhan couldn't help but pinch another piece of wood ear and taste it. It's really delicious, Wu Yuhan praised. Then, she looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked, as a man, you can cook so well. You must have played with a lot of girls, right? Lin Xian. I say, sister, can you not be so blunt? Lin Xian said helplessly. Aha. When little sister comes out, it will be a luxury for you to ask her to talk to you more. Wu Yuhan laughed. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. Tell me, how many girls have you slept with? That's also a secret. Lin Xian grinned at her and said. Then how can I know? When you agree to sleep with me? Lin Xian retorted. He. Wu Yuhan couldn't help but laugh again. Interesting. Yu and Lan Xingxing were dumbfounded. You two are already talking about love? However, they knew that these two were just talking. If they really wanted to sleep with them, he, how could it be possible? Yu then walked out. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece to taste. Strange, it was really strange. She had never seen such a strange thing in her life. She had clearly watched him cook again. She really watched very carefully. Why was the taste still so good? But what was so good about it? She couldn't tell. It was very strange. Hey, the three of you are not being kind. The three of you are eating secretly. You want to finish every dish I cook? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. I'm not eating anymore. I'll wait for your next dish.
He he he.
Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue cutely. I want a bite too.
Who will feed me?
Let me. Lan Xingxing said energetically. No, I want the class monitor to feed me. Lin Xian said. Lan Xingxing pouted. Sang Xinxin. Chapter 1080. Murong was slightly stunned. Why do I have to feed you? She asked in confusion.
Damn.
I've cooked for you, for free several times. Can't you feed me? I'm cooking. Lin Xian said. Murong heard Lin Xian's explanation. How should she put it? She felt that what he said was far-fetched, but she also felt that what he said made sense. All right, what he said did make sense. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat for Lin Xian, along with a few pieces of wood ear and a few stalks of garlic. Lin Xian opened his mouth happily. Murong, you can eat it yourself, but you still want me to feed it to you. Then, Murong fed the food to Lin Xian. Delicious. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. What did you add? Why is it so special? Murong asked. No, you saw it clearly beside me. I was just doing it normally. Lin Xian said. Murong really wanted to believe Lin Xian's words, but it was really strange. Guide me for the next dish, Murong said to Lin Xian. Guide you? You're a master. How can I guide you? Heat control, seasonings, I want to taste it. All right. Lin Xian shrugged and said. How could he tell her this? Just let her guess. As for whether Lin Xian should use the law of creation to make Murong's food better later, Lin Xian was thinking about this matter. It was fine if he changed it, but if she couldn't recreate the same taste, she would definitely be more confused. It didn't seem good if he didn't change it, because it would be very obvious whether it was delicious or not. In the end, Lin Xian chose not to change. In fact, it didn't matter if he changed or not. It was just that Lin Xian chose not to change, making her feel that he was very special. There was an advantage to this, and that was that Lan Xingxing, who was next to him, would worship him and think that only he could make such delicious food. Otherwise, she would think that Murong could also make it, and his position in her heart would drop slightly. When I'm done cooking, Xingxing, have a taste. Yeah. Lan Xingxing nodded. Then tell me if it tastes good or not. You have to tell me the truth. Yes, I know. Lan Xingxing nodded repeatedly. I say, big sister, why are you always thinking about this? Lin Xian said helplessly. I just want to know. Maybe he secretly put something that only men would have. Wu Yuhan, who was at the side, said with a smile. What? Murong asked doubtfully. You'll know when you have a man. Lin Xian. Wow. This personality of Wu Yuhan was so dirty. The other personality of Wu Yuhan was called Wu Yuhan. This personality should be called Dirty Yuhan. Murong roughly guessed something. It was definitely impossible. Does this mean that big sister Wu Yuhan has had a man before? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Guess. Lin Xian. Damn it. It was as if she had been stabbed. I'm not guessing anymore. I'll help big sister monitor cook for you. Soon, Lin Xian pretended to guide Murong on how to cook a dish of twice-cooked pork. Then, Murong carried the dish to the table. It smells so good, Lan Xingxing said from the bottom of her heart. Let's try it first. Murong said expectantly. It smelled and looked exactly the same because it was a home-cooked dish. There was nothing special about it. In addition, Lin Xian did not add any special seasoning. Therefore, Morongyu was particularly puzzled. She could feel that the taste was different, but she could not tell what was different about it. It was strange. Then, Lan Xingxing took a bite expectantly. "It's delicious," Lan Xingxing said with satisfaction. "How does it compare to Lin Xian's?" Morongyu asked. Lan Xingxing thought for a while. "It doesn't seem to be as delicious as Lin Xian's." Morongyu also took a bite. Yes, it was delicious. However, she felt that there was something missing from Lin Xian's dish. It was as if a crucial seasoning was missing. However, there was none. "Why don't you make a dish of twice-cooked pork?" Morongyu looked at Lin Xian and said. "Lin Xian, sister, why do you have to do that?" "It's necessary," Morongyu said seriously. Yes, she was a person with such a character. She had no choice but to be strong. She could admit that others were better than her and could do things that she could not do. However, she had to figure out why. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and said, "I can't finish it." "Don't worry. When you finish the next dish of twice-cooked pork, this one will be gone," Morongyu said. Lan Xingxing, who wanted to eat secretly, could not help but stop. Then, she smiled cutely. "It's okay. Just eat," Morongyu said to Lan Xingxing with a smile. She had the feeling of an elder sister spoiling her younger sister.
Can I?
"Do you still have a lot to eat later?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Yes," Lan Xingxing said confidently. "That's why I didn't ask such a stupid question,"
Wu Yuhan said.
Although they had not known Lan Xingxing for long, they were quite familiar with her. They knew that Lan Xingxing would definitely get up in the middle of the night to look for food in the fridge. Moreover, her appetite was definitely not bad. Perhaps the happiest thing for a foodie was to not get fat. That's right, martial artists could be like this. Martial artists normally could not get sick, and some special things in their bodies would not appear so easily. Of course, the higher the martial artist's realm, the more perfect this effect would be. As long as you had a realm, your body would be in the most perfect state that your current realm could bear. This was also the reason why Linglong Shui, Ling Ying, and Lan Xingxing did not go to the gym. They were so beautiful, had such good figures, and did not have any extra fat on their stomachs. As for height, it was a matter of genes. It was not something that could be changed through cultivation. Therefore, Lan Xingxing was extremely happy. She ate so much every day, and did not get fat even after eating supper. This was also one of the reasons why she would work harder in her cultivation. The more powerful she was, the more perfect her body could be. She was extremely happy. "Alright, I'm thinking too much. I'll go cook then." Lin Xian walked into the kitchen, and Morongyu quickly followed him. This way, she could clearly see the difference between her and Lin Xian. As long as there was a comparison, it would be enough. Wu Yuhan was also quite interested. She also tried Morongyu's cooking and waited for Lin Xian's food to arrive. Very quickly, Lin Xian's twice-cooked pork was done. It was exactly the same as Morongyu's. There was no difference. At least it smelled and looked exactly the same. Morongyu really saw Lin Xian's actions again. The twice-cooked pork was placed on the table. Chapter 1081. The twice-cooked pork was placed on the table, and the three girls gathered around it. Morongyu was the first one who couldn't help but try it. She wanted to know if it was the same. Then she took a bite. As expected. Then, she took a bite of the leftover twice-cooked pork she made. There was an obvious difference. Lin Xian made it better, but she didn't know how it tasted better. But she felt that it tasted better. Wu Yuhan also took a bite with interest. "It does taste better than the ones you made," Wu Yuhan said to Morongyu with a smile. Morongyu nodded. She admitted it very much. Let me try it too. Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to take a bite and stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious. Is it better?" Morongyu asked. Lan Xingxing nodded. "It feels like there's another taste. I can't describe it, but it tastes better." Then, Morongyu looked at Lin Xian. "Don't look at me, I don't know either." Lin Xian continued to play dumb.
Wow.
It's really delicious. Lan Xingxing's big eyes sparkled. Lin Xian, you're awesome.
Hee hee.
She felt that a man who could cook, especially one who could cook so well, was the most handsome. Morongyu realized that this was the most bizarre thing in the world. Why was it so? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Forget it. Morongyu shook her head and stopped thinking about it. I'm going to continue cooking. You little foodie, eat less. Don't eat all of it when I'm done. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lan Xingxing quickly retracted her hand and stuck out her tongue cutely. I won't. Help me. Coming. Lan Xingxing ran to Lin Xian's side. Slap. Her fair little hand slapped Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian. Sister, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to help you? Lin Xian. I said help me.
Pa.
Lin Xian. Go eat something.
Ah. Oh.
Morongyu and Wu Yuhan suppressed their laughter. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. No, this last was just helping him out earlier. Why can't her brain react now? It's a miracle that you're able to live until now and still be so innocent. No, it should be that it's a miracle that you're still alive. Soon, a table full of delicacies was prepared. Lan Xingxing looked at it covetously. He really hoped that there was no such thing as chopsticks. He really hoped that everyone would eat with their hands. Wu Yuhan was also very satisfied with her meal. She had to admit that sometimes, in order to capture a person's heart, one had to capture her stomach first. This saying was quite useful. At the very least, it would make a girl look at you in a different light and generate some interest and curiosity in you. After all, what was the most important thing when pursuing a girl? Emotions. As long as it was the right emotions, the right time, and the right method, even if it was negative emotions, it would be very helpful to pursue a girl. This was actually the same principle. I realized that I'm quite interested in you. Wu Yuhan's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Lin Xian and said, Don't, please don't. If your other personality comes out, you'll probably kill me. It's better if we keep a certain distance. But if we keep a distance, you won't be able to sleep with me. Wu Yuhan pouted her sexy little lips and said, Lin Xian. Wow. How could there be such an extreme split personality in this world? There are 3 people in your dorm. The class monitor and the little foodie aren't any worse than you. Why must I sleep with you? Right, class monitor? Lin Xian asked Morongyu with a very reasonable expression. Morongyu didn't answer, but Lan Xingxing kept nodding. They were full, and satisfied. Whatever Lin Xian said was right. Lin Xian glanced at Morongyu. I say, class monitor, don't tell me you're still thinking about the food? Morongyu nodded. Invincible. I don't know why, and I don't know how to explain it to you. Alright, I've finished cooking for you guys. I'm going back to the 108 peaks. I don't know how many people will come to challenge me tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wait, let's add each other on WeChat first. Wu Yuhan smiled at Lin Xian. If you add me, when your other personality comes out, you'll definitely delete me. Lin Xian shrugged and said, That won't happen.
I'll send you a short video tonight.
Wu Yuhan waved her phone and said, Lin Xian. I'm scamming you. Morongyu. Lan Xingxing. Heh, maybe this was what men were like. However, they knew that Wu Yuhan wouldn't send a short video. I'm leaving. Lin Xian then waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian was humming as he walked in the martial arts academy. Then his phone started ringing. He took a look and knew that something bad was going to happen. Linging sent him more than 10 emoticons in a second, and they were all about kitchen knives. Little Ying, what's wrong? Why are you sending me kitchen knives? Lin Xian sent a voice message. I want to chop you up. Ling Ying replied with a voice message.
Why?
You said you went to Morongyu's dorm and didn't look for us, right? Ling Ying asked unhappily. I didn't. Before Lin Xian could finish, he suddenly realized something. Oh no. He had been smart all his life. Why did he suddenly become so stupid? Yes, He didn't tell Ling Ying that he went to Moronyu's dorm because he thought that as long as he didn't tell them, they wouldn't know. However, what did he realize now? He, Moronyu, and the others had swaggered into the female dormitory together. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching them? Wouldn't this cause a sensation? As expected, Ling Ying took a screenshot of the Martial Arts Academy's forum and sent it to Lin Xian. It was very simple. Lin Xian walked in with them and was photographed. Then the person who posted it said something like, "Shocking. Lin Xian, Morongyu, and Lan Xingxing have such a good relationship." Anyway, it was all similar comments. There were all kinds of jealous replies below, but no one would admit that there was a special relationship between them. They didn't believe it. Besides, if there was a special relationship between them, they should have hidden it. Moreover, the two of them were in the backyard. They could have a rendezvous in each other's dorm. Why would they do it in public? But they were jealous. They were jealous that Lin Xian could go to Morongyu's dorm. And they couldn't even enter this building.
Damn.
Ling Ying wasn't angry about this. It was clearly next door, but you didn't even look at it. Little Ying, I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Lin Xian replied. Ding. Deceiving little sister. Adonis points plus 30,000. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. He couldn't tell Ling Ying that their presence would affect his flirting. Chapter 1082. Ling Ying was already used to Lin Xian's womanizing outside. Telling Lin Xian was just a way for her to vent her frustrations. Lin Xian understood. All right, I'll cook something good for you tomorrow. Lin Xian said. Who cares? Let's not talk anymore. I'm going to play games with them. Ling Ying ignored Lin Xian after she finished speaking. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and returned to his 108 peaks. There was nothing else that interested Lin Xian in the 108 peaks. He thought that it was time for him to challenge others. Moreover, there was an advantage to challenging others. After he succeeded in his challenge, no one could challenge him for 2 days. Therefore, if Lin Xian succeeded in his challenge tomorrow, no one could challenge him for 2 days. However, Lin Xian could continue to challenge others. If he succeeded, then no matter how many people disliked Lin Xian, they wouldn't be qualified to challenge him.
No. This was just a simple challenge.
If someone wanted to challenge Lin Xian in the Martial Arts Academy's front yard, they could also challenge him. However, after they succeeded, they would only obtain the ranking on Lin Xian's chest badge. They wouldn't be able to obtain the right to use Lin Xian's corresponding peak. If they wanted the right to use a peak, they would have to succeed in a specific challenge on Lin Xian's peak. As for earning money, Lin Xian felt that today's earnings should be the limit. By tomorrow, no one would be stupid enough to give him money. Even if there were still many people who wanted to challenge him, they must have thought of other ways. Therefore, after Lin Xian finished his class tomorrow morning, he would challenge others in the afternoon. He didn't want to be challenged by these people. It was so troublesome. He would be satisfied with earning money. The next morning, Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of his room. Then, he heard a commotion outside. Damn. When he walked out, he saw a crowd of people waiting for him outside. Lin Xian. This young master wants to challenge you. Come and fight me. A man pointed at Lin Xian and said, Big brother, I have class this morning. Lin Xian said, I'll go after the fight. Sorry, I'm not fighting anymore. You guys can go back. Lin Xian said as he washed his face and squeezed some toothpaste. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Academy, those who are challenged cannot refuse. Do you want to break the rules? Lin Xian then mumbled while brushing his teeth. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Academy, you can choose to refuse a challenge during the course. Then, Lin Xian spat and wiped his mouth. He looked at them and said, Don't worry, you can challenge me again in the afternoon. I'll go to class first. After saying that, Lin Xian put on his jacket and walked past them. After attending classes for the whole morning, Lin Xian also learned a lot. Attending military classes would make you feel an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Lin Xian originally did not want to become a leader or a general. However, after attending a few military classes, perhaps because of Xiao Runing's teachings, Lin Xian felt the urge to become a hero. Of course, this was all in the future. Right now, Lin Xian wanted to take advantage of his time at the martial arts academy to go out and farm monsters. Although he was now a one-star domain realm, he could not slack off. However, he heard from Morong Yu that the martial arts academy might have an operation in a week. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to go together then. When he returned to the backyard, Lin Xian looked around. Damn, there were hundreds of people waiting at the backyard entrance. Who do you think they are waiting for? Maybe some of them were waiting for others to challenge them, but most of them were definitely waiting to challenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they all stopped him. They already had a lot of opinions about Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian entered the female dormitory with Morong Yu and the others yesterday. How much opinions did those young masters in the martial arts academy have about Lin Xian? Although they knew that there shouldn't be any relationship between them and that they were at most friends, they couldn't even be considered friends with Morong Yu. They had not even spoken to each other before. What was so special about this Lin Xian? How could he be more or less related to those school beauties? If you want to challenge me, pay up, Lin Xian said.
Humph.
We heard about what happened yesterday. You don't have to pay at all. You can choose by drawing lots. A man snorted coldly and said, Lin Xian. Sure enough, these people were not stupid. Then why were those people yesterday so stupid? Since they could not earn money, why did Lin Xian want to fight them? Beside him, the old man was slowly sweeping the ground. Then wait for a while. Lin Xian said, Wait for what? Since you are back here, it means that you are fine. You have no reason to refuse the challenge. A man said, Yes, you can challenge me by force, but I have to see an old friend. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he directly stepped into the teleportation array of the 100th peak. Everyone was dumbfounded. See an old friend? What did seeing an old friend have to do with them challenging him? Then, everyone rushed in. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in the 100th peak. At first glance, there wasn't much of a difference between the 100th peak and his 108th peak. However, the interior of the 100th peak was definitely better than the 108th peak. Perhaps it had more martial techniques and higher grades. The Martial Divinity Academy had clearly stated that among the 108 peaks in the backyard, the higher the rank, the better. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Lin Xian shouted after entering. Are you here to challenge me? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, a man walked out from inside and glanced at Lin Xian. After seeing Lin Xian, he frowned. Wasn't this Lin Xian? Lin Xian was really famous in the martial arts academy. He was famous purely because of the girls. You are here to challenge me too? Zhang Ke smiled disdainfully. Although he only had the 100th peak, which was the weakest peak compared to Lin Xian's 108th peak, wasn't it suicide to challenge him? However, although he thought so, he was still a little afraid.
Why?
Because in yesterday's competition, it was revealed that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute. The spatial attribute was an attribute that any martial artist would be afraid of. It was too useful, but in the face of absolute power, he was not afraid. Anyone who entered the backyard was in the domain realm. As for whether they were strong or weak, it depended on the individual. Yes, quickly accept my challenge. Lin Xian said. Okay, then let this young master test your strength. Whoosh, then, Zhang Ke leaped onto the stage. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Academy's rules were humane. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have been challenged to death. Then, Lin Xian also jumped into the arena. Lin Xian, fuck, at this time, hundreds of people chased after them. Then they saw the two people on the battling platform.
Fuck.
This is bad. Lin Xian is challenging Zhang Ke. If he succeeds, we can't challenge him for 2 days. Zhang Ke is at least an expert from 100th peak. Can Lin Xian succeed? It's hard to say. He has the spatial attribute, but his realm is a little low. Let's see how Zhang Ke does it. Chapter 1083. Everyone felt really uncomfortable when they saw this scene. They came to challenge Lin Xian not only because Lin Xian was the easiest to challenge among the 108 peaks, but also because his spatial attribute had already been revealed. Even if he was the 108th peak, this spatial attribute alone was enough to prove that he was difficult to deal with. He had challenged Lin Xian because, firstly, Lin Xian's cultivation level wasn't high. Secondly, he was the most displeased with Lin Xian's relationship with so many campus bells. As long as he could defeat Lin Xian, he would be able to tell everyone that he was stronger than Lin Xian. As for the spatial attribute, although it was strong, it was not so difficult to deal with when there was a gap in realm. Therefore, the challengers today were basically all in the domain realm. Although the law realm martial artists did not want to admit that they were no match for Lin Xian's spatial attribute made them flinch. Moreover, Zhao Hailuo, who was in the domain realm, had also lost to Lin Xian. How many law realm martial artists would dare to challenge Lin Xian? Right now, these people could only pray for one thing, and that was that Lin Xian would not succeed in his challenge. Come on, let me feel the power of the spatial attribute. A dark attribute power erupted from Zhang Ke's body, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps other attributes might be more afraid of space, but his dark attribute was definitely much better. Although it was not night now, and the power of his dark attribute was not that strong, his realm was still there. He could destroy any spatial effect that Lin Xian cast on him, and his dark attribute could control Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, I might not use the spatial attribute, Lin Xian said. The dark attribute was easy to fight. The competition platform was only so big, and it was daytime now. His dark attribute could not use the ability similar to space jump, so the power was reduced by more than half. The rest of the power was not much. Tisk, do you think the dark attribute is so weak in the daytime? Zhang Ke sneered. Not really. Anyway, I just feel that I'm pretty strong. I defeated so many people yesterday, and there was even a domain realm cultivator who lost to me 3 times in a row. The current me is as strong as a yuppie. The reason you defeated him was because of your space force. If you didn't use it, you wouldn't have had any chance of winning. But a man should keep his word. You said you wouldn't use it, but if you still use it, then this young master will look down on you. Zhang Ke said. In fact, he was really worried and afraid of the space attribute. But since Lin Xian said so, wasn't I giving him a chance? He was quite worried that he would be defeated. Firstly, it would be very embarrassing. Secondly, there was a dark attribute martial skill that he was very interested in. He had only learned less than 1/10 of it, and he would need at least a week to cultivate it. If he was defeated by Lin Xian, then it would mean that he had gained nothing from the 100 peaks. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they sneered in their hearts. He had relied on the space attribute to reach this point. If he didn't have the space attribute, the 108 mountains would have absolutely nothing to do with him. Now that he was challenging a domain realm expert, he actually dared to say that he wouldn't use the spatial attribute? What a joke. Lin Xian felt that with his strength, he should be able to get a few rankings without revealing his true strength. As for the top 50, he would have to use his true strength. Come on. Lin Xian's body surged with lightning. He really liked the lightning attribute. It was very domineering. It was very satisfying. A martial artist should enjoy the feeling of power. Zhang Ke felt the lightning attribute power erupting from Lin Xian's body. To be honest, he was definitely afraid. Even if Lin Xian's strength and realm were lower than his on the surface, the purple lightning was so powerful that any martial artist at his level would more or less be afraid. Lightning flash. Lin Xian gathered lightning in his hands and then blasted 2 lightning flashes at Zhang Ke. Just this? Zhang Ke looked at the 2 lightning bolts in front of him that didn't seem to be very strong. Shadow barrier. A black barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! In the next instant, the 2 lightning balls blasted on the black barrier. Banged! The black barrier was directly shattered.
What?
Zhang Ke revealed a shocked expression. Isn't this lightning attribute power too domineering? That's not right. The difference between their realms is so huge. Why is his lightning attribute power so strong? His barrier was the domain realm experts. In the next instant, Lin Xian activated freedom under the heavens and appeared in front of him in an instant. Zhang Ke was stunned.
What?
His speed. He didn't pay attention to Lin Xian's battle. He only heard that Lin Xian had the space attribute. But what's up with his speed? If it was nighttime, he wouldn't be worried because the dark attribute was very strong. But it was daytime now. To be honest, he didn't expect this. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Fixed shadow. Lin Xian's charging figure suddenly stopped. Shadow cage. A dark-colored cage rose around Lin Xian's body, trapping him within. You've already lost. Zhang Ke looked at Lin Xian and said, Fixed shadow and shadow cage. These two dark attribute powers were a classic combination martial technique. Fixed shadow controlled, shadow cage locked, then exploded with a powerful force to destroy the enemy's combat power. Space attribute could be countered, but Lin Xian said that he didn't need space. Lost. Lin Xian's lips curled up. In the next instant, the shadowy cage vanished. What? Everyone revealed an expression of disbelief. They weren't weak. They naturally knew that once a martial artist was trapped in the shadow cage, even if your realm was 1 or 2 stars higher than the enemy, it would be difficult to break free. Not to mention that Lin Xian was weaker than Zhang Ke. But what about the shadow cage? Lin Xian directly used the law of creation to create a space on top of the shadow cage. No one knew where the shadow cage was now. Yes, he didn't use the space attribute. But Lin Xian still had the law of creation. The law of creation didn't use the space attribute. No one could figure it out. 5. Thunder, celestial phenomenon. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he charged at Zhang Ke. 5. Thunder, celestial phenomenon erupted. Damn it. If it was nighttime, I would have easily beaten you up. Zhang Ke gritted his teeth. But don't think that this is all I have. Demonic shadow cage. Following that, countless black shadows erupted and charged at Lin Xian's 5 thunder, celestial phenomenon. Boom! The terrifying power exploded once again. The two of them pulled apart and stood at the edge of the stage. Everyone saw that Lin Xian's martial technique was actually on par with Zhang Ke's strength. There was a huge gap between them. How could they be evenly matched? However, when the dust on Zhang Ke's body dissipated, he suddenly saw Lin Xian's figure bent over on the ground. His body was covered in flames as he slammed his right hand on the ground. He had a bad premonition. And those who saw Lin Xian's battle yesterday knew what it was. Boom. Chapter 1084. When the fire god pillar exploded, Zhang Ke's entire body was hit, and his clothes turned to ashes as he flew out. Zhao Hailuo was still fine before, as the gap between their realms wasn't that big, but Zhang Ke was completely hit by the fire god pillar. When everyone saw this scene and saw Zhang Ke fly out of the stage, they all roared in their hearts. No. What was going on? Why couldn't the two domain realms win against Lin Xian? This dual attribute, no, triple attribute, the increase in battle power of a martial artist with multiple attributes was simply too great. Lin Xianran walked to Zhang Ke's side and bent down to take down the badge on his chest. He then hung his badge on Zhang Ke's chest. Zhang Ke gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at Lin Xian unwillingly. Why was he so powerless against this person? He was unwilling, he still hadn't used his laws. Alright, these 100 mountains are mine now. Do you have anything else you want from me? If you have, then take it quickly. After Lin Xian finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd and said, I just finished my challenge. There is a 2-day break. I'm afraid you can't challenge me. Bye-bye, I won't see you off. Lin Xian then grinned. Damn it. How infuriating. Just you wait. After these 2 days, This young master will definitely take back this place. Zhang Ke looked at Lin Xian, then walked away after saying that. Lin Xian, on the other hand, found a clean room and laid down happily. After resting for a while, he took a look at the martial skills of the 100 peaks. How should he put it? There were quite a lot, not much different from the 108 peaks. There were lightning, fire, and ice attributes, but Lin Xian didn't like any of them. Although an Earth-tier martial skill was very strong, sometimes it wasn't necessarily useful to learn a lot. If you wanted to learn something that you didn't have, and if you had a similar martial skill, it was best not to learn another similar one. It was meaningless. Your martial skill couldn't cause harm to others, so would it be useful to change to a similar one? Now that I have 100 peaks, I can go challenge peaks 90 to 99. Lin Xian stroked his chin. He planned to challenge the person on the 90th peak. That way, the 10,000 people outside wouldn't be able to challenge him because the people in the front yard could only challenge the 100th peak and the other 8 peaks. Just as Lin Xian was about to issue a challenge, an Xian sent him a message on his phone. Zichue had arrived in Linden City. There was a large party tonight, and she wanted to know if she could attend. Why would I participate? Lin Xian replied. I'm just playing around. What's the matter? If you're free, you can go to the party. Lin Xian thought about it. There was nothing to do tonight, and it was boring to stay here. The class was tomorrow afternoon, so he had time to go. He could just treat it as spending time with them. All right, I'll bring a few friends. Of course. Lin Xian then sent a message to Lu Yufan and Yi. He had more or less accompanied the other girls before, but he hadn't played with these two girls in a long time. It just so happened that the two girls were in Linden City and didn't go to the demonic beast domain, so they naturally agreed. Then, Lin Xian drove towards Linden City. Halfway there, a particularly conspicuous figure on a tree in front jumped directly in front of Lin Xian's car, blocking Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian slammed on the brakes and stopped. Are you fucking crazy? Lin Xian walked out of the car and scolded. Fuck. Scamming? No, how could this be a scam? He subconsciously released his Eye of Cave Spirit to investigate, but he couldn't see clearly. This meant that this person was at least a 7-star domain realm cultivator. You're Lin Xian? This man's skin was very white, and he even looked a little feminine. Instead, this kind of man gave off a very dangerous feeling. Seeing him, Lin Xian inexplicably thought of the demon god that appeared at Runbing's place that day. What was his name? Xiechui. He felt very similar to that Xiechui. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and looked at him. Under the orders of the Supreme One, I'm bringing you to a place. What if I don't go? Don't go? That's not up to you. The man sneered. Supreme One, looks like I'm right. The 9th Demon God Temple. How could there be someone in the human race who would address him as Supreme One? In addition, this person looked very similar to that Xiechui, so Lin Xian was somewhat certain. Oh? You actually know? Interesting. The man sneered and slowly walked towards Lin Xian. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram, or you'll definitely regret it. Lin Xian stared at him and said, Spatial attribute, is it? It's useless. They had already thoroughly investigated Lin Xian. Naturally, they were under the orders of Xiechui. Xiechui liked Rinbing. This was no secret in the demon race. However, he really couldn't understand why the great demon god Rinbing would choose a weak human as her male pet. He really couldn't understand. This matter was already set in stone. Because Xiechui had a keen sense of smell, he could clearly sense Rinbing's scent on Lin Xian, and Rinbing also had his scent on her. Thus, their identities were confirmed. He just wanted to know why. Then, he investigated Lin Xian. It was quite clear, including the people around him, his identity, his attributes, and so on. However, the team he sent out didn't return and didn't bring back any information. They were probably dead. Xiechui didn't understand. This human was nothing special. Why would Rinbing choose him? Jealousy and anger made him want to attack Lin Xian. It was hard to say whether he would kill him or not. If he did, he was really afraid that Rinbing would be angry. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Thus, he sent people to bring Lin Xian to him.
He wanted to have a good chat and torture him.
He might spare his life, but he would definitely cut off his little brother. Thus, he sent people to watch this martial arts academy's road to Linden City. Oh, it seems like you've investigated me thoroughly. Since you've investigated me, you should know that I have some relationship with the 10th demon god.
She's protecting me.
Are you sure you still dare to take me away? Lin Xian smirked and asked. Sometimes, it was very uncomfortable. Space was very powerful, and escaping was also very powerful. However, for powerful people, even if they weren't of the space attribute, they would still have some way to suppress you from using the power of space. Take me away. Even if something happens, it's his honor's problem. I only need to follow his orders. If you know what's good for you, don't resist. You might even suffer less physical pain. The man sneered and said. Lin Xian naturally couldn't go. That place was filled with people who were neither male nor female. Even if he had Yi Runbing as his backer, Lin Xian wouldn't have it easy. In the next instant, Lin Xian took out a pearl and crushed it. Goodbye. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Lin Xian returned. The hell? I told you, the power of space is useless. The man sneered again. No, this was something that Yi Runbing gave him. It was useless. Chapter 1085. The last time he went to Yi Runbing's place, she gave him some of these beads. After crushing them, he would be able to go to her place directly. She only needed to send Lin Xian a WeChat message, and Lin Xian could just use the beads. There was no need for anyone to inform him. Hence, Lin Xian felt that his spatial attribute might not be enough, but these beads should be enough, right? Lin Xian had always treated these beads as a life-saving tool. He thought that he could use them just now, but who knew that they wouldn't work? Can a demon god like you even work? Why are the things you give me so lousy? Lin Xian thought helplessly.
Fuck.
My luck is really bad. It's one thing to have those young masters as enemies, and it's one thing to have the evil fiend temple as enemies. Now there's another demon god. Each one is more powerful than the last. What am I supposed to do as a one-star domain realm cultivator? Perhaps this is the nature of you humans. You don't give up in the face of absolute strength. That's called ignorance. The man sneered and continued walking toward Lin Xian. No matter who comes today, you have to come with me.
Oh.
You said that? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from above. Really, Lin Xian was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he heard this voice. It was so familiar. In the past, when he heard Linglong Shue's voice at critical moments, he felt very familiar. But now, Yi Runbing's voice also felt very familiar. The man frowned and turned around abruptly, looking up into the sky. In the sky, Yi Runbing's figure slowly walked down step by step. She was still wearing her pajamas. Then, she yawned and looked at the man with her beautiful eyes as if she was looking down on all living things. Demon god. When the man saw Yi Runbing, he trembled and subconsciously retreated. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. What's going on?
Why?
Even if she's a demon god, she shouldn't be so powerful. This place is so far away from the 10th demon god temple. Even if she has the ability to come here instantly, how did she know? The signal was also blocked by him. Any human communication device was also ineffective.
Why?
The reason was very simple. Lin Xian had used the bead that Yi Runbing had given him and didn't return it. However, since it was something that Yi Runbing had given him, no one would know that she had tampered with it. Lin Xian didn't go over and failed to use it. Yi Runbing sensed it and knew that something must have happened to Lin Xian. As for the location, it was too easy to pinpoint. Wasn't the location where the bead was supposed to be used where Lin Xian was? It was extremely easy for him to find them in an instant. Aunt Yi Runbing sneered, then slowly reached out her hand and pinched.
Ah.
The man in front of Lin Xian seemed to be in great pain. He screamed and screamed until his entire body turned into nothingness. Lin Xian. Was this the power of the fucking heavenly Dao realm? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Why did Lin Xian feel like this man was at the Empyrean realm? He was gone just like that? Reduced to dregs? Bing looked down at Lin Xian.
Trash.
Lin Xian. All right. I'm trash. I'm useless. She then landed in front of Lin Xian. But it's also your fault. Without you, I wouldn't have been targeted by the 9th Fey God Temple. Do you think it's easy for me? A mere domain realm being targeted by a Fey God. What do I do? Who asked you to be only at the domain realm?
What?
Sis, I'm only 21. Lin Xian said helplessly. Humph. Run froze, then glanced around. Hey, that bead isn't useful. Your Fey God isn't awesome at all. I wanted to run to you, but who knew that I would be intercepted midway? Bing pondered slightly. Look at Xiao Linglong. The things she gave me are all good stuff. Look at you.
What?
How am I inferior to Linglong Shui? Is the sky rainbow flower I gave you bad? What's the point if it can't protect my life? I don't believe that his spatial power can stop Xiao Linglong's things. Lin Xian said. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. He had given the heavenly void pearl to the girl beside him. Lin Xian's thoughts were simple. He would be at ease as long as the people around him were safe. She is the strongest person in the world when it comes to the use of space. This sovereign acknowledges this point. Of course, she would give the best things related to space. In this world, there is no second person who dares to say that they are better at using space than her. This sovereign was lacking in consideration. I will improve this thing when I return, Bing said to Lin Xian. That's more like it. Oh? When did you dare to give me advice? Bing glanced at Lin Xian. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. I wouldn't dare. It's just a suggestion. A small suggestion. Lin Xian grinned. Since we've met, then come back with me. Lin Xian. Don't. I have something to do in Lingan City. Oh. I really have something to do. Otherwise, why would I take the risk of driving out of the martial arts academy? If you have something to do, then bring me with you. Lin Xian. Don't. Bing sneered. Looks like it has something to do with women. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. You're going to a banquet. A demon god like you is interested in a human banquet? If you are, I'll laugh at you. Lin Xian's words made Bing speechless. She was a demon god. How could she be interested in human affairs? But to be honest, he was really interested. She couldn't beat that Linglong Shui even when she played games every day. She was very angry. I'm not going. I'm leaving. Bing's figure then disappeared. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person from the demon god temple was a little more reasonable. Lin Xian then got into the car and continued driving toward Linden City. On the other side, Bing went back and changed into a new set of clothes. She directly left the 10th Demon God Temple and went to the 9th Demon God Temple where Xia Chui was. As for where it was a place that no human had dared to set foot in since ancient times. Just like Bing's 10th Demon God Temple, the Demon God Temple was the true forbidden land of the human race. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Poison God Temple? Ning stood in front of the huge ancient castle gate. A group of powerful guards surrounded her. They naturally didn't recognize Bing. Their status was different, so they didn't have the qualifications to know Bing. The 9th Demon God Temple was different from Bing's 10th Demon God Temple. The 9th Demon God Temple was filled with the myriad poison Heavenly Python clan, which was Xia Chui's clan. Bing's 10th Demon God Temple was filled with many different clans. Bing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but the corners of her mouth still curved into a casual smile. After that, she didn't move from her spot. Her clothes and hair suddenly fluttered, and a terrifying power erupted from her delicate body. The people around her were instantly sent flying, and in the process of flying, they were annihilated by the power of darkness and turned into ashes. They didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 1086. Renbing acted as though she had done something trivial. She didn't even blink her eyes. Following that, she walked straight ahead as a terrifying force shattered the gigantic door. It was as though no one was there. A group of people rushed out when they sensed the commotion outside. Renbing casually killed any who came out. How should she put it? She might not admit that Lin Xian held a high place in her heart, but she knew that anyone who wanted to bully her had to go through her first. If anyone tried to bully her without her permission, they would only be courting death. No matter how powerful these people were, they were nothing in front of Fey goddess Renbing. One expert after another died under Renbing's hands. It was as simple as squashing ants. Renbing, what's the meaning of this? At this moment, Xiaqiu walked out from inside, and he frowned when he saw that it was Renbing who was causing trouble outside. He was still wondering who had the guts to barge into his Fey god temple. So it was her. It wasn't surprising. What's the meaning of this? Renbing slowly reached out her hand and squashed a trembling expert across the void. She looked at Xiaqiu. Do you think a bug like you can touch my people? Xiaqiu's handsome face revealed a sinister look, but it was fleeting. Why don't I understand what you mean?
Who are you?
Xiaqiu was feigning ignorance. How did he know? Trash. His men must have failed. What a piece of trash. He knew that he couldn't beat Renbing. He was from the myriad poison SKYWRM race. Although they were a top Fey race, it was impossible for them to reach the heavenly Dao realm with their talent and bloodline. He had encountered a fortuitous encounter, and with his personality, he was able to become the lord of the Fey god temple. But compared to Renbing had a top bloodline among dragons. Dragons were already top, so what did that mean? There were very few people in this world who could match her in terms of bloodline. She was one of those people who, as long as one didn't die, only needed time to steadily advance to the heavenly Dao realm with her bloodline. As for how far one could go in the heavenly Dao realm, that would depend on one's luck. The difference of one star in the heavenly Dao realm was truly the difference between heaven and earth. He really didn't dare provoke Renbing. If there's a next time, I'll stomp you to death. After Renbing said that, her figure vanished. Xiaqiu clenched his fists tightly. At the very least, he was one of the Fey gods. In terms of status, he was on the same level as Renbing. Yet, he was being looked down upon and humiliated by Renbing. How could he be any better? Of course not. However, he really couldn't afford to offend Renbing. The entire 9th Fey God Temple and the entire myriad poison SKYWRM race, including him, might not be Renbing's match. Perhaps his realm wasn't much different from hers, but only they knew how terrifying top dragons were. Dragons were the race with the most terrifying destructive power in the world. No one dared to clash head-on with dragons. Furthermore, ignoring their terrifying destructive power, dragons also had one of the best defenses. Creatures like dragons were so perfect that it was terrifying. It was also the reason why dragons had such a high standing. Your Excellency, isn't this Renbing too arrogant? She doesn't think anything of your Excellency. A man walked to Xiaqiu's side and said angrily, "Humph. I want to see how long this Renbing can last. There will come a day when this supremacy will make you submit." Xiaqiu said viciously. Elsewhere, Lin Xian received Yi and Lu Yufan. Not bad. You're already at the law realm? Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the two youthful beauties. They were really youthful beauties. They weren't like Morongyu and Han Chushua, who were conquered at first sight. After all, they were still young and hadn't completely grown up. In another 2 years, when they completely grew up, they definitely wouldn't be inferior to them. Yes, E and I have been super diligent during this period. We haven't been to the demonic beast domain as many times in our lives. Now that we've reached the law realm, we feel invincible. Lu Yufan said as she waved her fist in the air. Back then, they were only at the Qi building realm. He didn't expect them to reach the law realm in such a short time. However, because they could farm monsters to increase their realm, this wasn't a big deal. If you spent all your time farming outside and ignored the dangers, your realm would definitely increase very quickly. Of course, this realm's increase would become slower and slower. In the past, Lin Xian felt that the mysterious heaven realm's increase in realm was already slow enough. However, when he reached the law realm, he realized that,
damn,
this law realm's increase in realm was really slow. He had a lot of opportunities to reach this level. What if he didn't? What if he was just an ordinary martial artist? Yi also nodded. She glanced at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, you should be at the domain realm, right? Yes, I've just reached the domain realm. That's why you guys have improved quite quickly. I heard that you can comprehend the laws at the law realm, but how do you comprehend them?
How did you comprehend them at that time?
Yi asked expectantly. As the people around them became stronger one by one, they increasingly realized that they had to improve their own strength. Otherwise, they would really be just a vase. No one was willing to be a vase. It depended on whether you dared to work hard and whether you dared to take that step. Fortunately, they took that step. From then on, these two girls were no longer ordinary and just beautiful girls. I'm a little special. To be honest, I'm not too sure about the specific process of comprehending the laws. When the time comes, you can ask in the group. Many people will answer you. Lin Xian was really a little special. Everyone in the group was an expert. Anyone who had reached the law realm had comprehended the laws. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Murong Qing, Linglong Shui, and the others were even more experienced than him. Okay. The two girls nodded. Today, they were dressed beautifully because Lin Xian told them that they were going to attend a party, so they had to dress more formally. Yo, I feel like you've grown bigger after not seeing you for a while. Lin Xian moved closer to Lu Yufan and said with a smile. Lu Yufan's pretty face blushed slightly. Get lost. I'm already very big. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes, but she was actually quite happy. Then why don't you make a move? Do you want me to take the initiative? Since they confirmed their relationship until now, they had only kissed once. Humph. Big pig trotter.
But you're still not as big as Yi.
Lin Xian looked at Yi with a smile. Yi's pretty face also blushed slightly.
Then you can't touch me.
Lu Yufan said unhappily.
Who said that?
Yi, are you going to let me touch you or not? Lin Xian then moved closer to Yi. Yi. Chapter 1087. Yi and Lin Xian didn't have any special relationship. At least, they hadn't established a relationship yet. If Lin Xian were to pursue her, he should be able to succeed. After all, her favorability towards him was already very high. These two girls were the first girls that Lin Xian met after he obtained the Adonis system. They had always been by his side. Therefore, Lin Xian's feelings towards them were quite special. However, Yi and Xiao Runing hadn't triggered any missions yet. This made Lin Xian feel very strange. When Yi heard Lin Xian's words, her pretty face blushed slightly. Nope. Then she said softly. Pfft. Lu Yufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Someone still thinks that he's very charming. Lu Yufan was overjoyed to see Lin Xian deflated. Be careful. I'll beat you up. Lin Xian fiercely glared at Lu Yufan.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Yufan made a face at Lin Xian. The gala wasn't far from here. Lin Xian liked to chat and bicker with them, so he simply walked there. Lin Xian, what gala are you bringing us to? Lu Yufan asked curiously. I don't know either. An Xian invited me. Lin Xian said.
Wow.
Are you saying that an Xian will be there too? Of course, they knew that Lin Xian and an Xian knew each other. Of course, they had seen an Xian before. However, there was one thing to know. An Xian's gala was definitely not ordinary. Yi also said happily, maybe it's a celebrity gala? We might see a lot of celebrities. After all, the two girls were still young. It was normal for them to like celebrities. Ling Ying and the others liked celebrities, but they were definitely not die-hard fans. I think so. I don't know either. I'm just going to have fun. It's boring to stay at the martial arts academy for so long. Lin Xian shrugged and said, Humph. And I can't go even if we wanted to. Lu Yufan's cute little nose wrinkled slightly. We'll definitely be able to go next year, Yi said with some determination. To be able to go to the martial arts academy, ranking aside, as long as they could enter, she felt that it was a recognition of her strength. Compared to many people in the martial arts academy, you're actually a few years younger. Next year, you might reach the domain realm and have a high chance of entering the martial arts academy. However, the martial arts academy is filled with geniuses. You have the water attribute, and Fan, you have the wood attribute. Both of them aren't rare attributes, so you must cultivate these two attributes to the extreme before you can have a place in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian said. Although Lin Xian didn't go to the beast domain with them, he could see how hard they worked from the fact that they had reached the law realm in such a short time. He vaguely remembered that when he first met them, they were really ordinary young ladies. Other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about them. At that time, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were both beautiful and powerful. They might not have noticed this at that time, but as the people around them became more and more powerful, they increasingly felt that they couldn't be ordinary anymore. Then, they began to work hard. Perhaps the environment they grew up in was more harmonious. For example, although Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were born well, they were born in a place like Tiandu, one of the 8 great families. The pressure was especially great. It was normal for them to work hard from a young age to improve themselves. Yi and Lu Yufan didn't have such pressure. In addition, their attributes were very ordinary. However, it was fine as long as they weren't content with the status quo. In fact, they weren't content with the status quo. They were working hard to improve themselves, which made Lin Xian like them even more. We will work hard. My goal is to learn from Senior Ling Ying. Lu Yufan clenched her fists. How should I put it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. As he walked forward, he said, It's good to set a goal for yourself, but you shouldn't choose someone who is completely different from you. Ling Ying has the dark attribute, and you have the wood attribute. You two are not of the same type. It might not be good for you to learn from her. The biggest advantages of your wood attribute are healing and control. In terms of attribute positioning, you are a support. But I don't want to be a support. I want to be the center. Lu Yufan pouted slightly. Me too. Yi said. The water attribute is actually more of a support attribute. The water attribute is also healing and control. Of course, it's inevitable for you two to improve your combat ability. However, why do I hope that you two can study your own attributes? Because you may need attributes to achieve yourself. Close combat ability is icing on the cake. Lin Xian said. But why do you want Xintong to work hard to improve her combat ability? Her attributes are light and water. They are also considered support attributes. Lu Yufan asked, perplexed. So, as you said, she has 2 attributes. The situation is rather special. Tell me, for example, Fan, the wood attribute is the most powerful control attribute. Yet, you don't work hard to cultivate it. Instead, you focus on improving your close combatability. Do you think that's right? Lin Xian continued. What I'm trying to say is that you guys shouldn't be like Xintong and put your lives on the line to improve your combat prowess. It's fine if you want to improve your combat prowess, but don't forget where your strengths lie. But it's very weak. Lu Yufan pulled her tiny head. Then, do you know that a top human expert at the Heavenly Dao realm is of the wood attribute? Just a pure wood attribute? If you want to form an elite battle team, her existence as a top-notch, skilled control-type warrior is the soul of the team. Once a wood attribute warrior cultivates to the phenomenal success stage, it will be extremely terrifying. There's no such thing as a weakest attribute, only a weakest warrior. Just her wood attribute alone can reach the Heavenly Dao realm. So why do you despise her? Lin Xian asked. Lu Yufan lowered her head and pondered. You're right. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a glint. Right? And I believe you should understand. Don't belittle yourself and don't belittle your own attributes.
Got it.
Yi nodded slightly as well. Yes, Lin Xian was right. There was no such thing as a weak attribute, only a weak warrior. If they were unwilling to accept and believe in their very ordinary attributes, how could they become a powerful warrior? Others could use the most basic attributes to become a top-notch existence, so why should they despise it? Thank you, Lin Xian. Yi hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. Don't just thank me verbally. Do something more substantial. Lin Xian then leaned his face over and gently tapped his cheek. His meaning was very clear. Lu Yufan pursed her lips and then stomped her foot down. Ayo. Chapter 1088. Soon, the three of them arrived at their destination, chatting and laughing. Jinling Palace. Lin Xian was speechless as he looked at the three words above the huge, golden, and resplendent building. Why didn't he notice such a luxurious place in Lind and city before? It wasn't a hotel or a restaurant. Jinling Palace was a huge, luxurious business club. As for what it was formal. There was a small casino, a luxurious KTV, and a golf course behind Jinling Palace. That's right, Jinling Palace was in the suburbs. Lin Xian and the others didn't live in the city center. It was about 3 kilometers away from here. Usually, there would be large-scale parties held here such as the Spring Festival, the Lantern Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Anyway, all the high-ranking officials and nobles would be invited to these parties. The boss of Jinling Palace seemed to be quite powerful and had a wide network. I heard that the boss of Jinling Palace is the richest man in Linden City,
Yi said.
Oh. No, the former richest man must be Lin Xian now. Lu Yufan said with a smile. To be the richest man in Linden City, his assets must be in the hundreds of billions. What does he do? I think his main business is an entertainment company. Oh, right, I remember. I heard an Xian mention in the group 2 days ago that the boss of Jinling Palace is her company's boss. Jinling Palace is just her boss's hobby. He likes to open places for entertainment and to gather people together. No wonder an Xian came to this party. Lu Yufan said. There's such a thing. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, he's still not the richest man in Linden City. Does that mean that I'm the richest man in this city because I opened Qianda Plaza? Well, anyway, I heard that she started from scratch here, so she should be the richest man here, right? Well, that's about right. Lin Xian's interest was piqued.
Why?
Because he wanted to make the entire Lind and city his power. If an Xian's boss had a lot of big companies in Lind and city, Lin Xian had to take him down. Hey, Lin Xian.
Fan. E.
In front of them, a girl wearing a cap and sunglasses greeted them happily. They didn't hear her voice, but judging from her attire, she must be an Xian. Miao Xiao Miao stood beside an Xian, eating a lollipop. She glanced at Lin Xian and the others and greeted them. Then, she was chatting with someone on her phone. She seemed to be very busy. Lin Xian and the others walked over.
What are you looking at?
Lin Xian moved closer to Miao Xiaomiao. I'm chatting with Big Sister Morone. Isn't that your business? My business? It's that signal receiver.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lin Xian grinned, and Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes. Lu Yufan, Yi, and an Xian were chatting. They were really an Xian's fans and knew every single one of an Xian songs. Hence, when they saw an Xian's true self for the first time, they were extremely excited. Lin Xian, let's go in together, an Xian said. Okay. Following that, the group of people walked in together. There were countless luxury cars parked outside Jinling Palace. None of them were worth less than 800,000 yuan. One could imagine what kind of party this was. Where's that Zichiyue? Lin Xian asked from behind.
Huh?
Zichiyue? Could it be that Zichiyue? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan showed a surprised and excited expression. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. The two most popular female celebrities in modern times, Zichiyue and an Xian. But there were definitely more people who liked Zichiyue. Even those in their 30s and 40s were infatuated with her, although Zichiyue was only 27 or 28 years old. It's that Zichiyue.
Wow.
Zichiyue is here too? Why did she come to this party? She's so amazing, Lu Yufan said in shock. Yi also had a surprised expression. She had attended Zichiyue's concert before, but only once because she didn't have much time. Moreover, the tickets for her concert were really hard to get. Other amazing celebrities sold out in 3 seconds, but she only took 1 second. It might even take less than 1 second. It was a kind of luck method to get tickets. How to compete? There was a special software to buy tickets. All the fans were waiting in front of their mobile phones or computers. The moment the tickets were sold, tens of thousands of people would buy them together. Therefore, at this time, the network speed and luck played an important role. You might directly show that the purchase was successful, but most people would be stuck on that page. When you refresh the page, you would find that the ticket was gone. It was that cruel. And Xian's concert tickets were basically the same. All the super popular celebrities' tickets were like this. Because Sister Chiyue was also invited. Originally, she wouldn't have come, but Sister Chiyue happened to come here to find Lin Xian, and then she came to this party. And Xian explained as she walked forward.
Wow.
Lu Yufan couldn't help but exclaim. Her big eyes looked at Lin Xian with little stars. So amazing! Zichiyue actually came to find Lin Xian. This man is glowing.
Why?
Yi asked in confusion. Yi, you're stupid. Lin Xian wrote songs for Sister Chiyue before.
You learned it from me.
Sister Chiyue must have seen that Lin Xian is very special, so she wanted to see Lin Xian. Lu Yufan said. Yi suddenly understood, and her small face was a little red. Why didn't she think of this? Logically speaking, she should have thought of it directly. By the way, what are we doing tonight? Lin Xian asked. Tonight is the star stage because the boss of Jinling Palace is the boss of Imperial Entertainment, which is the company I'm in now. Basically, all the stars who are signed by Imperial Entertainment are here. Many of them are famous and even some seniors are here. I don't know what they're going to do, but after all, they're all stars. They're going to sing, an Xian said. Then why are they coming to this small city? Lin Xian didn't understand. An Xian said, because the boss's grandparents are old. This party is actually held by her for them. Today is the boss's grandfather's 80th birthday. Although the elders are very healthy, the boss doesn't want them to travel, and it's dangerous to take a plane, so she held the party here. Then, tonight will probably be a group of flatterers. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. More or less. After all, Imperial Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in the whole continent. The boss has countless resources in her hands. Too many second-tier stars want to take advantage of this opportunity to rise to the top. If they can please the boss's grandparents, their future will be bright. And Xian was also very thorough. Chapter 1089. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. This was probably a very common phenomenon in society. It couldn't be helped. Sometimes people did need help to climb higher. For example, if you walked against the wind, you might walk faster if you lowered your head. Sometimes, you really did need to lower your head in order to walk further. Fortunately, he probably didn't need it. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's her birthday. Since we're here, shouldn't we bring some gifts? Lin Xian asked. No need. Lin Xian, you're not here for anything. You were invited. I told the boss that she wants it to be lively. She'll be happy if there are more people. And Xian said, that's good. Otherwise, they won't look good. Lin Xian shrugged. Oh, right. And Xian suddenly thought of something and said, tonight's party will be broadcasted live.
Huh?
They were all stunned for a moment, because many celebrities have signed contracts with the live broadcast platform, and the boss wants it to be more lively. She said there will be a live broadcast. I'm afraid there will be hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of viewers, and Xian said. Although tonight's party couldn't be compared to the Spring Festival Gala, how many celebrities would be there? If the fans of an Xian and Zichua knew that they would appear on the live broadcast, they would definitely wait in front of their phones and computers. That means there will definitely be singing and dancing tonight. Lin Xian said helplessly. What's there to broadcast if they didn't sing and dance? I think so. And Xian nodded.
Wow.
Then Lin Xian, do you want to? Lu Yufan was actually Lin Xian's little fangirl. Yi Yi and Miao Xiaomao were also fangirls. It was just that she was more arrogant. She was actually looking forward to it.
Why?
You want me to sing? Give up. Lin Xian rolled his eyes.
No, no.
Lu Yufan ran to Lin Xian's side and hugged Lin Xian's arm, swinging it back and forth. She said coquettishly, I want to hear you sing. I've never heard you sing before. I've only seen it in videos. I want to see it. I'm not here for anything. I don't need flattery. Why should I sing? As for what you want to hear, I'll sing for you when we go to the recording studio, okay? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Lu Yufan pouted. All right. I don't want to show off in front of millions or tens of millions of viewers. I hate being judged the most, Lin Xian said. That's right, and you'll be recognized. Lu Yufan nodded. Lin Xian didn't like being recognized. Otherwise, people would come up to him and ask for his autograph like a celebrity. That would be a disaster. But some people just liked this kind of scene. There was nothing he could do about it. As they chatted, they came to a huge back. 2 bodyguards were standing there. Here. And Xian handed over the invitation card. Please come in. Then, they opened the door and walked in together. Wow. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It was a golf course. It was nighttime, and it was exceptionally beautiful. However, it was not dark because there were various lights around it. There was also a huge stage. There were many people in the huge golf course. Everyone was chatting with each other. Everyone was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. There were handsome men and beautiful women. Soft music was playing on the golf course. So many celebrities.
Wow.
That's Qin Ge.
Wow.
And Zhang Chaowei. Her Majesty is here too.
Wow.
What kind of celestial party is this? Lu Yufan's mouth was slightly agape as she exclaimed in shock. Lin Xian also saw some familiar faces, but he didn't know who they were. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said embarrassedly, there seem to be a lot of beautiful ladies. Of course, they're all female celebrities. They're definitely pretty. And Xian took off her cap and sunglasses and said with a smile, What are you doing? Lu Yufan's cute little nose wrinkled. Nothing. No matter how pretty they are, they're not as pretty as you guys. Lin Xian laughed.
Humph, wow.
Hugo, it's Hugo. Lu Yufan suddenly saw a handsome man. Yi also looked surprised when she saw him. Hugo. Lu Yufan and Yi ran over excitedly, looking like little fangirls. Lin Xian. Wow.
And you're talking about me.
These two. Lin Xian said helplessly. Miao Xiaomiao also walked over silently. Lin Xian's mouth opened wide.
Damn.
This girl also went over? Hugo, I really like him too. I feel that he's the best out of all the male celebrities. And Xian also walked over. The three girls were asking for Hu Ji's autograph. When they got the autograph, they were overjoyed. Other than many celebrities, there were also many daughters and young masters from big families. Therefore, Hugo wasn't surprised. Teacher, Hugo. And Xian walked over and greeted him. And Xian, the latest songs are very nice. Hugo said with a smile. Teacher, Hu Ji's new TV series is also super good. I've been following it. And Xian said cutely. That's my honor, haha. Hugo laughed. Lin Xian glanced at them. He knew this Hugo. He was an A-list male celebrity. He had never been involved in any scandals. His good reviews in the industry were off the charts. There was nothing to criticize about his EQ and character. Moreover, he was really handsome. Lin Xian quite liked him. He wouldn't be jealous. It was normal for Lu Yufan and the girls to be fans of celebrities. When they saw the real person, it was normal for them to go over and ask for his autograph. Oh, right. Is Lin Xian here? Hugo asked an Xian.
Ah.
Teacher, Hugo. Hugo smiled and said, I quite like him. Those songs are very nice. I want to get to know him. It's good to add him on WeChat. Lin Xian, and Xian hesitated. Lin Xian didn't like to show his face and didn't want to expose his identity, I know. Lin Xian definitely doesn't want others to know. Hugo glanced at Lin Xian, who was eating a cake not far away. It's him, right? He saw that an Xian came with him. An Xian had never developed in Linden City. She didn't have any friends of the opposite sex here. If she did, it would be Lin Xian. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. I just want to get to know him. Hugo smiled and then walked over. Hi, I'm Hugo. Hugo then greeted Lin Xian. Hello. Lin Xian swallowed the cake in one bite and shook his hand. I really like you, especially my sister. She's your #1 fan. I wonder if we can add each other on WeChat? If my sister knows that I got your WeChat, she'll be so jealous. Hugo smiled. Of course. Thank you. Don't worry, I won't expose you. Hugo turned her head after she finished speaking. Teacher Chiyue. Hugo then smiled and looked at a girl walking over. Chapter 1090. In their line of work, they liked to call each other teachers. As long as you had a certain level of achievement, you would be called a teacher even if you were young. Zi Chiyue, who was wearing a purple evening dress, looked at Hugo with a smile. The white rose brooch on her chest was strung with a white pearl necklace. Her beautiful chestnut long curly hair fluttered in the wind and draped over her slender waist. Her slightly pursed thin cherry lips were even more delicate and alluring. Her beautiful eyes had an unfathomable feeling. Her white and pink crystal heart earrings were hidden in her hair, and the cross pendant bracelet on her hand shone with a dazzling light. She was a very delicate woman. Flirtatious, beautiful, noble, and mature. She was like a second Morong Qing, but not the same. No wonder she was so popular. Besides being talented, she was indeed very beautiful. Teacher Chiyue, you are getting more and more beautiful. Hugo gently shook Zi Chiyue's hand. Teacher Hugo, you are also getting more and more handsome. Zi Chiyue smiled and said softly. Ha ha ha, Teacher Chiyue, don't call me teacher. I don't deserve it. Since teacher, Hugo said so, you don't have to call me teacher.
Ha ha ha.
Zi Chiyue looked very lively and said with a smile. By the way, there is a new show next month. I want to invite Teacher Chiyue to take a look and cooperate with me. Zichua pondered for a moment and said, I may not have time next month. Let's wait for the announcement. I need to read the script first. No problem. I will contact you when the time comes. I have a few friends over there. I will go and say hello. Hu Gus said, and walked away.
Why did you pinch me?
Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan helplessly.
Zichua.
Lu Yufan pinched Lin Xian's arm hard, as if she was holding back something. She was so excited that she was afraid that if she didn't pinch Lin Xian's arm, he would scream. An Xian would give people a feeling that they could touch her, but heavenly consort Zichua was like someone from another world. Her status was too high, and people couldn't help but feel that she was very far away from her world. Suddenly, she appeared in front of you. That kind of feeling was unreal. Lin Xian also looked at Zichua. It had to be said that this woman was really beautiful. She was not a demon, but she made a man want to sleep with her. That kind of feeling was very strong. Perhaps it was because everyone knew that she was the heavenly concubine, Zichua, so they felt that if they could sleep with such a star, that kind of pleasure would be great. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward: Divine rank random attribute 5-star martial skill. Mission time limit: 3 months. Mission punishment: Gigi's length is shortened by 5 centimeters. System prompt: Immortal Qi in Lin Xian's mind is expected. Lin Xian knew that seeing her would trigger a mission, and it really did. Divine level martial skill. To be honest, Lin Xian really wanted a deity-ranked martial skill. Until now, he really didn't have a deity-ranked martial skill. In the past, he had the opportunity to obtain one, but he changed the reward. However, Lin Xian didn't regret it at all. Although there was a saint rank above the divine rank, Lin Xian really didn't know how strong a saint rank martial skill was. He felt that a heaven rank martial skill was already unbelievably strong. However, the most important thing now was this Zichua. The heavenly concubine was high and mighty. She was the boss of the entertainment industry. Countless people paid attention to her every move. From her debut until now, she had made countless records and won countless awards. She had never been involved in any scandals. She was indeed high and mighty. Lin Xian didn't know what such a woman lacked. She had fame and fortune, and she also had money. There was no need to talk about freedom. With such a status, even if she didn't have her own company, even if she still joined another company, it was impossible to easily restrict her. Like an Xian, Lin Xian at least knew what she wanted. She wanted to write more and better songs. She wanted to win more awards, therefore. Lin Xian felt that the path of pursuing Zichua was confusing. The only way was Zichua came to find him because of the songs, so she should care about the songs a lot, right? Sister Chua. An Xian ran in front of Zichua like a little fangirl. Zichua smiled and rubbed an Xian's hair. You're getting more and more beautiful. Sister Chua is the most beautiful. Sister Chua, that. An Xian then looked at Lin Xian, who was not far away. Lin Xian also looked over. Zichua smiled and nodded. Then, she walked towards Lin Xian. She was quite tall. She probably reached Lin Xian's ears. She was definitely more than 7 meters tall. Because of her height, she deliberately didn't wear high heels. Hello, Mr. Lin Xian. Zichua smiled and reached out her hand to Lin Xian.
Hello.
Lin Xian reached out and shook her hand. Of course, many people were paying attention to this scene. Many of them didn't expect the heavenly concubine to attend this banquet. Naturally, everyone wanted to know her. She was the heavenly concubine. However, they didn't have the right to strike up a conversation with her, nor did they dare to. Basically, they were all celebrities. Anyone who struck up a conversation with her would be ruined by bad news. They could only politely greet her. They didn't dare to say anything more. Of course, in addition to celebrities, there were also many young masters and daughters of big families here. Not only were they from Linden City, but there were also many people from other cities. Anyway, the entire golf course was full of lights and people. There were at least 700 or 800 people. It was really lively. Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and even Miao Xiaomao were very nervous. They really liked Zichiyue. They felt warm when they saw an Xian, but they were nervous when they saw her. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Xian to be so young. Zichiyue smiled. The heavenly concubine is also very young. It's just a nickname given by others. Mr. Lin Xian, don't mind it. If you can also call me Sister Chiyue Likanen. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. Zichiyue was really surprised. She didn't ask an Xian about Lin Xian. She had seen him in the video, but she couldn't see him clearly and didn't know his age. Today, she saw him as a little boy around 20 years old. He was so young. It was reasonable for him to be so talented. However, it was really amazing for him to write such a deep song at such a young age. For Zichiyue, she loved music very, very much. Music was her life. Her dream was to be good at music. She treated music seriously and wholeheartedly. Every song she wrote was free. She even bought the copyright of the songs she sang in variety shows from the program group and gave them to her fans for free. Yes, she didn't make music to make money. She hoped that more people would like to listen to her music. She also set an example for an Xian, which led an Xian to do the same. Chapter 1091. Zichiyue hoped that every song in her album would be a good song. She had been working hard and writing her own songs. There were also many people who came to visit her and sold their songs to her. She would read every song, and if she thought it was good, she would really record it in her own album. Therefore, Lin Xian had indeed amazed her. She felt that this person was very talented. She felt that this person could write a lot of good songs. She also hoped that she could have more popular songs. Therefore, she came. Her purpose was very simple and pure. Of course, it was not for money or fame. She did not lack it. She just wanted to make her life in music better. Not every song that was written by oneself was perfect. Everyone had a time when they were at their wits' end and had reached a bottleneck. It was enough to be able to sing the flavor and meaning of a song and resonate with the listener. Talented people really shine. They can attract the attention of beautiful girls. Zichiyue's beautiful eyes glanced at Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and Miao Xiaomiao, who were beside Lin Xian, and said with a smile, "Sister Chiyue is too kind. What attracts them is not my talent, but my handsomeness." Lin Xian said with a grin. Zichiyue could not help but laugh. This scene was seen by many people. Where Zichiyue went, what she was doing, and who she was chatting with, they would all pay attention to it. The live broadcast had not been broadcasted yet, so everyone was more easygoing. Because they were all celebrities, they were more reserved. At least for now, it was very difficult to show off and slap people in the face. This was because the occasion was different. Bah! Lu Yufan and Miao Xiaomiao could not help but spit. How shameless! This bastard could still be so indecent in front of Zichiyue. There was really no one else like him. Well, I think it makes sense. Sometimes, I think that a person's talent will make them more elegant and handsome. Zichiyue smiled. Sister Chiyue, are you saying that I'm not handsome? Lin Xian scratched his head. That's not what I meant. It's just that I've been in the entertainment industry for a long time and have gotten used to all kinds of handsome guys. I'm immune to them. However, it's rare to see girls as beautiful as these sisters in the entertainment industry. Zichiyue looked at Lu Yufan and said. She had been in the entertainment industry and had seen too many beautiful women. There were many real beauties in the entertainment industry, but most of them were painted with makeup. She could see the natural beauty of Lu Yufan and the others. If their looks could appear on the big screen, she could imagine how beautiful they would be. After being praised by Zichiyue, their hearts were filled with sweetness and happiness. Teacher Chiyue, I'm also your fan. Lu Yufan said excitedly. Then let's have a meal together and go karaoke when you're free. Zichiyue smiled. Can I?
Why not? Wow.
Lu Yufan couldn't help but exclaim. Mr. Lin Xian, do you want to arrange a time to have a meal and sing a song? Zichiyue then looked at Lin Xian with a smile and asked. I have no problem with that. The problem is that if your fans and paparazzi take pictures of us, what's wrong with that? Do you still care about that, Mr. Lin Xian? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I don't want others to see us. It will disturb my life. That's easy. Just wear a cap and a mask. Those paparazzi can't break into the private room where we eat and secretly take pictures, right? Okay. Lin Xian saw that Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and even Miao Xiaomao were looking forward to it, so he simply agreed for them. In fact, he didn't agree for them. Zichiyue had triggered the task. Lin Xian also wanted to get along with her and cultivate a good impression of her. He wanted to see when he could complete the task. Then it's settled. Are you free tomorrow? I'm free tomorrow. You can choose the location. I'll take them there directly. Lin Xian said. That's not a problem. Zichiyue nodded slightly. By the way, Zichiyue thought of something and said, Mr. Lin Xian, do you want to sing a few songs on stage later?
Me?
I don't think I'll sing. Lin Xian shook his head. I can see that they all want to see it. Zichiyue glanced at Lu Yufan and said. After that, she continued, I still have a few friends to say hello to, so I won't accompany you. By the way. Zichiyue took out her phone and shook it. Do you want to add me on WeChat? Lu Yufan and the others showed an envious expression.
Wow.
Zichiyue's WeChat.
Okay.
Lin Xian was, of course, very happy. Then, the two of them added each other on WeChat. Not far away, the people who had been paying attention to them were also very surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't know what they were talking about, but they saw that Lin Xian seemed to have glanced at Zichiyue's phone. What did this mean? Did he add her as a friend? Everyone could only think of this. Who was this person? He added Zichiyue as a friend? Which family did he belong to? That's Lin Xian. On the other side, Liang Yu said to Wu Hongfeng next to her. Wu Hongfeng glanced at it. That's him? Well, don't underestimate him. Lin Xian and Zichiyue's songs were indeed written by him. I didn't have a good discussion with him. I've already told you about the song My Favorite, so it's best if we don't have any contact with him today. Liang Yu said to Wu Hongfeng. I know, but the new song. Liang Yu said, I'll think of a way to get the new song. What you need to do now is to get the attention of the boss's grandparents at tonight's party. Only then can you get the boss's appreciation, get more resources, and become an A-list star. But there are many A-list stars at this party, including an Xian and Zichiyue. How can I? Liang Yu said, Don't worry, there will be a performance for everyone later. I've already bribed 2 seniors in the music industry. They will praise you. As long as you work hard and with their praise, it will be easy to get the boss's appreciation. The main thing is that you have to let the boss see your potential and strength. Your performance must be good. Okay. The so-called seniors in the music industry were definitely seniors who had a lot of experience but were not famous. Most of them were songwriters who wrote songs and lyrics. You might have heard of their songs for a certain star, but you wouldn't know who they were. Such people were not considered stars. In fact, some of them were really short of money. It was just that they had a lot of experience. On the bright side, they had been in the industry for decades. On the bright side, they had only written a few songs. Since they could come here, they might have a famous song, but it was unknown whether it was popular or not. Therefore, it was normal for such people to receive money. And it was just a few words of praise, so it was not difficult. Chapter 1092. Lin Xian, Lu Yufan, and the rest wandered around the golf course. An Xian was a superstar after all. She went to greet the people who greeted her, because she knew that if she kept hanging out with Lin Xian, people might guess that he was the Lin Xian who wrote the song for her. It was fine now. When the live broadcast started, there would be so many immortal viewers and netizens. Someone would definitely find out who Lin Xian was. It was because Lin Xian was by their side. Although Lu Yufan and the others were very beautiful, this was a special occasion. It wasn't a simple evening party. Even those rich young men didn't have the intention to approach them. This kind of evening party was different from normal parties. Although there were still the same number of people, there were more celebrities. It was a special occasion.
Wow.
I never thought that I would be at a party with so many celebrities one day. Lu Yufan said excitedly, while holding a drink. Actually, in my eyes, celebrities are quite ordinary. They're just ordinary people who appear on the big screen. Although I don't know much about the entertainment industry, I know that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be a teacher. There are all kinds of people. Some people look bright and beautiful on the surface, but in reality, they have many fans at night. Just the three of you. If you want to be celebrities, many companies will be willing to sign you. After all, you are so beautiful. Lin Xian said. But it's easy to be a celebrity, but it's not easy to be popular. Bullshit. If you want to be popular, all you need is a popular drama. The male lead is handsome, the female lead is pretty, and then you sprinkle some sugar on it, and it will be popular. With such a drama, the original husband will be who, but suddenly, the husband will become someone else. Lin Xian shrugged. Indeed, this was the norm now. It was the era of little fresh meats. Those who were handsome could go from being unknown to millions of fans because of a drama, and all of them were girls. What could they do? Even gay dramas can become popular and can be filmed. Who can resist this? Therefore, Lin Xian did not like the entertainment industry. It was very fake, but there were definitely some people who were very good. Take an Xian, for example. Of course, an Xian was popular because of her looks, but that was only part of the reason. The real reason was her talent. Hence, this was also why Lin Xian had helped write a few songs without even showing his face. However, a fan had created a Weibo account with millions of followers. It was all because of his talent. That's true, but I quite like my current life. I don't want to be a celebrity. Lu Yufan muttered softly. That's right. As a celebrity, you have to walk on the streets every day. What the fuck? You're stuck in traffic for an hour just to walk 100 meters.
Who can stand that?
Like now, Little Fairy and the others don't come out much, because they're famous now. There are always people coming over when they walk on the road. Lin Xian said helplessly. However, it was still alright. It could be considered as a wave of advertising for the Art Xian group. It is quite troublesome. Forget it. I'm already super satisfied to be able to see these big stars, especially Ziqiue. I wonder if Ziqiue will be singing tonight. Lu Yufan said expectantly. I don't know. After all, she's a celebrity. But she should be able to sing. The few of them gathered together and chatted. Lin Xian's gaze also fell on Liang Yu. When he saw her, Lin Xian sneered. That song had basically been stolen by her. Lin Xian didn't want any trouble, nor did he want to look for trouble. Anyway, it wasn't a high-quality song. Lin Xian didn't care. He only hoped that they wouldn't continue to be so shameless. Otherwise, he would definitely find trouble. After about 10 minutes, a woman walked in grandly, while supporting an old grandma and an old grandpa. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Lin Xian also glanced at them. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Activate the top domain. Mission penalty. GG disappears. Mission time limit. 3 months. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian. Fuck. Trigger the mission? Luo Chenxi? Lin Xian looked at the beautiful woman. This woman was younger than he had imagined. She was probably about the same age as Morong Qing and Ziqiue. It was hard to imagine that a woman in her late 20s could own the top entertainment company in the mainland. And Xian was an artist under her company. Lin Xian felt that she must have inherited it. However, this woman was really beautiful and had a very elegant aura. She was wearing a black, glassy, shoulder-bearing dress that was as soft as a feather. Her green eyes were like the waves of the night sea. There was a faint and enchanting white mist around her eyes, making her even more charming. She had cherry lips, shapely eyebrows, fair skin, and a delicate oval face. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Lin Xian felt that she looked a little familiar.
Wow.
Luo Chenxi, it's Luo Chenxi. Lu Yufan said in surprise when he saw her coming out. You know her? Of course, she's also a celebrity. She's very popular. I used to like her a lot, but she stopped participating in variety shows, television shows, and movies later. I heard that she started her own company and then left the entertainment industry.
I didn't pay attention to her after that.
I didn't expect Imperial Entertainment to be hers.
Wow.
Lu Yufan was a little gossipy girl and knew a lot of things very well. I've also heard that if she continues to develop her career, she might not lose to Zichua. She's really beautiful. I still have all of her albums at home. Miao Xiaomiao said.
Wow.
How old are you? You're her fan? When I was her fan, she had already left the entertainment industry. But her songs are very nice. Miao Xiaomiao said. Luo Chenxi's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd. She was not afraid in the face of so many big shots. She helped her grandparents to their seats and then picked up the microphone to look at the crowd. At the same time, the people who were responsible for the live broadcast also turned on the live broadcast. Many people were waiting in front of their computers and mobile phones for the arrival of 8 o'clock. They knew that there would be a live broadcast tonight, and they would be able to see many celebrities. However, they were not sure who exactly would be there. They clicked on the live broadcast with a curious attitude. Yunjifan, beep beep beep, is anyone there? Am I the first bullet screen? QDD, look at my invincible power. XFJS, everyone, let's get high. Luo Chenxi then said softly, Thank you, everyone, for coming to this party. Today is my grandfather's 80th birthday. I want to celebrate his birthday in a young way, so I thought of this idea. I happen to own an entertainment company and have many artists under my management. I'm also very grateful to them for coming.
Wow.
Luo Chenxi, she's so beautiful. It's such a pity. Why did she leave the entertainment industry? Goddess. 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 Luo Chenxi, I love you. The camera was now facing Luo Chenxi. More and more people were watching the live broadcast. The bullet screen was crazily filled with comments about Luo Chenxi. Chapter 1093. Lin Xian glanced around. He knew that the live broadcast had started. The live broadcast was public. Everyone knew that there would be a live broadcast. Therefore, in front of tens of thousands of viewers, even if those celebrities were hypocrites, they had to act particularly likable. Because of a small action or a sentence, it could instantly set off 1,000 waves on the internet, destroy an artist, or make an artist famous. Tonight is a live broadcast. Now that the live broadcast has started, why do we have to do it? In fact, the reason is very simple. Tonight, there will be some activities similar to a party. Singing, dancing, playing the piano. It's rare to have such a good opportunity to gather everyone together. There must be countless fans in front of the mobile phone. I hope that everyone can share this joy together. Then, the bullet screen crazily flooded with words such as, Long live Luo Chenxi. The room's popularity soared from 0 to 1. 2 million in just 1 minute. Then, the total value of all the gifts received in our room tonight, I will double the money and donate it to the 3 forces in Lin and City to buy supplies for them. As a border city, Lin and City is also my hometown. I hope that it can be well. Luo Chenxi said with a smile. The bullet screen crazily flooded with words such as goddess. Okay, next I will introduce a few people. Take it as an introduction to Grandpa and Grandma. Then, Luo Chenxi smiled and glanced at the 2 elders below. They were very proud. Their granddaughter was so powerful now. They were really satisfied. They did not want to do this just for their 80th birthday. It would be better to have a meal together at home. However, Luo Chenxi was not willing. It was rare for her to have time to accompany them. This time she wanted to do it well. Welcome, my good friend, heavenly consort, Zichua. Then, Luo Chenxi spread her hands and pointed at Zichua, who was wearing a purple dress not far away. The camera of the live broadcast instantly turned to Zichua.
Wow. What?
Zichua?
Damn.
Oh my god. Zichua is also here?
Damn.
Where is this party in Linnan City? I am also from Linnan City.
Damn.
Zichua is also here. I want to go. Oh my god. Heavenly consort, I love you. Good luck. When the camera turned to Zichua, the bullet screen instantly exploded. Zichua smiled and waved her hand. Lin Xian immediately understood why Zichua had come. It turned out that they were good friends. Next, Hugo. She's also a good friend of mine. Everyone here today are my good friends. The bullet screen exploded again. Next, peace of mind. Luo Chenxi smiled and looked at an Xian. An Xian also smiled and greeted the camera. Relax. Goddess, I love you. When is it going to release a new song? I'm really looking forward to it. Anan loves you. The popularity of the room had reached 150 million. Why was it so high? Every time a celebrity appeared, their fans would send them gifts. Gifts were a part of their popularity. With a series of celebrities appearing, it was unknown how many gifts were sent. At that time, Anan called me and said that she wanted to stay in Linden City. A friend here was going to help her make an album.
I was puzzled at that time.
Within Anne's talent, why would she need someone to make an entire album for her? After those songs came out, I finally understood that this girl had picked up a treasure. Luo Chenxi said with a smile. An Xian's pretty face turned slightly red. Lin Xian. Where is Lin Xian?
Wow.
Goddess and blushed. Could it be? Fuck. Where is Lin Xian? Is Lin Xian here? The bullet screen crazily flooded with Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian, the bullet screen is all looking for you. Lu Yufan was watching the live broadcast on his phone and then elbowed Lin Xian.
So be it. Wow.
Lin Xian, look. Lu Yufan said in surprise. What's wrong? Lin Xian then looked over. Countless gifts were flooding in. A person with the ID was crazily spamming super rockets. In just 30 seconds, he clicked on them 100 times and 100 super rockets flew out. Moreover, the price was still rising. One rocket was worth 2,000 yuan. 100 rockets were worth 200,000 yuan. Lin Xian was dumbfounded.
Fuck.
He had such a fan?
Anan.
Luo Chenxi glanced at the bullet screen on her phone and then smiled. I'll ask you a question on behalf of the netizens. Is Lin Xian here today? The screen was flooded with comments, and the rocket had already reached 500, with a total value of 1 million, and it was still increasing. The comments were crazy, and the room's popularity had soared to 450 million. Lin Xian. He was completely dumbfounded. This fan's ID had already made it clear what he wanted. He wanted Lin Xian to appear. He wanted to hear Lin Xian sing. Lin Xian, yee, and the rest looked at Lin Xian. Money might not be a lot to Lin Xian, but this was the support of one person. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that he had so many people supporting him. A sense of pride and responsibility welled up in him. This fan started a trend. Many people imitated him and started spamming gifts. Perhaps they did not have as many gifts as he did, but they kept spamming gifts. Obviously, they were all nouveau riches, but they were sincere nouveau riches. When an Xian heard Luo Chenxi's question, she bit her lip. She did not know how to answer. Then, she stole a glance at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who was in the crowd, nodded slightly at her. Who is in and looking at? Do you see? She's looking at someone else. It's the direction she's looking at. Lin Xian is definitely there. Quick, turn the camera. The bullet screen was scrolling rapidly. He's here, an Xian said. Oh. Then Lin Xian's poor fans are in for a treat tonight. However, as far as I know, Lin Xian doesn't want his peaceful life to be disturbed. We have to respect him. As for whether Lin Xian will sing on stage later, I'm also looking forward to it, but I don't know. So, don't give him any unnecessary shots. Luo Chenxi said. Because there were many celebrities and at the same time there were many ordinary people, young masters and daughters. Therefore, even if many people saw an Xian's gaze and there were many men and women there, no one would know who Lin Xian was. The next person is also a new rising star in our company, Wu Hongfeng. Luo Chenxi said with a smile. Wu Hongfeng then greeted the camera with a smile. Then, Wu Hongfeng's fans spammed the screen crazily. However, Lin Xian's was still spamming rockets. There were already 1,500 rockets. That was 30 million. When he spammed 1,000 rockets, he changed his ID to
Fuck.
This makes me embarrassed to reject them, Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 1094. Lin Xian really didn't plan to sing, but wouldn't it be too heartless if he didn't come out now? To be honest, Lin Xian was touched by the fans' actions. As for the gift-giving segment, it was already over. When they first arrived, they had already sent their gift somewhere. Naturally, this kind of gift-giving segment couldn't be broadcasted live for everyone to watch. The content of the live broadcast was more about the performances of various celebrities. Nearly 100 big and small A-list, B-list, C-list, and even C-list celebrities had basically prepared a performance. Most of them were just songs. Perhaps those 18-star celebrities were not qualified to sing. After all, the elderly couldn't stay in such an environment for too long. Well, next, let's officially start the party. There are a lot of song libraries here, various instruments, and a band. Before this, we didn't have any rehearsals. I don't even know who will come up to perform for everyone. It's all free play, so the fans in front of the mobile phone should be very happy to see such an occasion. Next, if anyone is ready, feel free to come up to the stage and perform. After Luo Chenxi finished speaking, she walked off the stage and sat next to her grandparents. Although they were free to go on stage, those 18-star celebrities definitely didn't dare to go on stage now, even if they felt that this was an opportunity to show themselves. This was because many big shots hadn't gone on stage yet. If these 18-star celebrities went on stage, they would really be scolded to death. The bullet screen was crazy. Every one of them was eager to go on stage to perform. Only a few of them were the most enthusiastic. An Xian, Zichiyue, Wu Hongfeng, and many other A-list celebrities. Among them, Lin Xian's name also appeared frequently. Because of Lin Xian, an Xian didn't get close to Lin Xian because she knew that once she got close to Lin Xian, many people would see and guess that he was Lin Xian, although some people had already seen him. I'm going on stage, Wu Hongfeng said to Liang Yu. Don't worry, let others go first. With your status, if you go first, I'm afraid you will be scolded by many people. Liang Yu said. Wu Hongfeng then nodded. At this time, Zichiyue slowly walked onto the stage and picked up the microphone. Today is a good day and I've seen many good friends. I'm also very happy to be able to come here. I wish Grandpa and Grandma the best here. They should be very happy to have such an outstanding granddaughter. Zichiyue smiled and said. She had been a guest at their house before. Luo Chenxi's grandparents knew Zichiyue and they had a good relationship with her. And if it's a performance, then I'll start it off. I'll bring everyone the song that made me famous, Daytime. I'll give it to everyone and also give it to my grandparents. Then, there was a round of applause below. The bullet screen was rolling crazily, and the gifts were crazily refreshed. Then, the staff helped to play the accompaniment of the song, and Zichiyue began to explain. No wonder she's so popular. Her voice and temperament are really good. Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. Of course, That's heavenly consort Zichue. She can easily sing this kind of song. Lu Yufan listened and said. Lin Xian glanced at his phone. That person was still sending rockets. He must have sent 50 million yuan already. Hey, Fan, help me send a rocket. Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan.
Ah.
Lu Yufan looked puzzled. Change your ID too. After Zichue finishes singing, send a rocket to let everyone see. Lin Xian. You're going to sing. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the three girls were very surprised. Sigh, that fan is too crazy. If I don't sing, it will be really embarrassing. Help me send a rocket and tell him to stop sending it. It's a waste of money. Lin Xian said. Oh, you're the national idol. Miao Xiaomiao laughed. What idol? I'm just an ordinary person. But, are you wearing a bra? Lend me one. The three girls. Pervert, what are you doing? I'm going to tie it on my face to cover it. Damn pervert. Go to hell. Lu Yufan rolled his eyes. Lin Xian shrugged. How about a mask? Yi said. Where do you get a mask? Ask someone to send one over. You can always buy one. Lin Xian thought for a while and nodded. He sent a message to Linya and asked her to buy a mask for him. Zichue finished her song very quickly. Then, she bowed slightly and walked off the stage. The bullet screen was flooded with words like heavenly concubine. Lin Xian's fan was still sending rockets. This would probably be big news tomorrow. At this time, Lu Yufan changed his ID and sent a rocket, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Super rockets were the best gift. It would be displayed on the public screen for a long time. Of course, many people saw the rocket sent by this ID, and the bullet screen changed instantly. Are you Lin Xian? How did you know that Lin Xian was going to sing? Yes, please tell us. Okay, that's it. Lin Xian glanced at it and said. However, when those people saw this scene, the original gifts suddenly flew all over the sky. Those people's IDs were all fans of Zichue. They were all fucking crazy. Lin Xian. How could this be? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He meant for everyone to stop sending gifts. He was going to perform on stage. How? Everyone probably thought that you were going to perform on stage and became more excited. That's why they sent more gifts. Miao Xiaomiao explained. Lin Xian. For some celebrities, their fans were of very high quality. For example, Lin Xian's fans might not be as many as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but the quality was still very high. This was because they were completely convinced by his talent. Such fans would not easily leave him. Change your ID to Lin Xian.
Oh.
Then Lu Yufan changed his ID and sent a rocket. This time, the gifts did not decrease. Instead, they increased. Lin Xian. What the hell? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Were these people thinking differently from normal people? They probably want to see you go on stage too much. Miao Xiaomiao said. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Forget it. Send gifts if you have the money. Lin Xian did not care anymore. Right, have you thought of a song? Yi asked. Not yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Someone is probably going to show off. Lu Yufan muttered. Hey, I've never been a show-off. Someone has the nerve to say something like that. Miao Xiaomiao also muttered. Agreed. Lin Xian. Chapter 1095. After Zichue finished singing, she walked off the stage and quietly chatted with others.
Then, she sipped her red wine.
Then, one by one, the celebrities went on stage. Zichue found an opportunity and slowly walked behind Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, your fans are very active in asking you to go on stage, especially this fan. She has already given you more than 100 million in gifts. Are you really not going to go on stage? Zichue asked with a smile. Yes, if I don't go on stage, I will be scolded to death. Lin Xian touched his forehead. I'm looking forward to your performance, Mr. Lin Xian. I'll be waiting. Zichue then slightly nodded her red wine at Lin Xian. Then, she drank it and walked away. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. It was Linya. Lin Xian then called an Xian. An Xian looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. An Xian, my sister is here.
Help me bring them in.
Okay. After a while, an Xian came in with Linya and Murongqing. Wow, so many celebrities. It's so lively. Linya, your brother is not kind. If it weren't for you giving him the mask, he probably wouldn't let us come. Murongqing said with a slight smile. Linya didn't say anything. When she saw Lin Xian, she walked over and handed the mask to Lin Xian. In order to avoid suspicion, an Xian tried not to be with Lin Xian. The mask was a funny clown mask. I really couldn't find any other place to sell masks. I could only buy this clown mask. Linya said to Lin Xian. Okay. Why? Are you going to sing? Murongqing asked with a smile. Sigh, the fans have given me so many gifts. If I don't go on stage, I will be scolded to death. Lin Xian shrugged.
Oh.
Are you going to enter the entertainment industry? Lin Xian shook his head. Definitely not, but I can't disappoint those who like me, can I? One of them even spent more than 100 million just to get me on stage. Oh wow, you have such a rich fans. Lin Xian shrugged. It was true. To be able to do this person's assets were definitely in the hundreds of billions. Moreover, he had to have a liquid capital of a few hundred billion to have the confidence to do this. That's right. That's why I'm too embarrassed not to go. I haven't seen you sing before, little Xian. I'll take a look. Linya said, happily. The one who was most surprised was definitely Linya. When did Lin Xian learn to play the piano? When did he learn to compose music? She had no recollection of it at all. All right, then wait for it. Lin Xian said with a smile. His singing skills and standard might not be that high, but he still had a lot of ideas in his head. Linya and Murongqing deliberately left Lin Xian and watched quietly from the side. As they knew that Lin Xian did not want to expose himself, and they could easily expose Lin Xian, they walked away. Soon, an Xian went on stage. An Xian was a popular starlet. The moment she went on stage, the bullet screen exploded. An Xian sang Sunny Day, which brought the whole atmosphere to a peak. The song Sunny Day was too popular, especially at this time. The bullet screen was also crazily spamming Lin Xian. As this song was written by Lin Xian, they were crazily begging Lin Xian to go on stage. Although they directly sent rockets saying that Lin Xian would go on stage, no one knew if it was really him. There was no confirmed news. Luo Chenxi looked at an Xian with a smile. She liked an Xian the most in the company. An Xian made her see the shadow of her past self. She was very hardworking. She would not slack off because of her superior conditions. Instead, she worked harder to do everything. Because of this, she could succeed. As for Lin Xian, it could be said that he had awakened her second spring. This was also her luck and fortune. After an Xian finished singing, she bowed and ran off the stage cutely. From the beginning to the end, the bullet screen did not stop spamming Lin Xian. No matter who was singing, there were always many people spamming Lin Xian. At this time, Wu Hongfeng went on stage. I'm very honored to be able to attend such a party today, and I'm also very happy. I wish Grandpa and Grandma good health and good luck in everything. Today is the first time I've seen Grandpa and Grandma. Seeing them always reminds me of my own Grandpa and Grandma. The next song is called Favorite. It's my latest song. This song is for my fans and friends, and at the same time, it's also for Grandpa and Grandma. Wu Hongfeng said with a smile. Then the accompaniment sounded. Feng Feng, I love you. Feng Feng, come on. Come on, Feng Feng. Feng Feng, you're the best. You'll definitely surpass an Xian.
Come on.
Favorite? I believe that your favorite fans are your grandpa and grandma. It's your first time seeing them and you still say that they're your favorite?
Damn.
Can you not be such a bootlicker?
Wow.
That's really disgusting. Yeah, it's fine if you didn't say anything. You've really disgusted us with that sentence. You're so wretched. The bullet screen showed two extremes. Liangyu frowned when she saw the bullet screen. This was not good. Indeed, he might have said those words out of kindness or deliberately to please Luo Chenxi. Luo Chenxi might not have any reaction, but the audience would be very disgusted if they heard such words. He was still too young. Then, Wu Hongfeng started singing. Those who are spamming Lin Xian, that's enough. Is Lin Xian your father? Keep spamming, spamming, spamming. You can spamming other celebrities when they're singing, but please don't spamming our Feng Feng, okay? Who does Lin Xian think he is? He doesn't even dare to show his face. Is he more handsome than our Feng Feng?
Fuck you.
What kind of stupid woman is upstairs? How can Lin Xian be spammed?
Wow.
What right does she have to spam Lin Xian? Why doesn't he show his face? He's not doing it for fame and fortune. How can someone spam him? I'm convinced. That's disgusting. This kind of woman is a brainless fan.
Why can't we spam Lin Xian?
Then, what did you say about those spamming Zichiyue? Stupid things. After Wu Hongfeng finished singing, he bowed and walked off the stage. Chenxi, I see that people keep talking about Lin Xian. Who is this Lin Xian? Luo Chenxi's grandfather asked doubtfully. As the phone was in front of them, Luo Chenxi had been paying attention to the bullet screen. Naturally, she saw that people had spammed Lin Xian with so many gifts. Her grandparents naturally saw it too. Lin Xian. How should I put it? I haven't seen him before, but recently, he wrote a few songs for Chiyue and an Xian. Every song became a hit. However, he hasn't shown his face since an Xian's concert. He's unwilling to join the entertainment industry, but he's very talented. Because of his talent, he has accumulated a lot of fans. This child is good. There are very few children who don't care about fame and fortune like him. Is he here too? Luo Chenxi's grandfather asked. He's here, but I don't know who he is. At this moment, several people's eyes fell on a person wearing a clown mask. He walked up to the stage. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.